Part the First of Lois the Witch by Elizabeth Gaskell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From All the Year Round, a weekly journal conducted by Charles Dickens, with which is incorporated household words. Saturday, October the 8th, 1859. Volume 1, Number 24. In the year 1691, Lois Berkeley stood on a little wooden pier, steadying herself on the stable land in much the same manner as, 8 or 9 weeks ago, she had tried to steady herself on the deck of the rocking ship which had carried her across from old to New England. It seemed as strange now to be on solid earth as it had been not long ago to be rocked by the sea, both day and by night. And the aspect of the land was equally strange. The forests which showed in the distance all round, and which in truth were not very far from the wooden houses forming the town of Boston, were of different shades of green, and different, too, in shape of outline to those which Lois Berkeley knew well in her old home in Warwickshire. Her heart sank a little as she stood alone, waiting for the captain of the good ship Redemption, the kind, rough old sailor who was her only known friend in this unknown continent. Captain Holderness was busy, however, as she saw, and it would probably be some time before he would be ready to attend to her. So Lois sat down on one of the casks that lay about, and wrapped her grey duffel cloak tight about her, and sheltered herself under her hood, as well as might be from the piercing wind, which seemed to follow those whom it had tyrannized over at sea, with a dogged wish of still tormenting them on land. Very patiently did Lois sit there, although she was weary and shivering with cold, for the day was severe for May, and the Redemption, with store of necessaries and comforts for the Puritan colonists of New England, was the earliest ship that had ventured across the seas. How could Lois help thinking of the past and speculating on the future as she sat on Boston Pier at this breathing time of her life? In the dim sea mist which she gazed upon with aching eyes, filled against her will with tears from time to time, there rose the little village church of Barford, not 3 miles from Warwick. You may see it yet, where her father had preached ever since 1661, long before she was born. Her father and mother both lay dead in Barford churchyard, and the old low grey church could hardly come before her vision without her seeing the old parsonage too, the cottage covered with Austrian roses and yellow jessamine, where she had been born, sole child of parents already long past the prime of youth. She saw the path not 100 yards long from the parsonage to the vestry door, that path which her father trod daily. For the vestry was his study, and the sanctum where he studied the ponderous tomes of the fathers, and compared their precepts with those of the authorities of the Anglican Church of that day, the day of the later Stuarts. For Barford parsonage at that time scarcely exceeded in size and dignity the cottages by which it was surrounded. It only contained 3 rooms on a floor, and was only 2 stories high. On the first or ground floor, with a parlour, kitchen and back, or working kitchen. Upstairs, Mr. and Mrs. Berkeley's room, that belonging to Lois, and the maidservant's room. If a guest came, Lois left her own chamber and shared old Clemence's bed. But those days were over. Never more should Lois see father or mother on earth. They slept, calm and still, in Barford churchyard, careless of what became of their orphan child, as far as earthly manifestations of care or love went. And Clemence lay there too, bound down in her grassy grave by withers of the briar rose which Lois had trained over those 3 precious graves before leaving England for ever. There were some who would fain have kept her there, one who swore in his heart a great oath unto the Lord that he would seek her sooner or later if she was still upon the earth. But he was the rich heir and only son of the miller Lucy, whose mill stood by the Avon side in the grassy Barford meadows. and his father looked higher for him than the penniless daughter of Parson Barclay, so low were parsons esteemed in those days. And the very suspicion of Hugh Lucy's attachment to Lois Barclay made his parents think it more prudent not to offer the orphan a home, although none other of the parishioners had the means, even if they had the will, to do so. So Lois swallowed her tears down till the time came for crying, and acted upon her mother's words. "Lois, thy father is dead of this terrible fever, and I am dying. Nay, it is so, though I am easier from pain for these few hours. The Lord be praised. The cruel men of the Commonwealth have left thee very friendless. Thy father's only brother was shot down at Edgehill. I too have a brother, though thou hast never heard me speak of him, for he was a schismatic, and thy father and he had words, and he left for that new country beyond the seas, without ever saying farewell to us. But Ralph was a kind lad till he took up these new-fangled notions, and for the old days' sake he will take thee in, and love thee as a child, and place thee among his children. Blood is thicker than water. Write to him as soon as I am gone, for, Lois, I am going, and I bless the Lord that has let me join my husband again so soon." Such was the selfishness of conjugal love, she thought little of Lois's desolation, in comparison with her rejoicing over her speedy reunion with her dead husband. "Write to thine uncle, Ralph Hickson, Salem, New England. Put it down, child, on thy tablets, and say that I, Henrietta Barclay, charge him for the sake of all he holds dear in heaven or earth, for his salvation's sake, as well as for the sake of the old home at Lesterbridge, for the sake of the father and mother that gave us birth, as well as for the sake of the 6 little children who lie dead between him and me, that he take thee into his home as if thou wert his own flesh and blood, as indeed thou art. He has a wife and children of his own, and no one need fear having thee, my Lois, my darling, my baby, among his household. Oh, Lois, would that thou wert dying with me! The thought of thee makes death sore." Lois comforted her mother more than herself, poor child, by promises to obey her dying wishes to the letter, and by expressing hopes she dared not feel of her uncle's kindness. "Promise me," the dying woman's breath came harder and harder, "that thou wilt go at once. The money our goods will bring, the letter thy father wrote to Captain Holderness, his old schoolfellow. Thou knowest all I would say. My Lois, God bless thee." Solemnly did Lois promise. Strictly she kept her word. It was all the more easy, for Hugh Lucy met her and told her, in one great burst of love, of his passionate attachment, his vehement struggles with his father, his impotence at present, his hopes and resolves for the future. And intermingled with all this came such outrageous threats and expressions of uncontrolled vehemence that Lois felt that in Barford she must not linger to be a cause of desperate quarrel between father and son, while her absence might soften down matters, so that either the rich old miller might relent, or, and her heart ached to think of the other possibility, Hugh's love might cool, and the dear playfellow of her childhood might learn to forget. If not, if Hugh were to be trusted in 1/10 of what he said, God might permit him to fulfil his resolve of coming to seek her out before many years were out. It was all in God's hands, and that was best, thought Lois Barclay. She was roused out of her trance of recollections by Captain Holderness, who, having done all that was necessary in the way of orders and directions to his mate, now came up to her, and praising her for her quiet patience, he told her that he would now take her to the Widow Smith's, a decent kind of house, where he and many other sailors of the better order were in the habit of lodging during their stay on the New England shores. Widow Smith, he said, had a parlour for herself and her daughters, in which Lois might sit, while he went about the business that he had before told her would detain him in Boston for a day or two, before he could accompany her to her uncle's at Salem. All this had been to a certain degree arranged on shipboard, but Captain Holderness, for want of anything else that he could think of to talk about, recapitulated it as he and Lois walked along. It was his way of showing sympathy with the emotion that made her grey eyes full of tears as she started up from the pier at the sound of his voice. In his heart he said, "Poor wench! Poor wench! It is a strange land to her, and they are all strange folks, and I reckon she will be feeling desolate. I'll try and cheer her up." So he talked on about hard facts connected with the life that lay before her, until they reached Widow Smith's. And perhaps Lois was more brightened by this style of conversation and the new ideas it presented to her than she would have been by the tenderest woman's sympathy. "They're a queer set, these New Englanders," said Captain Holderness. "They are rare chaps for praying, down on their knees at every turn of their life. Folk are none so busy in a new country, else they would have to pray like me, with a yo-hoy on each side of my prayers, and a rope cutting like fire through my hand. Yon pilot was for calling us all to thanksgiving for a good voyage and lucky escape from the pirates. But, I said, I always put up my thanks on dry land after I had got my ship into harbour. The French colonists, too, are vowing vengeance for the expedition against Canada, and the people here are raging like heathens, at least as like as godly folk can be, for the loss of their charter. All that is the news the pilot told me. For all he wanted us to be thanksgiving instead of casting the lead, he was as down in the mouth as could be about the state of the country. But here we are at Widow Smith's. Now cheer up and show the godly a pretty smiling Warwickshire lass." Anybody would have smiled at Widow Smith's greeting. She was a comely, motherly woman, dressed in the primmest fashion in vogue 20 years before in England, among the class to which she belonged. But somehow her pleasant face gave the lie to her dress. Were it as brown and sober-coloured as could be, folk remembered it bright and cheerful, because it was a part of Widow Smith herself. She kissed Lois on both cheeks before she rightly understood who the stranger maiden was, only because she was a stranger and looked sad and forlorn, and then she kissed her again, because Captain Holderness commended her to the widow's good offices. And so she led Lois by the hand into her rough, substantial log-house, over the door of which hung a great bough of a tree, by way of sign of entertainment for man and horse. Yet not all men were received by Widow Smith. To some she could be as cold and reserved as need be, deaf to all inquiries save one: where else could they find accommodation? To this question she would give a ready answer, and speed the unwelcome guest on his way. Widow Smith was guided in these matters by instinct. One glance at a man's face told her whether or not she chose to have him as an inmate of the same house as her daughters, and her promptness of decision in these matters gave her manner a kind of authority which no one liked to disobey, especially as she had stalwart neighbours within call to back her, if her assumed deafness in the first instance, and her voice and gesture in the second, were not enough to give the would-be guest his dismissal. Widow Smith chose her customers merely by their physical aspect, not one whit with regard to their apparent worldly circumstances. Those who had been staying at her house once always came again, for she had the knack of making everyone beneath her roof comfortable and at his ease. Her daughters, Prudence and Hester, had somewhat of their mother's gifts, but not in such perfection. They reasoned a little upon a stranger's appearance, instead of knowing at the first moment whether they liked him or no. They noticed the indications of his clothes, the quality and cut thereof, as telling somewhat of his station in society. They were more reserved. They hesitated more than their mother. They had not her prompt authority, her happy power. Their bread was not so light. Their cream went sometimes to sleep when it should have been turning into butter. Their hams were not always just like the hams of the old country, as their mothers were invariably pronounced to be. Yet they were good, orderly, kindly girls, and rose and greeted Lois with a friendly shake of the hand, as their mother, with her arm around the stranger's waist, led her into the private room which she called her parlour. The aspect of this room was strange in the English girl's eyes. The logs of which the house was built showed here and there through the mud plaster, although before both plaster and logs were hung the skins of many curious animals, skins presented to the widow by many a trader of her acquaintance, just as her sailor guests brought her another description of gift: shells, strings of wampum beads, seabirds' eggs, and presents from the old country. The room was more like a small museum of natural history of these days than a parlour, and it had a strange, peculiar, but not unpleasant smell about it, neutralised in some degree by the smoke from the enormous trunk of pine wood which smouldered on the hearth. The instant their mother told them that Captain Holderness was in the outer room, the girls began putting away their spinning wheel and knitting needles, and preparing for a meal of some kind. What meal, Lois, sitting there and unconsciously watching, could hardly tell. First, dough was set to rise for cakes. Then came out of a corner cupboard, a present from England, an enormous square bottle of a cordial called Golden Wasser. Next, a mill for grinding chocolate, a rare, unusual treat anywhere at that time. Then a great Cheshire cheese. 3 venison steaks were cut ready for broiling, fat cold pork sliced up and treacle poured over it, a great pie something like a mince pie, but which the daughters spoke of with honour as the punkin pie, fresh and salt fish branded, oysters cooked in various ways. Lois wondered where would be the end of the provisions for hospitably receiving the strangers from the old country. At length everything was placed on the table, the hot food smoking, but all was cool, not to say cold, before Elder Hawkins, an old neighbour of much repute and standing, who had been invited in by Widow Smith to hear the news, had finished his grace, into which was embodied thanksgivings for the past and prayers for the future lives of every individual present, adapted to their several cases, as far as the elder could guess at them from appearances. This grace might not have ended so soon as it did, had it not been for the somewhat impatient drumming of his knife-handle on the table, with which Captain Holderness accompanied the latter half of the elder's words. When they first sat down to their meal, all were too hungry for much talking, but as their appetites diminished, their curiosity increased, and there was much to be told and heard on both sides. With all the English intelligence, Lois was, of course, well acquainted, but she listened with natural attention to all that was said about the new country, the new people among whom she had come to live. Her father had been a Jacobite, as the adherents of the Stuarts were beginning at this time to be called. His father, again, had been a follower of Archbishop Laud. So Lois had hitherto heard little of the conversation and seen little of the ways of the Puritans. Elder Hawkins was one of the strictest of the strict, and evidently his presence kept the 2 daughters of the house considerably in awe. But the widow herself was a privileged person. Her known goodness of heart, the effects of which had been experienced by many, gave her the liberty of speech which was tacitly denied to many, under penalty of being esteemed ungodly if they infringed certain conventional limits. And Captain Holderness and his mate spoke out their minds, let who would be present, so that on this first landing in New England, Lois was, as it were, gently let down into the midst of the Puritan peculiarities, and yet they were sufficient to make her feel very lonely and strange. The first subject of conversation was the present state of the colony. Lois soon found out that, although at the beginning she was not a little perplexed by the frequent reference to names of places which she naturally associated with the old country, Widow Smith was speaking. In county of Essex the folks are ordered to keep 4 scouts or companies of minute men, 6 persons in each company, to be on the lookout for the wild Indians who are forever stirring about in the woods, stealthy brutes as they are. I'm sure I got such a fright the first harvest time after I came over to New England. I go on dreaming, now near 20 years after Lothrop's business, of painted Indians, with their shaven scalps and their war streaks, lurking behind the trees, and coming nearer and nearer with their noiseless steps. Yes, broke in one of her daughters. And mother, don't you remember how Hannah Benson told us how her husband had cut down every tree near his house at Deerbrook, in order that no one might come near him under cover? And how one evening she was sitting in the twilight, when all her family were gone to bed, and her husband gone off to Plymouth on business, and she saw a log of wood, just like a trunk of a felled tree, lying in the shadow, and thought nothing of it, till, on looking again after a while after, she fancied it was come a bit nearer to the house, and how her heart turned sick with fright, and how she dared not stir at first, but looked again, and the shadow was deeper. But she could see that the log was nearer, so she ran in and bolted the door, and went up to where her eldest lad lay. It was Elijah, and he was but 16 then, but he rose up at his mother's words, and took his father's long duck gun down, and he tried the loading, and spoke for the first time to put up a prayer that God would give his aim good guidance, and went to a window that gave upon the side where the log lay, and fired, and no one dared to look what came of it, but all the household read the scriptures, and prayed the whole night long till morning came, and showed a long stream of blood lying on the grass close by the log, which the full sunlight showed to be no log at all, but just a red Indian covered with bark, and painted most skilfully, with his war-knife by his side. All were breathless with listening, though to most the story, or such like it, were familiar. Then another took up the tale of horror. And the pirates have been down at Marblehead since you were here, Captain Holderness. 'Twas only the last winter they landed. French Papist pirates, and the people kept close within their houses, for they knew not what would come of it. And they dragged folk ashore. There was one woman among those folk, prisoners from some vessel doubtless, and the pirates took them by force to the inland marsh. And the Marblehead folk kept still and quiet, every gun loaded, and every ear on the watch. But who knew but what the wild sea robbers might take a turn on land next? And in the dead of the night they heard a woman's loud and pitiful outcry from the marsh. Lord Jesu, have mercy on me, save me from the power of man, O Lord Jesu. And the blood of all who heard the cry ran cold with terror, till old Nance Hickson, who had been stone deaf and bedridden for years, stood up in the midst of the folk, all gathered together in her grandson's house, and said that as they, the dwellers in Marblehead, had not had brave hearts or faith enough to go and succour the helpless, that cry of a dying woman should be in their ears, and in their children's ears, till the end of the world. And Nance dropped down dead as soon as she had made an end of speaking, and the pirates set sail from Marblehead at morning dawn. But the folk there hear the cry still, shrill and pitiful from the waste marshes. Lord Jesu, have mercy on me, save me from the power of man, O Lord Jesu.
And by token, said Elder Hawkins' deep bass voice, speaking with the strong nasal twang of the Puritans, who, says Butler, blasphemed custard through the nose, godly Mr. Noyes ordained a fast at Marblehead, and preached a soul-stirring discourse on the words, Inasmuch as ye did it not unto the least of these little ones, ye did it not unto me. But it has been borne in upon me at times, when the whole vision of the pirates and the cry of the woman was not a device of Satan's to sift the Marblehead folk, and see what fruit their doctrine bore, and so to condemn them in the sight of the Lord. If it were so, the enemy had a great triumph, for assuredly it was no part of Christian men to leave a helpless woman unaided in her sore distress.
But, Elder, said Widow Smith, it was no vision. They were real living men who went ashore, men who broke down branches and left their footmarks on the ground.
As for that matter, Satan hath many powers, and if it be the day when he is permitted to go about like a roaring lion, he will not stick at trifles, but make his work complete. I tell you, many men are spiritual enemies in visible forms, permitted to roam about the waste places of the earth. I myself believe that these Red Indians are indeed the evil creatures of whom we read in Holy Scripture, and there is no doubt that they are in league with those abominable papists, the French people in Canada. I have heard tell that the French pay the Indians so much gold for every dozen scalps off Englishmen's heads."
"Pretty cheerful talk, this," said Captain Holderness to Lois, perceiving her blanched cheek and terror-stricken mien. "Thou art thinking that thou hadst better have stayed at Barford." "I'll answer for it, wench. But the devil is not so black as he is painted."
"Oh, there again," said Elder Hawkins. "The devil is painted. It hath been said so from old times. And are not these Indians painted, even like unto their father?"
"But is it all true?" asked Lois, aside, of Captain Holderness, letting the elder hold forth unheeded by her, although listened to, however, with the utmost reverence by the two daughters of the house. "My wench," said the old sailor, "thou hast come to a country where there are many perils, both from land and from sea. The Indians hate the white men. Whether other white men, meaning the French away to the north, have hounded on the savages, or whether the English have taken their lands and hunting grounds without due recompense, and so raised the cruel vengeance of the wild creatures, who knows? But it is true that it is not safe to go far into the woods, for fear of the lurking, painted savages. Nor has it been safe to build a dwelling far from a settlement. And it takes a brave heart to make a journey from one town to another, and folk do say the Indian creatures rise up out of the very ground to waylay the English. And then others affirm that they are all in league with Satan to affright the Christians out of the heathen country over which he has reigned so long. Then again, the seashore is infested by pirates, the scum of all nations. They land and plunder, and ravage and burn and destroy. Folk get affrighted of the real dangers, and in their fright imagine perchance dangers that are not. But who knows? Holy Scripture speaks of witches and wizards, and the power of the evil one in desert places. And even in the old country we have heard tell of those who have sold their souls forever for the little power they get for a few years on earth." By this time the whole table was silent, listening to the captain. It was just one of those chance silences that sometimes occur without any apparent reason, and often without any apparent consequence. But all present had reason, before many months had passed over, to remember the words which Lois spoke in answer, although her voice was low, and she only thought, in the interest of the moment, of being heard by her old friend the captain. "They are fearful creatures, the witches, and yet I am sorry for the poor old women, whilst I dread them. We had one in Barford when I was a little child. No one knew whence she came, but she settled herself down in a mud hut by the common side, and there she lived, she and her cat." At the mention of the cat, Elder Hawkins shook his head long and gloomily. No one knew how she lived, if it were not on nettles and scraps of oatmeal and such like food, given her more for fear than for pity. She went double, always talking and muttering to herself. Folk said she snared birds and rabbits in the thicket that came down to her hovel. How it came to pass I cannot say, but many a one fell sick in the village, and much cattle died one spring when I was about 4 years old. I never heard much about it, for my father said it was ill talking about such things. I only know I got a sick fright one afternoon, when the maid had gone out for milk and taken me with her, and we were passing a meadow where the Avon, circling, makes a deep round pool, and there was a crowd of folk, all still, and a still, breathless crowd makes the heart beat worse than a shouting, noisy one. They were all gazing towards the water, and the maid held me up in her arms to see the sight above the shoulders of the people. And I saw old Hannah in the water, her grey hair all streaming down her shoulders, and her face bloody and black with the stones and the mud they had been throwing at her, and her cat tied round her neck. I hid my face, I know, as soon as I saw the fearsome sight, for her eyes met mine, as they were glaring with fury, poor, helpless, baited creature, and she caught the sight of me and cried out, Parson's wench, yonder, in thy nurse's arms! Thy dad hath never tried for to save me, and none shall save thee when thou art brought up for a witch." Oh, the words rang in my ears when I was dropping asleep. For years after, I used to dream that I was in that pond, all men hating me with their eyes because I was a witch. And at times her black cat used to seem living again and say over those dreadful words." Lois stopped. The two daughters looked at her excitement with a kind of shrinking surprise, for the tears were in her eyes. Elder Hawkins shook his head and muttered texts from Scripture, but cheerful Widow Smith, not liking the gloomy turn of the conversation, tried to give it a lighter cast by saying, "And I don't doubt but what the parson's bonny lass has bewitched many a one since, with her dimples and her pleasant ways. Captain Holderness? It's you must tell us tales of this young lass's doings in England." "Aye, aye," said the captain. "There's one under her charms in Warwickshire who will never get the better of it, I'm thinking." Elder Hawkins rose to speak. He stood leaning on his hands, which were placed on the table. "Brethren," said he, "I must upbraid you if ye speak lightly. Charms and witchcraft are evil things. I trust this maiden hath had nothing to do with them, even in thought, but my mind misgives me at her story. The hellish witch might have power from Satan to infect her mind, she being yet a child with the deadly sin. Instead of vain talking, I call upon you all to join with me in prayer for this stranger in our land, that her heart may be purged from all iniquity. Let us pray." "Come, there's no harm in that," said the captain. "But, Elder Hawkins, when you're at work, just pray for us all, for I'm afeard there be some of us need purging from iniquity a good deal more than Lois Barclay, and a prayer for a man never does mischief." Captain Holderness had business in Boston which detained him there for a couple of days, and during that time Lois remained with the Widow Smith, seeing what was to be seen of the new land that contained her future home. The letter of her dying mother was sent off to Salem, meanwhile, by a traveller going thither, in order to prepare her uncle Ralph Hickson for his niece's coming as soon as Captain Holderness could find leisure to take her, for he considered her given into his own personal charge until he could consign her to her uncle's care. When the time came for going to Salem, Lois felt very sad at leaving the kindly woman under whose roof she had been staying, and looked back as long as she could see anything of Widow Smith's dwelling. She was packed into a rough kind of country cart, which just held her and Captain Holderness beside the driver. There was a basket of provisions under their feet, and behind them hung a bag of provender for the horse, for it was a good day's journey to Salem, and the road was reputed so dangerous that it was ill tarrying a minute longer than necessary for refreshment. English roads were bad enough at that period, and for long after, but in America the way was simply the cleared ground of the forest, the stumps of the felled trees still remaining in the direct line, forming obstacles which it required the most careful driving to avoid. And in the hollows, where the ground was swampy, the pulpy nature of it was obviated by logs of wood laid across the boggy part. The deep green forest, tangled into heavy darkness, even thus early in the year, came within a few yards of the road all the way, although efforts were regularly made by the inhabitants of the neighbouring settlements to keep a certain space clear on each side for fear of the lurking Indians, who might otherwise come upon them unawares. The cries of strange birds, the unwonted colour of some of them, all suggested to the imaginative or unaccustomed traveller the idea of war-whoops and painted deadly enemies. But at last they drew near to Salem, which rivalled Boston in size in those days, and boasted the name of one or two streets, although to an English eye they looked rather more like irregularly built houses clustered round the meeting-house, or rather one of the meeting-houses, for a second was in process of building. The whole place was surrounded with two circles of stockades. Between the two were the gardens and grazing ground for those who dreaded their cattle straying into the woods, and the consequent danger of reclaiming them. The lad who drove them flogged his spent horse into a trot, as they went through Salem to Ralph Hickson's house. It was evening, the leisure time for the inhabitants, and their children were at play before the houses. Lois was struck by the beauty of one wee toddling child, and turned to look after it. It caught its little foot in a stump of wood, and fell with a cry that brought the mother out in a fright. As she ran out, her eye caught Lois's anxious gaze, although the noise of the heavy wheels drowned the sound of her words of inquiry as to the nature of the hurts the child had received. Nor had Lois time to think long upon the matter, for the instant after, the horse was pulled up at the door of a good, square, substantial wooden house, plastered over into a creamy white, perhaps as handsome a house as any in Salem. And there she was told by the driver that her uncle Ralph Hickson lived. In the flurry of the moment she did not notice, but Captain Holderness did, that no one came out at the unwonted sound of wheels to receive and welcome her. She was lifted down by the old sailor and led into a large room, almost like the hall of some English manor house as to size. A tall, gaunt young man of 3 or 24 sat on a bench by one of the windows, reading a great folio by the fading light of day. He did not rise when they came in, but looked at them with surprise, no gleam of intelligence coming into his stern, dark face. There was no woman in the house-place. Captain Holderness paused a moment, and then said, "Is this house Ralph Hickson's?" "It is," said the young man, in a slow, deep voice. But he added no word further. "This is his niece, Lois Berkeley," said the captain, taking the girl's arm and pushing her forwards. The young man looked at her steadily and gravely for a minute, then rose, and carefully marking the page in the folio, which hitherto had lain open upon his knee, said, still in the same heavy, indifferent manner, "I will call my mother, she will know." He opened a door which looked into a warm, bright kitchen, ruddy with the light of the fire, over which 3 women were apparently engaged in cooking something, while a 4th, an old Indian woman of a greenish-brown colour, shrivelled up and bent with apparent age, moved backwards and forwards, evidently fetching the others the articles they required. "Mother," said the young man, and having arrested her attention, he pointed over his shoulder to the newly arrived strangers, and returned to the study of his book, from time to time, however, furtively examining Lois from beneath his dark, shaggy eyebrows. A tall, largely made woman, past middle life, came in from the kitchen, and stood reconnoitring the strangers. Captain Holderness spoke. "This is Lois Berkeley, Master Ralph Hickson's niece." "I know nothing of her," said the mistress of the house in a deep voice, almost as masculine as her son's. "Master Hickson received his sister's letter, did he not? I sent it off myself by a lad named Elias Wellbeloved, who left Boston for this place yestermorning. Ralph Hickson has received no such letter. He lies bedridden in the chamber beyond. Any letters for him must come through my hands, wherefore I can affirm with certainty that no such letter has been delivered here. His sister Berkeley, she that was Henrietta Hickson, and whose husband took the oaths to Charles Stuart and stuck by his living when all godly men left theirs." Lois, who had thought her heart was dead and cold a minute before at the ungracious reception she had met with, felt words come up into her mouth at the implied insult to her father, and spoke out, to her own and the captain's astonishment. "They might be godly men who left their churches on that day of which you speak, madam, but they alone were not the godly men, and no one has a right to limit true godliness for mere opinion's sake." "Well said, lass," spoke out the captain, looking round upon her with a kind of admiring wonder, and patting her on the back. Lois and her aunt gazed into each other's eyes unflinchingly for a minute or two of silence, but the girl felt her colour coming and going, while the elder woman's never varied, and the eyes of the young maiden were filling fast with tears, while those of Grace Hickson kept on their stare, dry and unwavering. "Mother," said the young man, rising up with a quicker motion than anyone had yet used in this house, It is ill speaking of such matters when my cousin comes first among us. The Lord may give her grace hereafter, but he has travelled from Boston City to-day, and she and this seafaring man must need rest and food." He did not attend to see the effect of his words, but sat down again, and seemed to be absorbed in his book in an instant. Perhaps he knew that his word was law with his grim mother, for he had hardly ceased speaking before she had pointed to a wooden settle, and smoothing the lines on her countenance, she said, "What Manasseh says is true. Sit down here while I bid Faith and Natty get food ready, and meanwhile I will go tell my husband that one who calls herself his sister's child is come over to pay him a visit." She went to the door leading into the kitchen, and gave some directions to the elder girl, whom Lois now knew to be the daughter of the house. Faith stood impassive, while her mother spoke, scarcely caring to look at the newly arrived strangers. She was like her brother Manasseh in complexion, but had handsomer features, and large mysterious-looking eyes, as Lois saw, when once she lifted them up, and took in, as it were, the aspect of the sea captain and her cousin, with one swift searching look. About the stiff, tall, angular mother, and the scarce less pliant figure of the daughter, a girl of 12 years old or thereabouts, played all manner of impish antics, unheeded by them, as if it were her accustomed habit to peep about, now under their arms, now at this side, now at that, making grimaces all the while at Lois and Captain Holderness, who sat facing the door, weary and somewhat disheartened by their reception. The captain pulled out tobacco and began to chew it by way of consolation, but in a moment or two his usual elasticity of spirit came to his rescue, and he said in a low voice to Lois, "That scoundrel Elias, I will give it him. If the letter had but been delivered, thou wouldst have had a different kind of welcome. But as soon as I have had some victuals, I will go out and find the lad, and bring back the letter, and that will make all right, my wench. Nay, don't be downhearted, for I cannot stand women's tears. Thou art just worn out with the shaking and want of food." Lois brushed away her tears, and looking round to try and divert her thoughts by fixing them on present objects, she caught her cousin Manasseh's deep-set eyes, furtively watching her. It was with no unfriendly gaze, yet it made Lois uncomfortable, particularly as he did not withdraw his looks, after he must have seen that she observed him. She was glad when her aunt called her into an inner room to see her uncle, and she escaped from the steady observance of her gloomy, silent cousin. Ralph Hickson was much older than his wife, and his illness made him look older still. He had never had the force of character that Grace, his spouse, possessed, and age and indisposition had now rendered him almost childish at times. But his nature was affectionate, and stretching out his trembling arms from where he lay bedridden, he gave Lois an unhesitating welcome, never waiting for the confirmation of the missing letter before he acknowledged her to be his niece. "Oh, 'tis kind in thee to come all across the sea, to make acquaintance with thine uncle. Kind in Sister Berkeley to spare thee." Lois had to tell him that there was no one living to miss her at home in England, that in fact she had no home in England, no father nor mother left upon the earth, and that she had been bidden by her mother's last words to seek him out and ask him for a home. Her words came up, half choked from a heavy heart, and his dulled wits could not take their meaning in without several repetitions. And then he cried like a child, rather at his own loss of a sister, whom he had not seen for more than 20 years, than at that of the orphans standing before him, trying hard not to cry, but to start bravely in this new strange home. What most of all helped Lois in her self-restraint was her aunt's unsympathetic look. Born and bred in New England, Grace Hickson had a kind of jealous dislike to her husband's English relations, which had increased, since of late years his weakened mind yearned after them, and he forgot the good reason he had for his self-exile, and moaned over the decision which had led to it, as the great mistake of his life. "Come," said she, "it strikes me that in all this sorrow for the loss of one who died full of years, ye are forgetting in whose hands life and death are." True words, but ill spoken at that time. Lois looked up at her with a scarcely disguised indignation, which increased as she heard the contemptuous tone in which her aunt went on talking to Elias Hickson, even while she was arranging his bed with a regard to his greater comfort. "One would think thou wert a godless man, by the moan thou art always making over spilt milk, and truth is, thou art but childish in thine old age. When we were wed, thou left all things to the Lord. I would never have married thee else." "Nay, lass," said she, catching the expression on Lois's face, "thou art never going to browbeat me with thine angry looks. I do my duty as I read it, and there is never a man in Salem that dare speak a word to Grace Hickson about either her works or her faith. Godly Mr. Cotton Mather hath said that even he might learn of me, and I would advise thee rather to humble thyself and see if the Lord may not convert thee from thy ways, since he has sent thee to dwell, as it were, in Zion, where the precious dew falls daily on Aaron's beard." Lois felt ashamed and sorry to find that her aunt had so truly interpreted the momentary expression of her features. She blamed herself a little for the feeling that had caused that expression, trying to think how much her aunt might have been troubled with something before the unexpected irruption of the strangers, and again hoping that the remembrance of this little misunderstanding would soon pass away. So she endeavoured to reassure herself, and not to give way at her uncle's tender, trembling pressure of her hand, as, at her aunt's bidding, she wished him good night, and returned into the outer, or keeping room, where all the family were now assembled, ready for the meal of flour cakes and venison steaks, which Natty, the Indian servant, was bringing in from the kitchen. No one seemed to have been speaking to Captain Holderness while Lois had been away. Manasseh sat quiet and silent where he did, with the book open upon his knee, his eyes thoughtfully fixed on vacancy, as or dreamed dreams. Faith stood by the table, lazily directing Natty in her preparations, and Prudence lolled against the door-frame, between kitchen and keeping-room, playing tricks on the old Indian woman as she passed backwards and forwards, till Natty appeared to be in a strong state of expressed irritation, which she tried in vain to repress, as whenever she showed any sign of it, Prudence only seemed excited to greater mischief. When all was ready, Manasseh lifted his right hand and asked a blessing, as it was termed, but the grace became a long prayer for abstract spiritual blessings, for strength to combat Satan and to quench his fiery darts, and at length assumed, so Lois thought, a purely personal character, as if the young man had forgotten the occasion, and even the people present, but was searching into the nature of the diseases that beset his own sick soul, and spreading them out before the Lord. He was brought back by a pluck at the coat from Prudence. He opened his shut eyes, cast an angry glance at the child, who made a face at him for all reply, and then he sat down, and they all fell to. Grace Hickson would have thought her hospitality sadly at fault if she had allowed Captain Holderness to go out in search of a bed. Skins were spread for him on the floor of the keeping-room. A Bible and a square bottle of spirits were placed on the table to supply his wants during the night, and in spite of all the cares and troubles, temptations or sins of the members of that household, they were all asleep before the town clock struck 10. In the morning, the captain's first care was to go out in search of the boy Elias and the missing letter. He met the boy bringing it with an easy conscience, for, thought Elias, a few hours sooner or later will make no difference. Tonight or the morrow morning will be all the same. But he was startled into a sense of wrongdoing by a sound box on the ears from the very man who had charged him to deliver it speedily, and whom he believed to be at that very moment in Boston City. The letter delivered, or possible proof being given that Lois had a right to claim a home from her nearest relations, Captain Holderness thought it best to take leave. "Thou'lt take to them, lass, maybe, when there is no one here to make thee think on the old country. Nay, nay, parting is hard work at all times, and best gets hard work done out of hand. Keep up thine heart, my wench, and I'll come back and see thee next spring, if we are all spared till then, and who knows what fine young miller mayn't come with me. Don't go and get wed to a praying Puritan, meanwhile. There, there, I'm off. God bless thee." And Lois was left alone in New England. End of part the first. Part the second of Lois the Witch by Elizabeth Gaskell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was hard uphill work for Lois to win herself a place in this family. Her aunt was a woman of narrow, strong affections. Her love for her husband, if ever she had had any, was burnt out and dead long ago. What she did for him, she did from duty, but duty was not strong enough to restrain that little member, the tongue, and Lois's heart often bled at the continual flow of contemptuous reproof which Grace constantly addressed to her husband, even while she was sparing no pains or trouble to minister to his bodily ease and comfort. It was more as a relief to herself that she spoke in this way than with any desire that her speeches should affect him, and he was too deadened by illness to feel hurt by them, or, it may be, the constant repetition of her sarcasms had made him indifferent. At any rate, so that he had his food and his state of bodily warmth attended to, he very seldom seemed to care much for anything else. Even his first flow of affection towards Lois was soon exhausted. He cared for her because she arranged his pillows well and skilfully, and because she could prepare new and dainty kinds of food for his sick appetite, but no longer for her as his dead sister's child. Still, he did care for her, and Lois was too glad of this little hoard of affection to examine how or why it was given. To him she could give pleasure, but apparently to no one else in that household. Her aunt looked askance at her for many reasons. The first coming of Lois to Salem was inopportune. The expression of disapprobation on her face on that evening still lingered and rankled in Grace's memory. Early prejudices and feelings and prepossessions of the English girl were all on the side of what would now be called church and state, what was then esteemed in that country a superstitious observance of the directions of a papish rubric and a servile regard for the family of an oppressing and irreligious king. Nor is it to be supposed that Lois did not feel, and feel acutely, the want of sympathy that all those with whom she was now living manifested towards the old hereditary loyalty, religious as well as political loyalty, in which she had been brought up. With her aunt and Manasseh, it was more than want of sympathy. It was positive, active antipathy to all the ideas Lois held most dear. The very allusion, however incidentally made, to the little old grey church at Barford, where her father had preached so long, the occasional reference to the troubles in which her own country had been distracted when she left, and the adherence in which she had been brought up to the notion that the king could do no wrong, seemed to irritate Manasseh past endurance. He would get up from his reading, his constant employment when at home, and walk angrily about the room after Lois had said anything of this kind, muttering to himself, and once he had even stopped before her, and in a passionate tone bade her not talk so like a fool. Now all this was very different to his mother's sarcastic, contemptuous way of treating all poor Lois's little loyal speeches. Grace would lead her on, at least she did at first, till experience made Lois wiser, to express her thoughts on such subjects, till just when the girl's heart was opening, her aunt would turn round upon her with some bitter sneer that roused all the evil feelings in Lois's disposition by its sting. Now Manasseh seemed, through all his anger, to be so really grieved by what he considered her error, that he went much nearer to convincing her that there might be two sides to a question. Only this was a view that it was like treachery to her dead father's memory to entertain. Somehow Lois felt instinctively that Manasseh was really friendly towards her. He was little in the house. There was farming and some kind of mercantile business to be transacted by him, as real head of the house. And as the season drew on, he went shooting and hunting in the surrounding forests, with a daring which caused his mother to warn and reprove him in private, although to the neighbours she boasted largely of her son's courage and disregard of danger. Lois did not often walk out for the mere sake of walking. There was generally some household errand to be transacted when any of the women of the family went out. But once or twice she had caught glimpses of the dreary dark wood hemming in the cleared land on all sides, the great wood with its perpetual movement of branch and bough, and its solemn wail that came into the very streets of Salem when certain winds blew, bearing the sound of the pine trees clear upon the ears that had leisure to listen. And from all accounts, this old forest, girdling round the settlement, was full of dreaded and mysterious beasts, and still more to be dreaded Indians, stealing in and out among the shadows, intent on bloody schemes against the Christian people, panther-streaked, shaven Indians in league by their own confession, as well as by the popular belief, with evil powers. Natty, the old Indian servant, would occasionally make Lois's blood run cold, as she and Faith and Prudence listened to the wild stories she told them of the wizards of her race. It was often in the kitchen, in the darkening evening, while some cooking process was going on, that the old Indian crone, sitting on her haunches by the bright red wood embers which sent up no flame, but a lurid light reversing the shadows of all the faces around, told her weird stories while they were awaiting the rising of the dough, perchance out of which the household bread had to be made. There ran through them always a ghastly, unexpressed suggestion of some human sacrifice being needed to complete the success of any incantation to the evil one. And the poor old creature, herself believing and shuddering as she narrated her tale in broken English, took a strange unconscious pleasure in her power over her hearers, young girls of the oppressing race, which had brought her down into a state little differing from slavery, and reduced her people to outcasts on the hunting grounds which had belonged to her ancestors. After such tales it required no small effort on Lois's part to go out at her aunt's command into the common pasture round the town and bring the cattle home at night. Who knew but what the double-headed snake might start up from each blackberry bush, that wicked, cunning, accursed creature in the service of the Indian wizards, that had such power over all those white maidens who met the eyes placed at either end of his long, sinuous, creeping body, so that loathe him, loathe the Indian race as they would, off they must go into the forest to seek out some Indian man, and must beg to be taken into his wigwam, abjuring faith and race for ever. Or there were spells, so Natty said, hidden about the ground by the wizards, which changed that person's nature who found them, that, gentle and loving as they might have been before, thereafter they took no pleasure but in the cruel torments of others, and had a strange power given to them of causing such torments at their will. Once Natty, speaking low to Lois, who was alone with her in the kitchen, whispered out her terrified belief that such a spell had Prudence found, and when the Indian showed her arms to Lois, all pinched black and blue by the impish child, the English girl began to be afraid of her cousin as of one possessed. But it was not Natty alone, nor young imaginative girls alone, that believed in these stories. We can afford to smile at them now, but our English ancestors entertained superstitions of much the same character at the same period and with less excuse, as the circumstances surrounding them were better known, and consequently more explicable by common sense, than the real mysteries of the deep untrodden forests of New England. The gravest divines not only believed stories similar to that of the double-headed serpent and other tales of witchcraft, but they made such narrations the subjects of preaching and prayer, and as cowardice makes us all cruel, men who were blameless in many of their relations of life, and even praiseworthy in some, became, from superstition, cruel persecutors about this time, showing no mercy towards anyone whom they believed to be in league with the evil one. Faith was the person with whom the English girl was the most intimately associated in her uncle's house. The two were about the same age, and certain household employments were shared between them. They took it in turns to call in the cows, to make up the butter which had been churned by Hosea, a stiff old outdoor servant, in whom Grace Hickson placed great confidence. And each lassie had her great spinning wheel for wool and her lesser for flax. Before a month had elapsed after Lois's coming, Faith was a grave, silent person, never merry, sometimes very sad, though Lois was a long time in even guessing why. She would try in her sweet simple fashion to cheer her cousin up when the latter was depressed by telling her old stories of English ways and life. Occasionally Faith seemed to care to listen. Occasionally she did not heed one word, but dreamed on, whether of the past or the future, who could tell? Stern old ministers came in to pay their pastoral visits. On such occasions Grace Hickson would put on a clean apron and clean cap, and make them more welcome than she was ever seen to do anyone else, bringing out the best provisions of her store, and setting of all before them. Also the great Bible was brought forth, and Hosea and Natty summoned from their work to listen, while the minister read a chapter, and as he read, expounded it at considerable length. After this all knelt, while he, standing, lifted up his right hand, and prayed for all possible combinations of Christian men, for all possible cases of spiritual need, and lastly, taking the individuals before him, a very personal supplication for each, according to his notion of their wants. At first Lois wondered at the aptitude of one or two of his prayers of this description to the outward circumstances of each case, but when she perceived that her aunt had usually a pretty long confidential conversation with the minister in the early part of his visit, she became aware that he received both his impressions and his knowledge through the medium of that godly woman, Grace Hickson. And I am afraid she paid less regard to the prayer for the maiden from another land, who hath brought the errors of that land as a seed with her, even across the great ocean, and who is letting even now the little seed shoot up into an evil tree, in which all unclean creatures may find shelter. "I like the prayers of our church better," said Lois one day to Faith. "No clergyman in England can pray his own words, and therefore it is that he cannot judge of others so as to fit his prayers to what he esteems to be their case, as Mr. Taphow did this morning." "I hate Mr. Taphow," said Faith shortly, a passionate flash of light coming out of her dark heavy eyes. "Why so, cousin? It seems to me as if he were a good man, although I like not his prayers." Faith only repeated her words, "I hate him." Lois was sorry for this strong bad feeling. Instinctively sorry, for she was loving herself, delighted in being loved, and felt a jar run through her at every sign of want of love in others. But she did not know what to say, and was silent at the time. Faith, too, went on turning her wheel with vehemence, but spoke never a word until her thread snapped, and then she pushed the wheel away hastily and left the room. Then Prudence crept softly up to Lois's side. This strange child seemed to be tossed about by varying moods. Today she was caressing and communicative. Tomorrow she might be deceitful, mocking, and so indifferent to the pain or sorrows of others that you could call her almost indignant. "So, thou dost not like Pastor Tappen's prayers?" she whispered. Lois was sorry to have been overheard, but she neither would nor could take back her words. "I like them not so well as the prayers I used to hear at home." Mother says thy home was with the ungodly. Nay, don't look at me so. It was not I that said it. I'm none so fond of praying myself, nor of Pastor Tappow for that matter. But Faith cannot abide him, and I know why. Shall I tell thee, cousin Lois? No, Faith did not tell me, and she was the right person to give her own reasons. Ask her where young Mr. Nolan is gone to, and thou wilt hear. I have seen Faith cry by the hour together about Mr. Nolan. Hush, child, hush, said Lois, for she heard Faith's approaching step, and feared lest she should overhear what they were saying. The truth was that a year or two before there had been a great struggle in Salem village, a great division in the religious body, and Pastor Tappan had been the leader of the more violent and ultimately the successful party. In consequence of this, the less popular minister, Mr. Nolan, had had to leave the place, and him Faith Hickson loved with all the strength of her passionate heart, although he never was aware of the attachment he had excited, and her own family were too regardless of manifestations of mere feeling to ever observe the signs of any emotion on Faith's part. But the old Indian servant Natty saw and observed them all. She knew, as well as if she had been told the reason, why Faith had lost all care about father or mother, brother and sister, about household work and daily occupation, nay, about the observances of religion as well. Natty read the meaning of the deep smouldering of Faith's dislike to Pastor Tappan aright. The Indian woman understood why the girl, whom alone of all the white people she loved, avoided the old minister, would hide in the wood stack sooner than be called in to listen to his exhortations and prayers. With savage, untutored people, it is not, love me, love my dog. They are often jealous of the creature beloved, but it is, whom thou hatest I will hate, and Natty's feeling towards Pastor Tappan was even an exaggeration of the mute, unspoken hatred of Faith. For a long time, the cause of her cousin's dislike and avoidance of the minister was a mystery to Lois, but the name of Nolan remained in her memory, whether she would or no, and it was more from girlish interest in a suspected love affair than from any indifferent and heartless curiosity that she could not help piecing together little speeches and actions with Faith's interest in the absent, banished minister for an explanatory cue, till not a doubt remained in her mind, and this without any further communication with Prudence, for Lois declined hearing any more on the subject from her, and so gave deep offence. Faith grew sadder and duller as the autumn drew on. She lost her appetite, her brown complexion became sallow and colourless, her dark eyes looked hollow and wild. The 1st of November was near at hand. Lois, in her instinctive, well-intentioned efforts to bring some life and cheerfulness into the monotonous household, had been telling Faith of many English customs, silly enough no doubt, and which scarcely lighted up a flicker of interest in the American girl's mind. The cousins were lying awake in their bed in the great unplastered room, which was in part storeroom, in part bedroom. Lois was full of sympathy for Faith that night. For long she had listened to her cousin's heavy, irrepressible sighs in silence. Faith sighed because her grief was of too old a date for violent emotion or crying. Lois listened without speaking in the dark, quiet night hours, for a long, long time. She kept quite still, because she thought such vent for sorrow might relieve her cousin's weary heart. But when at length, instead of lying motionless, Faith seemed to be growing restless, even to convulsive motions of her limbs, Lois began to speak, to talk about England and the dear old ways at home, without exciting much attention on Faith's part, until at length she fell upon the subject of Halloween, and told about customs then and long afterwards practised in England, and scarcely yet died out in Scotland. As she told of tricks she had often played, of the apple eaten facing a mirror, the dripping sheet, of the basins of water, of the nuts burning side by side, and many other such innocent ways of divination, by which laughing, trembling English maidens sought to see the form of their future husbands, if husbands they were to have. Then Faith listened breathlessly, asking short, eager questions, as if some ray of hope had entered into her gloomy heart. Lois went on speaking, telling her of all the stories that would confirm the truth of the second sight vouchsafed to all seekers in the accustomed methods, half believing, half incredulous herself, but desiring, above all things, to cheer up poor Faith. Suddenly Prudence rose up from her truckle-bed in the dim corner of the room. They had not thought that she was awake, but she had been listening long.
"Cousin Lois may go out and meet Satan by the brookside if she will, but if thou goest, Faith, I will tell my mother, aye, and I will tell Pastor Tappen too. Hold thy stories, Cousin Lois. I'm afeard of my very life. I would rather never be wed at all than feel the touch of the creature that would take the apple out of my hand as I held it over my left shoulder."
The excited girl gave a loud scream of terror at the image her fancy had conjured up. Faith and Lois sprang out towards her, flying across the moonlit room in their white nightgowns. At the same instant, summoned by the same cry, Grace Hickson came to her child. "Hush, hush," said Faith authoritatively. "What is it, my wench?" asked Grace, while Lois, feeling as if she had done all the mischief, kept silence.
Take her away, screamed Prudence. "Look over her shoulder, her left shoulder. The evil one is there now. I see him stretching over for the half-bitten apple."
"What is this she says?" said Grace austerely.
"She's dreaming," said Faith. "Prudence, hold thy tongue."
And she pinched the child severely, while Lois more tenderly tried to soothe the alarm she felt that she had conjured up.
"Be quiet, Prudence," said she, "and go to sleep. I will stay by thee till thou hast gone off into slumber." "No, no, go away," sobbed Prudence, who was really terrified at first, but was now assuming more alarm than she felt from the pleasure she received at perceiving herself the centre of attention. "Faith shall stay by me, not you, wicked English witch."
So Faith sat by her sister, and Grace, displeased and perplexed, withdrew to her own bed, purposing to inquire more into the matter in the morning. Lois only hoped it might all be forgotten by morning, and resolved never to talk again of such things. But an event happened in the remaining hours of the night to change the current of affairs. While Grace had been absent from her room, her husband had had another paralytic stroke. Whether he too had been alarmed by that eldritch scream, no one could ever know. By the faint light of the rush candle burning at the bedside, his wife perceived that a great change had taken place in his aspect on her return. The irregular breathing came almost like snorts. The end was drawing near. The family were roused, and all help given that either the doctor or experience could suggest. But before the late November morning light, all was ended for Ralph Hickson. The whole of the ensuing day they sat or moved in darkened rooms, and spoke few words, and those below their breath. Manasseh kept at home, regretting his father, no doubt, but showing but little emotion. Faith was the child that bewailed her loss most grievously. She had a warm heart, hidden away somewhere under her moody exterior, and her father had shown her far more passive kindness than ever her mother had done, for Grace made distinct favourites of Manasseh, her only son, and Prudence, her youngest child. Lois was about as unhappy as any of them, for she had felt strongly drawn towards her uncle as her kindest friend, and the sense of his loss renewed the old sorrow she had experienced at her own parents' death. But she had no time and no place to cry in. On her devolved many of the cares which it would have seemed indecorous in the nearer relations to interest themselves in enough to take an active part. The change required in their dress, the household preparations for the sad feast of the funeral, Lois had to arrange all under her aunt's stern direction. but a day or two afterwards, the last day before the funeral, she went into the yard to fetch in some faggots for the oven. It was a solemn, beautiful, starlit evening, and some sudden sense of desolation in the midst of the vast universe, thus revealed, touched Lois's heart, and she sat down behind the woodstack and cried very plentiful tears. She was startled by Manasseh, who suddenly turned the corner of the stack and stood before her. "Lois, crying?" "Only a little," she said, rising up and gathering her bundle of faggots, for she dreaded being questioned by her grim, impassive cousin. To her surprise, he laid his hand on her arm and said, "Stop 1 minute. Why art thou crying, cousin?" "I don't know," she said, just like a child questioned in like manner, and she was again on the point of weeping. "My father was very kind to thee, Lois. I do not wonder that thou grievest after him. But the Lord who takest away can restore tenfold. I will be as kind as my father, yea, kinder. This is not a time to talk of marriage and giving in marriage, but after we have buried our dead, I wish to speak to thee." Lois did not cry now, but she shrank with affright. What did her cousin mean? She would far rather that he had been angry with her for unreasonable grieving, for folly. She avoided him carefully as she could, without seeming to dread him, for the next few days. Sometimes she thought it must have been a bad dream, for if there had been no English lover in the case, no other man in the whole world, she could never have thought of Manasseh as her husband. Indeed, till now, there had been nothing in his words or actions to suggest such an idea. Now it had been suggested that there was no telling how much he loathed him. He might be good and pious, he doubtless was, but his dark fixed eyes moving so slowly and heavily, his lank black hair, his grey coarse skin, all made her dislike him now. All his personal ugliness and ungainliness struck on her senses with a jar since those few words spoken behind the haystack. She knew that sooner or later the time must come for further discussion of this subject, but like a coward she tried to put it off by clinging to her aunt's apron-string, for she was sure that Grace Hickson had far different views for her only son, as indeed she had, for she was an ambitious as well as a religious woman, and by an early purchase of land in Salem village, the Hicksons had become wealthy people without any great exertions of their own. Partly also by the silent process of accumulation, for they had never cared to change their manner of living from the time when it had been suitable to a far smaller income than that which they at present enjoyed. So much for worldly circumstances. As for their worldly character, it stood as high. No one could say a word against any of their habits or actions. Their righteousness and godliness was patent in everyone's eyes. So Grace Hickson thought herself entitled to pick and choose among the maidens before she should meet with one fitted to be Manasseh's wife. None in Salem came up to her imaginary standard. She had it in her mind, even at this very time, so soon after her husband's death, to go to Boston and take counsel with the leading ministers there, with worthy Mr. Cotton Mather at their head, if they could tell her of a well-favoured and godly young maiden in their congregations, worthy of being the wife of her son. But besides good looks and godliness, the wench must have good birth and good wealth, or Grace Hickson would have put her contemptuously on one side. When once this paragon was found, and the ministers had approved, Grace anticipated no difficulty on her son's part. So Lois was right in feeling that her aunt would dislike any speech of marriage between Manasseh and herself. But the girl was brought to bay one day in this wise. Manasseh had ridden forth on some business, which everyone said would occupy him the whole day, but meeting with the man with whom he had to transact his affairs, he returned earlier than anyone expected. He missed Lois from the keeping-room where his sisters were spinning almost immediately. His mother sat by at her knitting. He could see Natty in the kitchen through the open door. He was too reserved to ask where Lois was, but he quietly sought till he found her, in the great loft, already piled with winter stores of fruit and vegetables. Her aunt had sent her there to examine the apples one by one, and pick out such as were unsound for immediate use. She was stooping down and intent upon this work, and was hardly aware of his approach, until she lifted up her head and saw him standing close before her. She dropped the apple she was holding, went a little paler than her wont, and faced him in silence. "Lois," he said, "thou rememberest the words that I spoke while we yet mourned over my father. I think that I am called to marriage now as the head of this household, and I have seen no maiden so pleasant in my sight as thou art, Lois." He tried to take her hand, but she put it behind her with a childish shake of the head, and half crying said, "Please, cousin Manasseh, do not say this to me. I dare say you ought to be married, being the head of the household now, but I don't want to be married. I would rather not." "That is well spoken," replied he, frowning a little nevertheless. "I should not like to take to wife an over-forward maiden, ready to jump at wedlock. Besides, the congregation might talk if we were to be married too soon after my father's death. We have perchance said enough, even now, but I wish thee to have thy mind set at ease. As to thy future well-doing, thou wilt have leisure to think of it, and to bring thy mind more fully round to it." Again he held out his hand. This time she took hold of it with a free, frank gesture. "I owe you somewhat for your kindness to me ever since I came, cousin Manasseh, and I have no way of paying you but by telling you truly I can love you as a dear friend, if you will let me, but never as a wife." He flung her hand away, but did not take his eyes off her face, though his glance was lowering and gloomy. He muttered something which she did not quite hear, and so she went on bravely, although she kept trembling a little, and had much ado to keep from crying. "Please let me tell you all. There was a young man in Barford. Nay, Manasseh, I cannot speak if you are so angry. It is hard work to tell you anyhow. He said that he wanted to marry me, but I was poor, and his father would have none of it. And I do not want to marry anyone, but if I did, it would be—" Her voice dropped, and her blushes told the rest. Manasseh stood looking at her with sullen, hollow eyes that had a gathering touch of wildness in them. And then he said, "It is borne in upon me, verily I see it as in a vision, that thou must be my spouse and no other man's. Thou canst not escape what is foredoomed. Months ago, when I set myself to read the old godly books in which my soul used to delight until thy coming, I saw no letters of printer's ink marked on the page, but I saw a gold and ruddy type of some unknown language, the meaning whereof was whispered into my soul. It was, 'Marry Lois, marry Lois.' And when my father died, I knew it was the beginning of the end. It is the Lord's will, Lois, and thou canst not escape from it." And again he would have taken her hand and drawn her towards him, but this time she eluded him with ready movement. "I do not acknowledge it to be the Lord's will, Manasseh," said she. "It is not borne in upon me, as you Puritans call it, that I am to be your wife. I am none so set upon wedlock as to take you, even though there be no other chance for me. For I do not care for you as I ought to care for my husband, but I could have cared for you very much as a cousin, as a kind cousin." She stopped speaking. She could not choose the right words with which to speak to him of her gratitude and friendliness, which yet could never be any feeling nearer and dearer, no more than two parallel lines can ever meet. But he was so convinced by what he considered the spirit of prophecy that Lois was to be his wife, that he felt rather more indignant at what he considered to be her resistance to the preordained decree than really anxious as to the result. Again he tried to convince her that neither he nor she had any choice in the matter, by saying, "The voice said unto me, 'Marry Lois,' and I said, 'I will, Lord.'" "But," Lois replied, "the voice, as you call it, has never spoken such a word to me." "Lois," he answered solemnly, "it will speak, and then wilt thou obey.
even as Samuel did?"
"No, indeed I cannot," she answered briskly. "I may take a dream to be truth, and hear my own fancies if I think about them too long, but I cannot marry anyone from obedience."
"Lois, Lois, thou art as yet unregenerate, but I have seen thee in a vision as one of the elect, robed in white, and yet thy faith is too weak for thee to obey meekly. But it shall not always be so. I will pray that thou mayest see thy preordained course. Meanwhile, I will smooth away all worldly obstacles."
"Cousin Manasseh! Cousin Manasseh!" cried Lois after him as he was leaving the room. "Come back! I cannot put it in strong enough words. Manasseh, there is no power in heaven or earth that can make me love thee enough to marry thee, or to wed thee without such love. And this I say solemnly, because it is better that this should end at once." For a moment he was staggered. Then he lifted up his hands and said,
"God forgive thee thy blasphemy. Remember Hazael, who said, 'Is thy servant a dog that he should do such things?' and went straight and did them, because his evil courses were fixed and appointed for him before the foundation of the world. And shall not thy paths be laid out among the godly, as it hath been foretold to me?"
He went away, and for a minute or two Lois felt as if his words must come true, and that struggle as she would, hate her doom as she would, she must become his wife, and under the circumstances many a girl would have succumbed to her apparent fate. Isolated from all previous connections, hearing no word from England, living in the heavy monotonous routine of a family, with one man for head, and this man being esteemed a hero by most of those around him, simply because he was the only man in the family. These facts alone would have formed strong presumptions that most girls would have yielded to the offers of such a one. But, besides this, there was much to tell upon the imagination in those days, that place and time. It was prevalently believed that there were manifestations of spiritual influence, of the direct influence of both good and bad spirits, constantly to be perceived in the direct course of men's lives. Lots were drawn as guidance from the Lord, the Bible was opened, and the leaves allowed to fall apart, and the first text the eye fell upon was supposed to be appointed from above as a direction. Sounds were heard that could not be accounted for. They were made by the evil spirits not yet banished from the desert places of which they had so long held possession. Sights inexplicable and mysterious were dimly seen. Satan, in some shape, seeking whom he might devour. And at the beginning of the long winter season, such whispered tales, such old temptations and hauntings, and devilish terrors were supposed to be peculiarly rife. Salem was, as it were, showed up and left to prey upon itself. The long dark evenings, the dimly lighted rooms, the creaking passages, where heterogeneous articles were piled away out of reach of the keen-piercing frost, and where, occasionally, in the dead of night, a sound was heard, as of some heavy falling body, when, next morning, everything appeared to be in its right place. So accustomed are we to measure noises by comparison with themselves, and not with the absolute stillness of the night season. The white mist coming nearer and nearer to the windows every evening in strange shapes like phantoms. All these and many other circumstances, such as the distant fall of mighty trees in the mysterious forests girdling them round, the faint whoop and cry of some Indian seeking his camp, and unwittingly nearer to the white men's settlement than either he or they would have liked, could they have chosen, the hungry yells of the wild beast drawing near to the cattle pens. These were the things which made that winter life in Salem, in the memorable time of 1691 to 1692, seem strange and haunted and terrific to many, peculiarly weird and awful to the English girl in her first year's sojourn in America. And now imagine Lois worked upon perpetually by Manasseh's conviction that it was decreed that she should be his wife. and you will see that she was not without courage and spirit to resist as she did, steadily, firmly, and yet sweetly. Take one instance of the many, when her nerves were subjected to a shock, slight in relation it is true, but then remember that she had been all day, and for many days, shut up indoors in a dull light, that at midday was almost dark with a long-continued snowstorm. Evening was coming on, and the wood fire was more cheerful than any of the human beings surrounding it. The monotonous whir of the smaller spinning wheels had been going on all day, and the store of flax downstairs was nearly exhausted, when Grace Hickson bade Lois fetch down some more from the storeroom, before the light so entirely waned away that it could not be found without a candle, and a candle it would be dangerous to carry into that apartment full of combustible materials, especially at this time of hard frost, when every drop of water was locked up and bound in icy hardness. So Lois went, half shrinking from the long passage that led to the stairs leading up to the storeroom, for it was in this passage that the strange night sounds were heard which everyone had begun to notice and speak about in lowered tones. She sang, however, as she went, to keep her courage up, sang, however, in a subdued voice the evening hymn she had so often sung in Barford Church, "Glory to thee, my God, this night." And so it was, I suppose, that she never heard the breathing or motion of any creature near her, till, just as she was loading herself with flax to carry down, she heard someone, it was Manasseh, say close to her ears, "Has the voice spoken yet? Speak, Lois. Has the voice spoken yet to thee, that speakest to me day and night? Marry, Lois." She started and turned a little sick, but spoke almost directly in a brave, clear manner. "No, cousin Manasseh, and it never will." "Then I must wait yet longer," he replied hoarsely, as if to himself. "But all submission, all submission." At last a break came upon the monotony of the long dark winter. The parishioners once more raised the discussion of whether, the parish extending as it did, it was not absolutely necessary for Pastor Tappow to have help. This question had been mooted once before, and then Pastor Tappow had acquiesced in the necessity, and all had gone on smoothly for some months after the appointment of his assistant, until a feeling had sprung up on the part of the elder minister, which might have been called jealousy of the younger, if so godly man as Pastor Tappow could have been supposed to entertain so evil a passion. However that might be, two parties were speedily formed, the younger and more ardent being in favour of Mr. Nolan, the elder and more persistent, and at the time the more numerous, clinging to the old grey-headed dogmatic Mr. Tappow, who had married them, baptised their children, and was to them literally as a pillar of the church. So Mr. Nolan left Salem, carrying away with him, possibly, more hearts than that of Faith Hickson's, but certainly she had never been the same creature since. But now, Christmas 1691, one or two of the older members of the congregation being dead, and some who were younger men having come to settle in Salem, Mr. Tappow being also older, and, some charitably supposed, wiser, a fresh effort had been made, and Mr. Nolan was returning to labour in ground apparently smoothed over. Lois had taken a keen interest in all the proceedings for Faith's sake, far more than the latter did for herself, as any spectator would have said. Faith's wheel never went faster or slower, her thread never broke, her colour never came, her eyes were never uplifted with sudden interest, all the time these discussions respecting Mr. Nolan's return were going on. But Lois, after the hint given by Prudence, had found a clue to many a sigh and look of despairing sorrow, even without the help of Natty's improvised songs, in which, under strange allegories, the helpless love of her favourite was told to ears heedless of all meaning, with the exception of those of the tender-hearted and sympathetic Lois. Occasionally she heard a strange chant of the old Indian woman's, half in her own language, half in broken English, droned over some simmering pipkin, from which the smell was, to say the least, unearthly. Once, on perceiving this odour in the keeping-room, Grace Hickson suddenly exclaimed, "Natty is at her heathen ways again. We shall have some mischief unless she is stayed." But Faith, moving quicker than ordinary, said something about putting a stop to it, and so forestalled her mother's evident intention of going into the kitchen. Faith shut the door between the two rooms, and entered upon some remonstrance with Natty, but no one could hear the words used. Faith and Natty seemed more bound together by love and common interest than any other two among the self-contained individuals comprising this household. Lois sometimes felt as if her presence as a third interrupted some confidential talk between her cousin and the old servant. And yet she was fond of Faith, and could almost think that Faith liked her more than she did either mother, brother, or sister, for the first two were indifferent as to any unspoken feelings, while Prudence delighted in discovering them, only to make an amusement to herself out of them. One day Lois was sitting by herself at her sewing-table, while Faith and Natty were holding one of the secret conclaves from which Lois felt herself to be tacitly excluded, when the outer door opened, and a tall, pale young man, in the strict professional habit of a minister, entered. Lois sprang up with a smile and a look of welcome for Faith's sake, for this must be the Mr. Nolan whose name had been on the tongue of everyone for days, and who was, as Lois knew, expected to arrive on the day before. He seemed half surprised at the glad alacrity with which he was received by this stranger. Possibly he had not heard of the English girl, who was an inmate in the house where formerly he had only seen grave, solemn, rigid, or heavy faces, and had been received with a stiff form of welcome, very different from the blushing, smiling, dimpled looks that innocently met him with the greeting almost of an old acquaintance. Lois, having placed a chair for him, hastened out to call Faith, never doubting but that the feeling which her cousin entertained for the young pastor was mutual, although it might be unrecognised in its full depth by either. "Faith," said she, bright and breathless, "guess! No!" checking herself to an assumed unconsciousness of any particular importance likely to be affixed to her words. "Mr. Nolan, the new pastor, is in the keeping-room. He asked for my aunt and Manasseh. My aunt is gone to the prayer-meeting at Pastor Tappow's, and Manasseh is away." Lois went on speaking to give Faith time, for the girl had become deadly white at the intelligence, while, at the same time, her eyes met the keen, cunning eyes of the old Indian with a peculiar look of half-wondering awe, while Natty's looks expressed triumphant satisfaction. "Go," said Lois, smoothing Faith's hair, and kissing the white cold cheek, "or he will wonder why no one comes to see him, and perhaps think he is not welcome." Faith went without another word into the keeping-room, and shut the door of communication. Natty and Lois were left together. Lois felt as happy as if some piece of good fortune had befallen herself. For the time, her growing dread of Manasseh's wild, ominous persistence in his suit, her aunt's coldness, her own loneliness, were all forgotten, and she could almost have danced with joy. Natty laughed aloud, and talked and chuckled to herself. "Old Indian woman, great mystery. Old Indian woman sent hither and thither, go where she is told, where she hears with her ears. But old Indian woman," and here she drew herself up, and the expression of her face quite changed, "know how to call, and then white man must come, and old Indian have spoken never a word, and white man have hear nothing with his ears." So the old crone muttered. All this time things were going on very differently in the keeping-room to what Lois imagined. Faith sat stiller even than usual, her eyes downcast, her words few. A quick observer might have noticed a certain tremulousness about her hands, and an occasional twitching throughout all her frame. but Pastor Nolan was not a keen observer upon this occasion. He was absorbed with his own little wonders and perplexities. His wonder was that of a carnal man, who that pretty stranger might be, who had seemed on his first coming so glad to see him, but had vanished instantly, apparently not to reappear. And indeed, I am not sure if his perplexity was not that of a carnal man, rather than that of a godly minister, for this was his dilemma. It was the custom of Salem, as we have already seen, for the minister, on entering a household for the visit, which, among other people and in other times, would have been termed a morning call, to put up a prayer for the eternal welfare of the family under whose roof-tree he was. Now this prayer was expected to be adapted to the individual character, joys, sorrows, wants, and failings of every member present, and here was he, a young pastor alone with a young woman, and he thought, vain thoughts perhaps, but still very natural, that the implied guesses at her character, involved in the minute supplications above described, would be very awkward in a tete-a-tete prayer. So whether it was his wonder or his perplexity, I do not know, but he did not contribute much to the conversation for some time, and at last, by a sudden burst of courage and impromptu hit, he cut the Gordian knot by making the usual proposal for prayer, and adding to it a request that the household might be summoned. In came Lois, quiet and decorous. In came Natty, all one, impassive, stiff piece of wood. No look of intelligence or trace of giggling near her countenance. Solemnly, recalling each wandering thought, Pastor Nolan knelt in the midst of these three to pray. He was a good and truly religious man, whose name here is the only thing disguised, and played his part bravely in the awful trial to which he was afterwards subjected. And if at the time before he went through his fiery persecutions, the human fancies which beset all young hearts came across him, we, at this day, know that these fancies are no sin. But now he prays in earnest, prays so heartily for himself of his own spiritual need and spiritual failings, that each one of his hearers feels as if a prayer and a supplication had gone up for each of them. Even Natty muttered the few words she knew, the Lord's Prayer. Gibberish though the disjointed nouns and verbs might be, the poor creature said them because she was stirred to unwonted reverence. As for Lois, she rose up comforted and strengthened, as no special prayers of Pastor Taphow had ever made her feel. But Faith was sobbing aloud, almost hysterically, and made no effort to rise, but lay on her outstretched hands, spread out upon the settle. Lois and Pastor Nolan looked at each other for an instant. Then Lois said, "Sir, you must go. My cousin has not been strong for some time, and doubtless she needs more quiet than she has had today." Pastor Nolan bowed and left the house, but in a moment he returned. Half opening the door, but without entering, he said, "I come back to ask if perchance I may call this evening to inquire how young Mistress Hickson finds herself." But Faith did not hear this. She was sobbing louder than ever. "Why did you send him away, Lois? I should have been better directly, and it is so long since I have seen him." She had her face hidden as she uttered these words, and Lois could not hear them distinctly. She bent her head down by her cousin's on the settle, meaning to ask her to repeat what she had said, but in the irritation of the moment, and prompted possibly by some incipient jealousy, Faith pushed Lois away so violently that the latter was hurt against the hard, sharp corner of the wooden settle. Tears came into her eyes, not so much because her cheek was bruised, as because of the surprised pain she felt at this repulse from the cousin towards whom she was feeling so warmly and kindly. Just for the moment, Lois was as angry as any child could have been, but some of the words of Pastor Nolan's prayer yet rang in her ears, and she thought it would be a shame if she did not let them sink into her heart. But she dared not stoop again to caress Faith, but stood quietly by her, sorrowfully waiting until a step at the outer door caused Faith to rise quickly and rush into the kitchen. leaving Lois to bear the brunt of the newcomer. It was Manasseh, returned from hunting. He had been 2 days away in company with other young men out of Salem. It was almost the only occupation which could draw him out of his secluded habits. He stopped suddenly at the door at seeing Lois, and alone, for she had avoided him of late in every possible way. "Where's my mother?" "At a prayer meeting at Pastor Taphouse. She has taken Prudence. Faith has left the room this minute. I will call her." And Lois was going towards the kitchen when he placed himself between her and the door. "Lois," said he, "the time is going by, and I can't wait much longer. The visions come thick upon me, and my sight grows clearer and clearer. Only this last night, camping out in the woods, I saw my soul between sleeping and waking, the spirit come and offer thee 2 lots, and the colour of the one was white, like a bride's, and the other was black and red, which is being interpreted a violent death. And when thou didst choose the latter, the spirit said unto me, Come, and I came, and did as I was bidden. I put it on thee with mine own hands, as it is preordained if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice and be my wife. And when the black and red dress fell to the ground, thou wert even as a corpse 3 days old. Now, he advised, Lois in time. Lois, my cousin, I have seen it in a vision, and my soul cleaveth unto thee. I would fain spare thee." He really was in earnest, in passionate earnest. Whatever his visions, as he called them, might be, he believed in them, and this belief gave something of unselfishness to his love for Lois. This she felt at this moment, if she had never done so before, and it seemed like a contrast to the repulse she had just met with from his sister. He had drawn near her, and now he took hold of her hand, repeating, in his wild, pathetic, dreamy way, "And the voice said unto me, Marry Lois." And Lois was more inclined to soothe and reason with him than she had ever been before, since the first time of his speaking to her on the subject, when Grace Hickson and Prudence entered the room from the passage. They had returned from the prayer meeting by the back way, which had prevented the sound of their approach from being heard. But Manasseh did not stir or look round. He kept his eyes fixed on Lois, as if to note the effect of his words. Grace came hastily forwards, and lifting up her strong right arm, smote their joined hands in twain, in spite of the fervour of Manasseh's grasp. "What means this?" said she, addressing herself more to Lois than to her son, anger flashing out of her deep-set eyes. Lois waited for Manasseh to speak. He seemed but a few minutes before to be more gentle and less threatening than he had been of late on this subject, and she did not wish to irritate him. But he did not speak, and her aunts stood angrily, waiting for an answer. At any rate, thought Lois, it will put an end to the thought in his mind when my aunt speaks out about it. "My cousin seeks me in marriage," said Lois. "Thee?" And Grace struck out in the direction of her niece with a gesture of supreme contempt. But now Manasseh spoke forth. "Yea, it is preordained. The voice has said it, and the spirit has brought her to me as my bride." "Spirit? An evil spirit, then? A good spirit would have chosen out for thee a godly maiden of thine own people, and not a prelatist and a stranger like this girl. A pretty return, Mistress Lois, for all our kindness." "Indeed, Aunt Hickson, I have done all I could. Cousin Manasseh knows it, to show him I can be none of his. I have told him," said she, blushing, but determined to say all out at once, "that I am all but troth-plight to a young man of our own village at home, and even putting all that on one side, I wish not for marriage at present." "Wish rather for conversion and regeneration. Marriage is an unseemly word in the mouth of a maiden. As for Manasseh, I will take reason with him in private, and meanwhile, if thou hast spoken truly, throw not thyself in his path as I have noticed thou hast done, but too often of late." Lois's heart burnt within her at this unjust accusation, for she knew how much she had dreaded and avoided her cousin, and she almost looked to him to give evidence that her aunt's last words were not true. But instead he recurred to his one fixed idea, and said, "Mother, listen. If I wed not Lois, both she and I die within the year. I care not for life. Before this, as you know, I have sought for death." Grace shuddered, and was for a moment subdued by some recollection of past horror. "But if Lois were my wife, I should live, and she would be spared from what is the other lot. That whole vision grows clearer to me day by day. Yet, when I try to know whether I am one of the elect, all is dark. The mystery of free will and foreknowledge is a mystery of Satan's devising, not of God's. Alas, my son, Satan is abroad among the brethren even now, but let the old vexed topics rest. Sooner than fret thyself again, thou shalt have Lois to be thy wife, though my heart was set far differently for thee." "No, Manasseh," said Lois, "I love you well as a cousin, but wife of yours I can never be. Aunt Hickson, it is not well to delude him so. I say, if ever I marry man, I am troth-plight to one in England." "Tush, child, I am your guardian in my dead husband's place. Thou thinkest thyself so great a prize that I would clutch at thee, whether or no, I doubt not. I value thee not, save as a medicine for Manasseh, if his mind get disturbed again, as I have noted signs of late." This, then, was the secret explanation of much that had alarmed her in her cousin's manner, and if Lois had been a physician of modern times, she might have traced somewhat of the same temperament in his sisters as well. In Prudence's lack of natural feeling and impish delight in mischief, in Faith's vehemence of unrequited love, but as yet Lois did not know, any more than Faith, that the attachment of the latter to Mr. Nolan was not merely unreturned, but even unperceived by the young minister. He came, it is true, came often to the house, sat long with the family, and watched them narrowly, but took no especial notice of Faith. Lois perceived this, and grieved over it. Natty perceived it, and was indignant at it, long before Faith slowly acknowledged it to herself, and went to Natty the Indian woman, rather than to Lois her cousin, for sympathy and counsel. "He cares not for me," said Faith. "He cares more for Lois's little finger than for my whole body." The girl moaned out in the bitter pain of jealousy. Hush thee, prairie bird. How can he build a nest when the old bird has got all the moss and the feathers? Wait till the Indian has found means to send the old bird flying far away." This was the mysterious comfort Natty gave. Grace Hickson took some kind of charge over Manasseh that relieved Lois of much of her distress at his strange behaviour. Yet at times he escaped from his mother's watchfulness, and at such opportunities he would always seek Lois, entreating her, as of old, to marry him, sometime pleading his love for her, oftener speaking wildly of his visions and the voices which he heard foretelling a terrible futurity. We have now to do with the events which were taking place in Salem beyond the narrow circle of the Hickson family, but as they only concern us in so far as they bore down in their consequences upon the future of those people whom I have already named, I shall go over their narrative very briefly. The town of Salem had lost by death, within a very short time preceding the commencement of my story, nearly all its venerable men and leading citizens, men of ripe wisdom and sound counsel. The people had hardly yet recovered from the shock of their loss, as one by one the patriarchs of the primitive little community had rapidly followed each other to the grave. They had been beloved as fathers and looked up to as judges in the land. The first bad effect of their loss was seen in the heated dissension which sprang up between Pastor Tappow and the candidate Nolan. It had apparently healed over, but Mr. Nolan had not been many weeks in Salem after his second coming before the strife broke out afresh, and alienated many for life who had till now been bound together by the ties of friendship or relationship. Even in the Hickson family something of this feeling soon sprang up. Grace being a vehement partisan of the elder pastor's more gloomy doctrines, while Faith was a passionate, if powerless, advocate of Mr. Nolan. Manasseh's growing absorption in his own fancies and imagined gift of prophecy, making him comparatively indifferent to all outward events, did not tend either to the fulfilment of his visions or to the elucidation of the dark mysterious doctrines over which he had pondered too long for the health either of his mind or body, while Prudence delighted in irritating everyone by her advocacy of the views of thinking to which they were most opposed, and in retailing every gossiping story to the person most likely to disbelieve, and be indignant at what she told with an assumed unconsciousness of any such effect to be produced. There was much talk of the congregational difficulties and dissensions being carried up to the general court, and each party naturally hoped that, if such were the course of events, the opposing pastor and that portion of the congregation that adhered to him might be worsted in the struggle. Such was the state of things in the township when, one day towards the end of the month of February, Grace Hickson returned from the weekly prayer meeting which it was her custom to attend at Pastor Tappow's house, in a state of extreme excitement. On her entrance into her own house, she sat down, rocking her body backwards and forwards, praying to herself. Both Faith and Lois stopped their spinning in wonder at her agitation before either of them ventured to address her. At length Faith rose and spoke. "Mother, what is it? Hath anything happened of an evil nature?" The brave, stern old woman's face was blenched, and her eyes were almost set in horror as she prayed, the great drops running down her cheeks. It seemed almost as if she had had to make a struggle to recover her sense of the present homely, accustomed life before she could find words to answer. "Evil nature, daughters, Satan is abroad, is close to us. I have this very hour seen him afflict 2 innocent children, as of old he troubled those who were possessed by him in Judea. Hester and Abigail Tappow have been contorted and convulsed by him and his servants into such shapes as I am afeard to think on, and when their father, godly Mr. Tappow, began to exhort and to pray, their howlings were like the wild beasts of the field. Satan is of a truth let loose amongst us. The girls kept calling upon him as if he were even then present among us. Abigail screeched out that he stood at my very back in the guise of a black man, and truly, as I turned round at her words, I saw a creature like a shadow vanishing, and turned all of a cold sweat. Who knows where he is now? Faith, lay straws across on the door-sill." "But if he be already entered in," asked Prudence, "may not that make it difficult for him to depart?" Her mother, taking no notice of her question, went on rocking herself and praying, till again she broke out into narration. "Reverend Mr. Tappow says that only last night he heard a sound as of a heavy body dragged all through the house by some strong power. Once it was thrown against his bedroom door, and would doubtless have broken it in if he had not prayed fervently and aloud at that very time, and a shriek went up at his prayer that made his hair stand on end. And this morning all the crockery in the house was found broken and piled up in the middle of the kitchen floor. Pastor Tappow says that as soon as he began to ask blessing on the morning's meal, Abigail and Hester cried out as if someone was pinching them. Lord, have mercy upon us all. Satan is of a truth let loose." "They sound like the old stories I used to hear in Barford," said Lois, breathless with affright. Faith seemed less alarmed, but then her dislike to Pastor Tappow was so great that she could hardly sympathise with any misfortunes that befell him or his family. Towards evening Mr. Nolan came in. In general, so high did the party spirit run, Grace Hickson only tolerated his visits, finding herself often engaged at such hours, and being too much abstracted in thought to show him the ready hospitality which was one of her most prominent virtues. But today, both as bringing the latest intelligence of the new horrors sprung up in Salem, and as being one of the Church militant, or what the Puritans considered as equivalent to the Church militant, against Satan, he was welcomed by her in an unusual manner. He seemed oppressed with the occurrences of the day. At first it appeared to be almost a relief to him to sit still and cogitate upon them, and his hosts were becoming almost impatient for him to say something more than mere monosyllables, when he began. "Such a day as this, I pray, that I may never see again. It is as if the devils whom our Lord banished into the herd of swine had been permitted to come again upon the earth. And I would it were only the lost spirits who are tormenting us, but I much fear that certain of those whom we have esteemed as God's people have sold their souls to Satan for the sake of a little of his evil power, whereby they might afflict others for a time. Elder Sheringham hath lost this very day a good and valuable horse, wherewith he used to drive his family to meeting, his wife being bedridden." "Perchance," said Lois, "the horse died of some natural disease." "True," said Pastor Nolan, "but I was going on to say that as he entered into his house, full of dolour at the loss of his beast, a mouse ran in before him, so sudden that it almost tripped him up, though an instant before there was no such thing to be seen. And he caught at it with his shoe and hit it, and it cried out like a human creature in pain, and straight ran up the chimney, caring nothing for the hot flame and smoke." Manasseh listened greedily to all this story, and when it was ended, he smote upon his breast and prayed aloud for deliverance from the power of the evil one. And he continually went on praying at intervals through the evening, with every mark of abject terror on his face and in his manner. He, the bravest, most daring hunter in all the settlement. Indeed, all the family huddled together in silent fear, scarcely finding any interest in the usual household occupations. Faith and Lois sat with arms entwined, as in former days, before the former had become jealous of the latter. Prudence asked low, fearful questions of her mother and of the pastor, as to the creatures that were abroad, and the ways in which they afflicted others. And when Grace besought the minister to pray for her and her household, he made a long and passionate supplication that none of that little flock might ever so far fall away into hopeless perdition as to be guilty of the sin without forgiveness, the sin of witchcraft. End of part the second. Part 1 of Part the Third of Lois the Witch by Elizabeth Gaskell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The sin of witchcraft. We read about it, we look on it from the outside, but we can hardly realise the terror it induced. Every impulsive or unaccustomed action, every little nervous affection, every ache or pain was noticed, not merely by those around the sufferer, but by the person himself, whoever he might be, that was acting or being acted upon, in any but the most simple and ordinary manner. He or she, for it was most frequently a woman or a girl that was the supposed subject, felt a desire for some unusual kind of food, some unusual motion or rest. Her hand twitched, her foot was asleep, or her leg had the cramp, and the dreadful question immediately suggested itself: is anyone possessing an evil power over me by the help of Satan? And perhaps they went on to think, it is bad enough to feel that my body can be made to suffer through the power of some unknown evil wisher to me, but what if Satan gives them still further power, and they can touch my soul, and inspire me with loathful thoughts, leading me into crimes which at present I abhor? And so on, till the very dread of what might happen, and the constant dwelling of the thoughts, even with horror, upon certain possibilities, or what were esteemed such, really brought about the corruption of imagination at least, which at first they had shuddered at. Moreover, there was a sort of uncertainty as to who might be infected, not unlike the overpowering dread of the plague, which made some shrink from their best beloved with irrepressible fear. The brother or sister who was the dearest friend of their childhood and youth might now be bound in some mysterious deadly pact with evil spirits of the most horrible kind. Who could tell? And in such a case it became a duty, a sacred duty, to give up the earthly body which had been once so loved, but which was now the habitation of a soul corrupt and horrible in its evil inclinations. Possibly terror of death might bring on confession and repentance and purification, or, if it did not, why, away with the evil creature, the witch, out of the world, down to the kingdom of the Master, whose bidding was done on earth in all manner of corruption and torture of God's creatures. There were others who, with these more simple, more ignorant feelings of horror at witches and witchcraft, added the desire, conscious or unconscious, of revenge on those whose conduct had been in any way displeasing to them. Where evidence takes a supernatural character, there is no disproving it. This argument comes up. You have only the natural powers. I have supernatural. You admit the existence of the supernatural by the condemnation of this very crime of witchcraft. You hardly know the limits of the natural powers. How then can you define the supernatural? I say that in the dead of night, when my body seemed to all present to be lying in quiet sleep, I was in the most complete and wakeful consciousness, present in my body at an assembly of witches and wizards with Satan at their head, that I was by them tortured in my body because my soul would not acknowledge him as its king, that I witnessed such and such deeds. What the nature of the appearance was that took the semblance of myself, sleeping quietly in my bed, I know not, but once admit the possibility of witchcraft, and you cannot disprove my evidence. This evidence might be given truly or falsely, as the person witnessing it believed it or not, but everyone must see what immense and terrible power was abroad for revenge. Then again, the accused themselves ministered to the horrible panic abroad. Some, in dread of death, confessed from cowardice to the imaginary crimes of which they were accused, and of which they were promised a pardon on confession. Some, weak and terrified, came honestly to believe in their own guilt through the diseases of imagination which were sure to be engendered at such a time as this. Lois sat spinning with Faith. Both were silent, pondering over the stories that were abroad. Lois spoke first. "Oh, Faith, this country is worse than ever England was, even in the days of Master Matthew Hopkinson, the witch-finder. I grow frightened of everyone, I think. I even get afeard sometimes of Natty." Faith coloured a little. Then she asked, "Why? What should make you distrust the Indian woman?" "Oh, I'm ashamed of my fear as soon as it arises in my mind. But you know her look and colour were strange to me when first I came. And she is not a christened woman, and they tell stories of Indian wizards, and I know not what the mixtures are which she is sometimes stirring over the fire, nor the meaning of the strange chants she sings to herself. And once I met her in the dusk, just close by Pastor Tapau's house, in company with Hota, his servant. It was just before we heard of the sore disturbance in his house, and I have wondered if she had aught to do with it." Faith sat very still, as if thinking. At last she said, "If Natty has powers beyond what you and I have, she will not use them for evil, at least not evil to those whom she loves." "That comforts me but little," said Lois. "If she has powers beyond what she ought to have, I dread her, though I have done her no evil. Nay, though I could almost say she bore me a kindly feeling. But such powers are only given by the evil one, and the proof thereof is that, as you imply, Natty would use them on those who offend her." "And why should she not?" asked Faith, lifting her eyes and flashing heavy fire out of them at the question. "Because," said Lois, not seeing Faith's glance, "we are told to pray for them that despitefully use us, and to do good to them that persecute us. But poor Natty is not a christened woman. I would that Mr. Nolan would baptize her. It would, maybe, take her out of the power of Satan's temptations." "Are you never tempted?" asked Faith half scornfully. "And yet I doubt not you are well baptized." "True," said Lois sadly. "I often do very wrong, but perhaps I might have done worse if the holy form had not been observed." They were again silent for a time. "Lois," said Faith, "I did not mean any offence, but do you never feel as if you would give up all that future life of which the parsons talk, and which seems so vague and so distant, for a few years of real vivid blessedness to begin to-morrow, this hour, this minute? Oh, I could think of happiness for which I would willingly give up all those misty chances of heaven." "Faith, Faith!" cried Lois in terror, holding her hand before her cousin's mouth and looking around in fright. "Hush! You know not who may be listening. You are putting yourself in his power." But Faith pushed her hand away and said, "Lois, I believe in him no more than I believe in heaven. Both may exist, but they are so far away that I defy them. Why all this ado about Mr. Taphow's house? Promise me never to tell living creature, and I will tell you a secret." "No," said Lois, terrified. "I dread all secrets. I will hear none. I will do all that I can for you, Cousin Faith, in any way. But just at this time I strive to keep my life and thoughts within the strictest bounds of godly simplicity, and I dread pledging myself to aught that is hidden and secret." "As you will, cowardly girl, full of terrors, which, if you had listened to me, might have been lessened, if not entirely done away with." And Faith would not utter another word, though Lois tried meekly to entice her into conversation on some other subject. The rumour of witchcraft was like the echo of thunder among the hills. It had broken out in Mr. Taphow's house, and his 2 little daughters were the first supposed to be bewitched. But round about, from every quarter of the town, came in accounts of sufferers by witchcraft. There was hardly a family without one of these supposed victims. Then arose a growl and menace of vengeance from many a household. Menaces deepened, not daunted by the terror and mystery of the suffering that gave rise to them. At length a day was appointed when, after solemn fasting and prayer, Mr. Taphow invited the neighbouring ministers and all godly people to assemble at his house and unite with him in devoting a day to solemn religious services and to supplication for the deliverance of his children and those similarly afflicted from the power of the evil one. All Salem poured out towards the house of the minister. There was a look of excitement on all their faces. Eagerness and horror was depicted on many a face, while stern resolution, amounting to determined cruelty, if the occasion arose, was seen on others. In the midst of the prayer, Hester Taphow, the younger girl, fell into convulsions. Fit after fit came on, and her screams mingled with the shrieks and cries of the assembled congregation. In the first pause, when the child was partially recovered, when the people stood around exhausted and breathless, her father, the Pastor Taphow, lifted his right hand and adjured her in the name of the Trinity to say who tormented her. There was a dead silence. Not a creature stirred of all those hundreds. Hester turned wearily and uneasily, and moaned out the name of Hota, her father's Indian servant. Hota was present, apparently as much interested as anyone. Indeed, she had been busying herself much in bringing remedies to the suffering child. Now she stood aghast, transfixed, while her name was caught up, and shouted out in tones of reprobation and hatred by all the crowd around her. Another moment and they would have fallen upon the trembling creature and torn her limb from limb. Pale, dusky, shivering Hota, half guilty looking from her very bewilderment. But Pastor Taphow, that gaunt grey man, lifting himself to his utmost height, signed to them to go back, to keep still while he addressed them. And then He told them that instant vengeance was not just, deliberate punishment, that there would be need of conviction, perchance of confession. He hoped for some redress for his suffering children from her revelations, if she were brought to confession. They must leave the culprit in his hands, and in those of his brother ministers, that they might wrestle with Satan before delivering her up to the civil power. He spoke well, for he spoke from the heart of a father seeing his children exposed to dreadful and mysterious suffering, and firmly believing that he now held the clue in his hand which should ultimately release them and their fellow sufferers. And the congregation moaned themselves into unsatisfied submission, and listened to his long passionate prayer, which he uplifted even while the hapless Hota stood there, guarded and bound by two men who glared at her like bloodhounds, ready to slip, even while the prayer ended in the words of the merciful Saviour. Lois sickened and shuddered at the whole scene, and this was no intellectual shuddering at the folly and superstition of the people, but with tender moral shuddering at the sight of guilt which she believed in, and at the evidence of men's hatred and abhorrence, which when shown even to the guilty, troubled and distressed her merciful heart. She followed her aunt and cousins out into the open air, with downcast eyes and pale face. Grace Hickson was going home with a feeling of triumphant relief at the detection of the guilty one. Faith alone seemed uneasy and disturbed beyond her wont, for Manasseh received the whole transaction as the fulfilment of a prophecy, and Prudence was excited by the whole scene into a state of discordant high spirits. "I am quite as old as Hester Taplow," said she. "Her birthday's in September, and mine in October." "What has that to do with it?" said Faith sharply. "Nothing, only she seems such a little thing for all those grave ministers to be praying for. And so many folk come from a distance, some from Boston, they said, all for her sake, as it were. Why, didst thou see that it was godly Mr. Henwick that held her head when she wriggled so? And old Madam Holbrook had herself helped upon a chair to see the better. I wonder how long I might wriggle before great and godly folk would take so much notice of me. But I suppose that comes of being a pastor's daughter. So, she'll be so set up there'll be no speaking to her now. Faith, thinkest thou that Hota really had bewitched her? She gave me corn cakes last time I was at Pastor Tappow's, just like any other woman, only, perchance, a trifle more good-natured. And to think of her being a witch after all." But Faith seemed in a hurry to reach home, and paid no attention to Prudence's talking. Lois hastened on with Faith, for Manasseh was walking alongside of his mother, and she kept steady to her plan of avoiding him, even though she pressed her company upon Faith, who had seemed of late desirous of avoiding her. That evening the news spread through Salem that Hota had confessed her sin, had acknowledged that she was a witch. Natty was the first to hear the intelligence. She broke into the room where the girls were sitting with Grace Hickson, solemnly doing nothing because of the great prayer meeting in the morning, and cried out, "Mercy, mercy, mistress, everybody! Take care of poor Indian Natty, who never do wrong. But for mistress and the family, Hota one bad wicked witch, she say so herself. Oh me, oh me!" And stooping over Faith, she said something in a low, miserable tone of voice, of which Lois only heard the word torture. But Faith heard all, and turning very pale, half accompanied, half led Natty back to her kitchen. Presently Grace Hickson came in. She had been out to see a neighbour. It will not do to say that so godly a woman had been gossiping, and indeed the subject of the conversation she had held was of too serious and momentous a nature for me to employ a light word to designate it. There was all the listening and repeating small details and rumours, in which the speakers have no concern, that constitutes gossiping. But in this instance, all trivial facts and speeches might be considered to bear such dreadful significance, and might have so ghastly an ending, that such whispers were occasionally raised to a tragic importance. Every fragment of intelligence that related to Mr. Tapau's household was eagerly snatched at. How his dog howled all one long night through, and could not be stilled. How his cow suddenly failed in her milk, only 2 months after she had calved. How his memory had forsaken him one morning for a minute or two, in repeating the Lord's Prayer, and he had even omitted a clause thereof in his sudden perturbation, and how all these forerunners of his children's strange illness might now be interpreted and understood. This had formed the staple of the conversation between Grace Hickson and her friends. There had arisen a dispute among them, at last, as to how far these subjections to the power of the Evil One were to be considered as a judgment upon Pastor Tapau for some sin on his part, and if so, what? It was not an unpleasant discussion, although there was a good deal of difference of opinion, for as none of the speakers had had their families so troubled, it was rather a proof that they had none of them committed any sin. In the midst of all this talk, one, entering in from the street, brought the news that Hota had confessed all, had owned to signing a certain little red book which Satan had presented to her, had been present at impious sacraments, had ridden through the air to Newbury Falls, and in fact had assented to all the questions which the elders and magistrates, carefully reading over the confessions of the witches who had formerly been tried in England, in order that they might not omit a single inquiry, had asked of her. More she had owned to, but things of inferior importance, and partaking more of the nature of earthly tricks than of spiritual power. She had spoken of carefully adjusted strings by which all the crockery in Pastor Tapau's house could be pulled down or disturbed. But of such intelligible malpractices the gossips of Salem took little heed. One of them said that such an action showed Satan's prompting, but they all preferred to listen to the grander guilt of the blasphemous sacraments and supernatural rides. The narrator ended with saying that she was to be hung the next morning in spite of her confession, even although her life had been promised to her if she acknowledged her sin, for it was well to make an example of the first discovered witch, and it was also well that she was an Indian, a heathen, whose life would be no great loss to the community. Grace Hickson on this spoke out. It was well that witches should perish off the face of the earth, Indian or English, heathen or worse. A baptized Christian who had betrayed the Lord even as Judas did and had gone over to Satan. For her part, she wished that the first discovered witch had been a member of a godly English household, that it might be seen of all men that religious folk were willing to cut off the right hand and pluck out the right eye, if tainted with this devilish sin. She spoke sternly and well. The last comer said that her words might be brought to the proof, for it had been whispered that Hota had named others, and some among the most religious families of Salem, whom she had seen among the unholy communicants at the sacrament of the Evil One. And Grace replied that she would answer for it. All godly folk would stand the proof, and quench all natural affection, rather than that such a sin should grow and spread among them. She herself had a weak bodily dread of witnessing the violent death, even of an animal, but she would not let that deter her from standing among those who cast the accursed creature out from among them on the morrow morning. Contrary to her wont, Grace Hickson told her family much of this conversation. It was a sign of her excitement on the subject that she thus spoke, and the excitement spread in different forms through her family. Faith was flushed and restless, wandering between the keeping room and the kitchen, and questioning her mother particularly as to the more extraordinary parts of Hota's confession, as if she wished to satisfy herself that the Indian witch had really done those horrible and mysterious deeds. Lois shivered and trembled with affright at the narration, and the idea that such things were possible. Occasionally she found herself wandering off into sympathetic thought for the woman who was about to die, abhorred of all men and unpardoned by God, to whom she had been so fearful a traitor, and who was now, at this very time, when Lois sat among her kindred by the warm and cheerful firelight, anticipating many peaceful, perchance happy morrows, solitary, shivering, panic-stricken, guilty, with none to stand by her and exhort her, shut up in darkness between the cold walls of the town prison. But Lois almost shrank from sympathizing with so loathsome an accomplice of Satan, and prayed for forgiveness for her charitable thought. And yet again she remembered the tender spirit of the Saviour, and allowed herself to fall into piety, till at last all her sense of right and wrong became so bewildered that she could only leave all in God's hands, and just ask that He would take all creatures and all events into His hands. Prudence was as bright as if she were listening to some merry story, curious as to more than her mother would tell her, seeming to have no particular terror of witches or witchcraft, and yet to be especially desirous to accompany her mother the next morning to the hanging. Lois shrank from the cruel, eager face of the young girl as she begged her mother to allow her to go. Even Grace was disturbed and perplexed by her daughter's pertinacity. "No," said she, "ask me no more. Thou shalt not go. Such sights are not for the young. I go, and I sicken at the thoughts of it. But I go to show that I, a Christian woman, take God's part against the devil's. Thou shalt not go, I tell thee. I could whip thee for thinking of it." "Manasseh says Hota was well whipped by Pastor Tappow ere she was brought to confession," said Prudence, as if anxious to change the subject of discussion. Manasseh lifted up his head from the great folio Bible brought by his father from England, which he was studying. He had not heard what Prudence said, but he looked up at the sound of his name. All present were startled at his wild eyes, his bloodless face, but he was evidently annoyed at the expression of their countenances. "Why look ye at me in that manner?" asked he, and his manner was anxious and agitated. His mother made haste to speak. "It was but that Prudence said something that thou hast told her, that Pastor Tappow defiled his hands by whipping the witch Hota. What evil thought has got hold of thee? Talk to us, and crack not thy skull against the learning of man." "It is not the learning of man that I study, it is the word of God. I would fain know more of the nature of this sin of witchcraft, and whether it be, indeed, the unpardonable sin against the Holy Ghost. At times I feel a creeping influence coming over me, prompting all evil thoughts and unheard of deeds, and I question within myself, is not this the power of witchcraft? And I sicken and loathe all that I do or say, and yet some evil creature hath the mastery over me, and I must needs do and say what I loathe and dread. Why wonder you, mother, that I, of all men, strive to learn the exact nature of witchcraft, and for that end study the word of God? Have you not seen me when I was, as it were, possessed with a devil?" He spoke calmly, sadly, but as under deep conviction. His mother rose to comfort him. "My son," she said, "no one ever saw thee do deeds or heard thee utter words which anyone could say were prompted by devils. We have seen thee, poor lad, with thy wits gone astray for a time, but all thy thoughts sought rather God's will in forbidden places, than lost the clue to them for one moment in hankering after the powers of darkness. Those days are long past, a future lies before thee. Think not of witches, or of being subject to the power of witchcraft. I did evil to speak of it before thee. Let Lois come and sit by thee and talk to thee." Lois went to her cousin, grieved at heart for his depressed state of mind, anxious to soothe and comfort him, and yet recoiling more than ever from the idea of ultimately becoming his wife, an idea to which she saw her aunt reconciling herself unconsciously day by day, as she perceived the English girl's power of soothing and comforting her cousin, even by the very tones of her sweet cooing voice. He took Lois's hand. "Let me hold it. It does me good," said he. "Ah, Lois, When I am by you, I forget all my troubles. Will the day never come when you will listen to the voice that speaks to me continually?" "I never hear it, Cousin Manasseh," she said softly. "But do not think of the voices. Tell me of the land you hope to enclose from the forest. What manner of trees grow on it?" Thus, by simple questions on practical affairs, she led him back in her unconscious wisdom to the subjects on which he had always shown strong practical sense. He talked on these with all due discretion till the hour for family prayer came round, which was early in those days. It was Manasseh's place to conduct it as head of the family, a post which his mother had always been anxious to assign to him since her husband's death. He prayed extempore, and tonight his supplications wandered off into wild, unconnected fragments of prayer which all those kneeling around began, each according to her anxiety for the speaker, to think would never end. Minutes elapsed and grew to quarters of the hour, and his words grew only more emphatic and wilder, praying for himself alone and laying bare the recesses of his heart. At length his mother rose, and taking Lois by the hand, for she had faith in Lois's power over her son as being akin to that which the shepherd David, playing on his harp, had over the king Saul sitting on his throne. She drew her towards him, where he knelt facing into the circle, with his eyes upturned, and the tranced agony of his face depicting the struggle of the troubled soul within. "Here is Lois," said Grace, almost tenderly. "She would fain go to her chamber." Down the girl's face the tears were streaming. "Rise and finish thy prayer in thy closet." But at Lois's approach he sprang to his feet, sprang aside. "Take her away, mother. Lead me not into temptation. She brings me evil and sinful thoughts. She overshadows me, even in the presence of my God. She is not an angel of light, or she would not do this. She troubles me with the sound of a voice bidding me marry her, even when I am at my prayers. Avaunt, take her away." He would have struck at Lois if she had not shrunk back, dismayed and affrighted. His mother, though equally dismayed, was not affrighted. She had seen him thus before, and understood the management of his paroxysm. "Go, Lois, the sight of thee irritates him, as once that of Faith did. Leave him to me." And Lois rushed away to her room, and threw herself on her bed like a panting, hunted creature. Faith came after her slowly and heavily. "Lois," said she, "wilt thou do me a favour? It is not much to ask. Wilt thou arise before daylight and bear this letter from me to Pastor Nolan's lodgings? I would have done it myself, but mother has bidden me to come to her, and I may be detained until the time when Hota is to be hung, and the letter tells of matters pertaining to life and death. Seek out Pastor Nolan wherever he may be, and have speech of him after he has read the letter." "Cannot Natty take it?" asked Lois. "No," Faith answered fiercely. "Why should she?" But Lois did not reply. A quick suspicion darted through Faith's mind, sudden as lightning. It had never entered there before. "Speak, Lois. I read thy thoughts. Thou wouldst fain not be the bearer of this letter." "I will take it," said Lois meekly. "It concerns life and death, you say?" "Yes," said Faith in quite a different tone of voice. But after a pause of thought she added, "Then, as soon as the house is still, I will write what I have to say, and leave it here on this chest, and thou wilt promise me to take it before the day is fully up, while there is yet time for action." "Yes, I promise," said Lois, and Faith knew enough of her to feel sure that the deed would be done, however reluctantly. The letter was written, laid on the chest, and ere day dawned Lois was astir, Faith watching her from between her half-closed eyelids that had never been fully closed in sleep the livelong night. The instant Lois, cloaked and hooded, left the room, Faith sprang up and prepared to go to her mother, whom she heard already stirring. Nearly everyone in Salem was awake and up on this awful morning, though few were out of doors as Lois passed along the streets. Here was the hastily erected gallows, the black shadow of which fell across the street with ghastly significance. Now she had to pass the iron-barred jail, through the unglazed windows of which she heard the fearful cry of a woman and the sound of many footsteps. On she sped, sick almost to faintness, to the widow-woman's, where Mr. Nolan lodged. He was already up and abroad, gone, his hostess believed, to the jail. Thither Lois, repeating the words, "For life and for death," was forced to go. Retracing her steps, she was thankful to see him come out of those dismal portals, rendered more dismal for being in heavy shadow just as she approached. What his errand had been she knew not, but he looked grave and sad as she put Faith's letter into his hands, and stood before him quietly waiting until he should read it and deliver the expected answer. But instead of opening it, he held it in his hand, apparently absorbed in thought. At last he spoke aloud, but more himself than to her. "My God! And is she then to die in this fearful delirium? It must be, can be, only delirium that prompts such wild and horrible confessions. Mistress Barclay, I come from the presence of the Indian woman appointed to die. It seems she considered herself betrayed last evening by her sentence not being respited, even after she had made confession of sin enough to bring down fire from heaven. And it seems to me the passionate, impotent anger of this helpless creature has turned to madness, for she appalls me by the additional revelations she has made to the keepers during the night, to me this morning. I could almost fancy that she thinks, by deepening the guilt she confesses, to escape this last dread punishment of all, as if, were one tithe of what she says true, one could suffer such a sinner to live. Yet to send her to death in such a state of mad terror, what is to be done? Scripture says that we are not to suffer witches in the land," said Lois slowly. "True, I would but ask for a respite till the prayers of God's people had gone up for his mercy. Some would pray for her, poor wretch as she is. You would, Mistress Barclay, I am sure." But he said it in a questioning tone. "I have been praying for her in the night many a time," said Lois in a low voice. "I pray for her in my heart at this moment. I suppose they are bidden to put her out of the land, but I would not have her entirely God-forsaken. But, sir, you have not read my cousin's letter, and she bade me bring back an answer with much urgency." Still he delayed. He was thinking of the dreadful confession he came from hearing. If it were true, the beautiful earth was a polluted place, and he almost wished to die, to escape from such pollution into the white innocence of those who stood in the presence of God. Suddenly his eyes fell on Lois's pure grave face, upturned and watching his. Faith in earthly goodness came over his soul in that instant, and he blessed her unaware. He put his hand on her shoulder with an action half paternal, although the difference in their ages was not above a dozen years, and bending a little towards her, whispered half to himself, "Mistress Barclay, I thank you. You have done me good." "I?" said Lois, half affrighted. "I? Done you good? How?" "By being what you are. But perhaps I should rather thank God, who sent you at the very moment when my soul was so disquieted." At this instant they were aware of Faith standing in front of them with a countenance of thunder. Her angry look made Lois feel guilty. She had not enough urged the pastor to read his letter, she thought, and it was indignation at this delay in what she had been commissioned to do with the urgency of life or death that made her cousin lower at her so from beneath her straight black brows. Lois explained how she had not found Mr. Nolan at his lodgings, but had had to follow him to the door of the jail. But Faith replied with obdurate contempt, "Spare thy breath, cousin Lois. It is easy seeing on what pleasant matters thou and the Pastor Nolan were talking. I marvel not at thy forgetfulness. My mind is changed. Give me back my letter, sir. It was about a poor matter, an old woman's life, And what is that, compared to a young girl's love?" Lois heard but for an instant, did not understand that her cousin, in her jealous anger, could suspect the existence of such a feeling as love between her and Mr. Nolan. No imagination as to its possibility had ever entered her mind. She had respected him, almost revered him, nay, had liked him as the probable husband of Faith. At the thought that her cousin could believe her guilty of such treachery, her grave eyes dilated and fixed themselves on the flaming countenance of Faith. That serious, unprotesting manner of perfect innocence must have told on her accuser, had it not been that at the same instant the latter caught sight of the crimsoned and disturbed countenance of the pastor, who felt the veil rent off the unconscious secret of his heart. Faith snatched her letter out of his hands and said, "Let the witch hang! What care I? She has done harm enough with her charms and her sorcery on Pastor Tapow's girls. Let her die, and let all the other witches look to themselves, for there be many kinds of witchcraft abroad. Cousin Lois, thou wilt like best to stop with Pastor Nolan, or I will pray thee to come back with me to breakfast." Lois was not to be daunted by jealous sarcasm. She held out her hand to Pastor Nolan, determined to take no heed of her cousin's mad words, but to bid him farewell in her accustomed manner. He hesitated before taking it, and when he did, it was with a convulsive squeeze that almost made her start. Faith waited and watched all with set lips and vengeful eyes. She bade no farewell, she spake no word, but grasping Lois tightly by the back of the arm, she almost drove her before her down the street till they reached their home. The arrangement for the morning was this. Grace Hickson and her son Manasseh were to be present at the hanging of the first witch executed in Salem, as pious and godly heads of a family. All the other members were strictly forbidden to stir out until such time as the low-tolling bell announced that all was over in this world for Hota, the Indian witch. When the execution was ended, there was to be a solemn prayer meeting of all the inhabitants of Salem. Ministers had come from a distance to aid by the efficacy of their prayers in these efforts to purge the land of the devil and his servants. There was reason to think that the great old meeting house would be crowded, and when Faith and Lois reached home, Grace Hickson was giving her directions to Prudence, urging her to be ready for an early start to that place. The stern old woman was troubled in her mind at the anticipation of the sight she was to see before many minutes were over, and spoke in a more hurried and incoherent manner than was her wont. She was dressed in her Sunday best, but her face was very grey and colourless, and she seemed afraid to cease speaking about household affairs, for fear she should have time to think. Manasseh stood by her, perfectly, rigidly still. He also was in his Sunday clothes. His face, too, was paler than its wont, but it wore a kind of absent, rapt expression, almost like that of a man who sees a vision. As Faith entered, still holding Lois in her fierce grasp, Manasseh started and smiled, but still dreamily. His manner was so peculiar that even his mother stayed her talking to observe him more closely. He was in that state of excitement which usually ended in what his mother and certain of her friends esteemed a prophetic revelation. He began to speak, at first very low, and then his voice increased in power. "How beautiful is the land of Beulah, far over the sea, beyond the mountains! Thither the angels carry her, lying back in their arms like one fainting. They shall kiss away the black circle of death and lay her down at the feet of the Lamb. I hear her pleading there for those on earth who consented to her death. O Lois, pray also for me. Pray for me, miserable." When he uttered his cousin's name, all their eyes turned towards her. It was to her that his vision related. She stood among them amazed, awe-stricken, but not like one affrighted or dismayed. She was the first to speak. "Dear friends, do not think of me. His words may or may not be true. I am in God's hands, all the same, whether he have the gift of prophecy or not. Besides, hear you not that I end where all would fain end? Think of him and of his needs. Such times as these always leave him exhausted and weary when he comes out of them. And she busied herself in cares for his refreshment, aiding her aunt's trembling hands to set before him the requisite food as he now sat, tired and bewildered, gathering together with difficulty his scattered senses. Prudence did all she could to assist and speed their departure, but Faith stood apart, watching in silence with her passionate, angry eyes. As soon as they had gone on their solemn, fatal errand, Faith left the room. She had not tasted food or touched drink. Indeed, they all felt sick at heart. As soon as her sister had gone upstairs, Prudence sprang to the settle on which Lois had thrown down her cloak and hood. "Lend me your muffles and mantle, cousin Lois. I never yet saw a woman hanged, and I see not why I should not go. I will stand on the edge of the crowd. No one will know me, and I will be home long before my mother." "No," said Lois, "that may not be. My aunts would be sore displeased. I wonder at you, Prudence, seeking to witness such a sight." And as she spoke, she held fast her cloak, which Prudence vehemently struggled for. Faith returned, brought back possibly by the sound of the struggle. She smiled, deadly smile. "Give it up, Prudence. Strive no more with her. She has bought success in this world, and we are but her slaves." "Oh, Faith," said Lois, relinquishing her hold of the cloak, and turning round with passionate reproach in her look and voice. "What have I done that you should speak so of me? You that I have loved, as I think one loves a sister." Prudence did not lose her opportunity, but hastily arrayed herself in the mantle, which was too large for her, and which she had therefore considered as well adapted for concealment. But as she went towards the door, her feet became entangled in the unusual length, and she fell, bruising her arm pretty sharply. "Take care another time how you meddle with a witch's things," said Faith, as one scarcely believing her own words, but at enmity with all the world in her bitter jealousy of heart. Prudence rubbed her arm and looked stealthily at Lois. "Witch, Lois, witch, Lois," said she at last, softly pulling a childish face of spite at her. "Oh, hush, Prudence, do not bandy such terrible words. Let me look at thine arm. I am sorry for thy hurt, only glad it has kept thee from disobeying thy mother." "Away, away," said Prudence, springing from her. "I am afeard of her in very truth, Faith. Keep between me and the witch, or I will throw a stool at her." Faith smiled. It was a bad and wicked smile, but she did not stir to calm the fears she had called up in her young sister. Just at this moment the bell began to toll. Hota, the Indian witch, was dead. Lois covered her face with her hands. Even Faith went a deadlier pale than she had been, and said, sighing, "Poor Hota, but death is best." Prudence alone seemed unmoved by any thoughts connected with the solemn monotonous sound. Her only consideration was that now she might go out into the street and see the sights and hear the news, and escape from the terror which she felt at the presence of her cousin. She flew upstairs to find her own mantle, ran down again and passed Lois before the English girl had finished her prayer, and was speedily mingled among the crowd going to the meeting-house. There also Faith and Lois came, in due course of time, but separately, not together. Faith so evidently avoided Lois that she, humbled and grieved, could not force her company upon her cousin, but loitered a little behind, the quiet tears stealing down her face, shed for the many causes that had occurred this morning. The meeting-house was full to suffocation, and, as it sometimes happens on such occasions, the greatest crowd was about the doors, from the fact that few saw on their first entrance where there might be possible spaces into which they might wedge themselves. Yet they were impatient of any arrivals from the outside, and pushed and hustled Faith, and after her Lois, till the two were forced on to a conspicuous place in the very centre of the building, where there was no chance of a seat, but still space to stand in. Several stood around, the pulpit being in the middle, and already occupied by two ministers in Geneva bands and gowns, while other ministers, similarly attired, stood holding on to it, almost as if they were giving support instead of receiving it. Grace Hickson and her son sat decorously in their own pew, thereby showing that they had arrived early from the execution. You might almost have traced out the number of those who had been at the hanging of the Indian witch by the expression of the countenances. They were awe-stricken into terrible repose, while the crowd pouring in, still pouring in, of those who had not attended the execution, looked all restless and excited and fierce. A buzz went around the meeting that the stranger minister who stood along with Pastor Tappow in the pulpit was no other than Dr. Cotton Mather himself, come all the way from Boston to assist in purging Salem of witches. And now Pastor Tappow began his prayer, extempore as was the custom. His words were wild and incoherent, as might be expected from a man who had just been consenting to the bloody death of one who was but a few days ago a member of his own family, violent and passionate, as was to be looked for in the father of children whom he believed to suffer so fearfully for the crime he would denounce before the Lord. He sat down at length from pure exhaustion. Then Dr. Cotton Mather stood forward. He did not utter more than a few words of prayer, calm in comparison with what had gone before, and then he went on to address the great crowd before him in a quiet, argumentative way, but arranging the mode and arrangement of what he had to say with something of the same kind of skill which Antony used in his speech to the Romans after Caesar's death. Some of Dr. Mather's words have been preserved to us, as he afterwards wrote them down in one of his works. Speaking of those unbelieving Sadducees who doubted the existence of such a crime, he said, "Instead of their apish shouts and jeers at blessed scripture and histories which have such undoubted confirmation as that no man that has breeding enough to regard the common laws of human society will offer to doubt of them, it becomes us rather to adore the goodness of God, who, from the mouths of babes and sucklings, has ordained truth, and by the means of the sore afflicted children of your godly pastor has revealed the fact that the devils have with most horrid operations broken in upon your neighbourhood. Let us beseech him that their power may be restrained, and that they go not so far in their evil machinations as they did but 4 years ago in the city of Boston, where I was the humble means, under God, of loosing from the power of Satan the 4 children of that religious and blessed man, Mr. Goodwin. These 4 babes of grace were bewitched by an Irish witch. There is no end to the narration of the torments they had to submit to. At one time they would bark like dogs, at another purr like cats, yea, they would fly like geese and be carried with an incredible swiftness, having but just their toes now and then upon the ground, sometimes not once in 20 feet, and their arms waved like those of a bird. Yet at other times, by the hellish devices of the woman who had bewitched them, they could not stir without limping, for, by means of an invisible chain, she hampered their limbs, or sometimes, by means of a noose, almost choked them. One in especial was subjected by this woman of Satan to such heat as of an oven, that I myself have seen the sweat drop from off her, while all around were moderately cold and well at ease. But not to trouble you with more of my stories, I will go on to prove that it was Satan himself that held power over her, for a very remarkable thing it was that she was not permitted by that evil spirit to read any godly or religious book, speaking the truth as it is in Jesus. She could read popish books well enough, while both sight and speech seemed to fail her when I gave her the Assembly's Catechism.
Again, she was fond of that prelatical Book of Common Prayer, which is but the Roman Mass book in an English and ungodly shape. In the midst of her sufferings, if one put the prayer book into her hands, it relieved her. Yet, mark you, she could never be brought to read the Lord's Prayer, whatever book she met with it in, proving thereby distinctly that she was in league with the devil. I took her into my own house, that I, even as Dr. Martin Luther did, might wrestle with the devil and have my fling at him. But when I called my household to prayer, the devils that possessed her caused her to whistle and sing, and yell in a discordant and hellish fashion. At this very instant a shrill, clear whistle pierced all ears. Dr. Mather stopped for a moment. "Satan is among you," he cried. "Look to yourselves." And he prayed with fervour, as if against a present and threatening enemy. But no one heeded him. Whence came that ominous, unearthly whistle? Every man watched his neighbour. Again the whistle out of their very midst. And then a bustle in a corner of the building. 3 or 4 people stirring, without any cause immediately perceptible to those at a distance. The movement spread, and directly after a passage even in that dense mass of people was cleared for 2 men, who bore forwards Prudence Hickson, lying rigid as a log of wood, in the convulsive position of one who suffered from an epileptic fit. They laid her down among the ministers who were gathered round the pulpit. Her mother came to her, sending up a wailing cry at the sight of her distorted child. Dr. Mather came down from the pulpit and stood over her, exorcising the devil in possession as one accustomed to such scenes. The crowd pressed forward in mute horror. At length her rigidity of form and feature gave way, and she was terribly convulsed, torn by the devil as they called it. By and by the violence of the attack was over, and the spectators began to breathe again, though still the former horror brooded over them, and they listened as if for the sudden ominous whistle again, glanced fearfully around as if Satan were at their backs, picking out his next victim. Meanwhile, Dr. Mather, Pastor Tappow, and 1 or 2 others were exhorting Prudence to reveal, if she could, the name of the person, the witch, who, by influence over Satan, had subjected the child to such torture as that which they had just witnessed. They bade her speak in the name of the Lord. She whispered a name in the low voice of exhaustion. None of the congregation could hear what it was, but the Pastor Tappow, when he heard it, drew back in dismay, while Dr. Mather, knowing not to whom the name belonged, cried out in a clear, cold voice, "Know ye one Lois Barclay? For it is she who hath bewitched this poor child." The answer was given rather by action than by word, although a low murmur went up from many. But all fell back, as far as falling back in such a crowd was possible, from Lois Barclay, where she stood, and looked on her with surprise and horror. A space of some feet, where no possibility of space had seemed to be not a minute before, left Lois standing alone, with every eye fixed upon her with hatred and dread. She stood like one speechless, tongue-tied, as if in a dream. She, a witch, accursed as witches were in the sight of God and man. Her smooth, healthy face became contracted into shrivel and pallor, but she uttered not a word, only looked at Dr. Mather with her dilated, terrified eyes. Someone said, "She is of the household of Grace Hickson, a God-fearing woman." Lois did not know if the words were in her favour or not. She did not think about them even. They told less on her than on any person present. She's a witch, and the silver glittering Avon, and the drowning woman she had seen in her childhood at Barford, at home in England, were before her, and her eyes fell before her doom. There was some commotion, some rustling of papers,
The magistrates of the town were drawing near the pulpit and consulting with the ministers. Dr. Mather spoke again.
The Indian woman who was hung this morning named certain people whom she deposed to having seen at the horrible meetings for the worship of Satan. But there is no name of Lois Berkeley down upon the paper, although we are stricken at the sight of the names of some.
An interruption, a consultation. Again Dr. Mather spoke.
Bring the accused witch Lois Berkeley near to this poor suffering child of Christ.
They rushed forward to force Lois to the place where Prudence lay, but Lois walked forward of herself. "Prudence," she said, in such a sweet, touching voice, that long afterwards those who heard it that day spoke of it to their children, "have I ever said an unkind word to you, much less done you an ill turn? Speak, dear child. You did not know what you said just now, did you?" But Prudence writhed away from her approach, and screamed out, as if stricken with fresh agony. "Take her away! Take her away! Witch Lois! Witch Lois! Who threw me down only this morning, and turned my arm black and blue." And she bared her arm, as if in confirmation of her words. It was sorely bruised. "I was not near you, Prudence," said Lois sadly, but that was only reckoned fresh evidence of her diabolic power. Lois's brain began to get bewildered. Witch Lois, she a witch abhorred of all men. Yet she would try to think and make one more effort. "Aunt Hickson," she said, and Grace came forwards. "Am I a witch, Aunt Hickson?" she said. For her aunt, stern, harsh, and loving as she might be, was truth itself, and Lois thought, so near to delirium had she come, if her aunt condemned her, it was possible she might indeed be a witch. Grace Hickson faced her unwillingly. "It is a stain upon our family for ever," was the thought in her mind. "It is for God to judge whether thou art a witch or not for me." End of part 1 of part the 3rd. Part 2 of part the 3rd of Lois the Witch by Elizabeth Gaskell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Alas, alas," moaned Lois, for she had looked at Faith and learnt that no good word was to be expected from her gloomy face and averted eyes. The meeting-house was full of eager voices, repressed out of reverence to the place, in tones of earnest murmuring that seemed to fill the air with gathering sounds of anger, and those who had at first fallen back from the place where Lois stood were now pressing forwards and round about her, ready to seize the young friendless girl and bear her off to prison. Those who might have been, who ought to have been, her friends, were either averse or indifferent to her, though only Prudence made any open outcry upon her. That evil child cried out perpetually that Lois had cast a devilish spell upon her, and bade them keep the witch away from her. And indeed, Prudence was strangely convulsed when once or twice Lois's perplexed and wistful eyes were turned in her direction. Here and there, girls, women, uttering strange cries, and apparently suffering from the same kind of convulsive fit as that which had attacked Prudence, were centres of a group of agitated friends, who muttered much and savagely of witchcraft, and the list which had been taken down only the night before from Hota's own lips. They demanded to have it made public, and objected to the slow forms of the law. Others, not so much or so immediately interested in the sufferers, were kneeling around, and praying aloud for themselves and their own safety, until the excitement should be so much quelled as to enable Dr. Cotton Mather to be again heard in prayer and exhortation. And where was Manasseh? What said he? You must remember that all the stir of the outcry, the accusation, the appeals of the accused, all seemed to go on at once amid the buzz and din of the people who had come to worship God, but remained to judge and upbraid their fellow creature. Till now, Lois had only caught a glimpse of Manasseh, who was apparently trying to push forwards, but whom his mother was holding back with word and action, as Lois knew she would hold him back. For it was not for the first time that she was made aware how carefully her aunts had always shrouded his decent reputation among his fellow citizens from the least suspicion of his seasons of excitement and incipient insanity. On such days when he himself imagined that he heard prophetic voices and saw prophetic visions, his mother would do much to prevent any besides his own family from seeing him, and now Lois, by a process swifter than reasoning, felt certain from her one look at his face when she saw it, colourless and deformed by intensity of expression, among a number of others, all simply ruddy and angry, that he was in such a state that his mother would in vain do her utmost to prevent his making himself conspicuous. Whatever force or argument Grace used, it was of no avail. In another moment he was by Lois's side, stammering with excitement and giving vague testimony, which would have been of little value in a calm court of justice, and was only oiled to the smouldering fire of that audience. "Away with her to jail! Seek out the witches! The sin has spread into all households! Satan is in the very midst of us! Strike and spare not!" In vain Dr. Cotton Mather raised his voice in loud prayers, in which he assumed the guilt of the accused girl. No one listened. All were anxious to secure Lois, as if they feared she would vanish from before their very eyes. She, white, trembling, standing quite still in the tight grasp of strange, fierce men, her dilated eyes only wandering a little now and then in search of some pitiful face that among all those hundreds was not to be found. When some fetched cause to bind her, and others by low questions suggested new accusations to the distempered brain of Prudence, Manasseh obtained a hearing once more. Addressing Dr. Cotton Mather, he said, evidently anxious to make clear some new argument that had just suggested itself to him, "Sir, in this matter, be she witch or not, the end has been foreshown to me by the spirit of prophecy. Now, reverend sir, if the event be known to the spirit, it must have been foredoomed in the counsels of God. If so, why punish her for doing that in which she had no free will?" "Young man," said Dr. Mather, bending down from the pulpit and looking very severely upon Manasseh, "take care. You are trenching on blasphemy." "I do not care. I say it again. Either Lois Barclay is a witch or she is not. If she is, it has been foredoomed for her, for I have seen a vision of her death as a condemned witch for many months past, and the voice has told me there was but one escape for her. Lois, the voice, you know." In his excitement he began to wander a little, but it was touching to see how conscious he was that by giving way he would lose the thread of the logical argument by which he hoped to prove that Lois ought not to be punished, and with what an effort he wrenched his imagination away from the old ideas, and strove to concentrate all his mind upon the plea that, if Lois was a witch, it had been shown him by prophecy, and if there was prophecy, there must be foreknowledge. If foreknowledge, foredoom. If foredoom, no exercise of free will, and therefore that Lois was not justly amenable to punishment. On he went, plunging into heresy, caring not, growing more and more passionate every instant, but directing his passion into keen argument, desperate sarcasm, instead of allowing it to excite his imagination. Even Dr. Mather felt himself on the point of being worsted in the very presence of this congregation, who, but a short half-hour ago, looked upon him as all but infallible. Keep a good heart, Cotton Mather. Your opponent's eye begins to glare and flicker with a terrible yet uncertain light. His speech grows less coherent, and his arguments are mixed up with wild glimpses at wilder revelations made to himself alone. He has touched at the limits, he has entered the borders of blasphemy, and with an awful cry of horror and reprobation, the congregation rise up, as if one man, against the blasphemer. Dr. Mather smiled a grim smile, and the people were ready to stone Manasseh, who went on, regardless, talking and raving. "Stay, stay," said Grace Hickson. All the decent family shame which prompted her to conceal the mysterious misfortune of her only son from public knowledge done away with by the sense of the immediate danger to his life. "Touch him not. He knows not what he is saying. The fit is upon him. I tell you the truth before God. My son, my only son, is mad." They stood aghast at the intelligence. The grave young citizen who had silently taken his part in life, close by them in their daily lives, not mixing much with them it was true, but looked up to, perhaps all the more, the student of abstruse books on theology, fit to converse with the most learned ministers that ever came about those parts. Was he the same with the man now pouring out wild words to Lois the Witch, as if he and she were the only two present? A solution of it all occurred to them. He was another victim. Great was the power of Satan. Through the arts of the devil, that white statue of a girl had mastered the soul of Manasseh Hickson. So the word spread from mouth to mouth, and Grace heard it. It seemed a healing balsam for her shame. With wilful, dishonest blindness, she would not see, not even in her secret heart would she acknowledge, that Manasseh had been strange and moody and violent long before the English girl had reached Salem. She even found some specious reason for his attempt at suicide long ago. He was recovering from a fever, and though tolerably well in health, the delirium had not finally left him. But since Lois came, how headstrong he had been at times! How unreasonable, how moody! What a strange delusion was that which he was under of being bidden by some voice to marry her! How he followed her about and clung to her, as under some compulsion of affection, and over all reigned the idea that, if he were indeed suffering from being bewitched, he was not mad, and might again assume the honourable position he had held in the congregation and in the town, when the spell by which he was held was destroyed. So Grace yielded to the notion herself, and encouraged it in others, that Lois Berkeley had bewitched both Manasseh and Prudence, and the consequence of this belief in those days was, that Lois was to be tried, with little chance in her favour, to see whether she was a witch or no, and if a witch, whether she would confess, implicate others, repent, and live a life of bitter shame, avoided by all men, and cruelly treated by most, or die impenitent, hardened, denying her crime upon the gallows. And so they dragged Lois away from the congregation of Christians to the jail to await her trial. I say dragged her, because although she was docile enough to have followed them whither they would, she was now so faint as to require extraneous force. Poor Lois, who should have been carried and tended lovingly in her state of exhaustion, but instead was so detested by the multitude who looked upon her as an accomplice of Satan in all his evil doings, that they cared no more how they treated her than a careless boy cares how he handles the toad that he is going to throw over the wall. When Lois came to her full senses, she found herself lying on a short hard bed in a dark square room, which she at once knew must be a part of the city jail. It was about 8 feet square. It had stone walls on every side, and a grated opening high above her head, letting in all the light and air that could enter in about a square foot of aperture. It was so lonely, so dark to that poor girl when she came slowly and painfully out of her long faint. She did so want human help in that struggle which always supervenes after a swoon, when the effort is to clutch at life, and the effort seems too much for the will. She did not at first understand where she was, did not understand how she came to be there, nor did she care to understand. Her physical instinct was to lie still and let the hurrying pulses have time to calm. So she shut her eyes once more, slowly, slowly. The recollection of the scene in the meeting-house shaped itself into a kind of picture before her. She saw, as it were, within her eyelids, that sea of loathing faces, all turned towards her, as towards something unclean and loathly. And you must remember, you who in the 19th century read this tale, that witchcraft was a real terrible sin to her, Lois Berkeley, 200 years ago. The look on their faces, stamped on heart and brain, excited in her a sort of strange sympathy. Could it be, oh God, could it be true that Satan had obtained the terrific power over her and her will of which she had heard and read? Could she indeed be possessed by a demon, and be indeed a witch, and yet till now have been unconscious of it? And her excited imagination recalled with singular vividness all she had ever heard on the subject. The horrible midnight sacrament, the very presence and power of Satan, every angry thought against her neighbour, against the impertinence of Prudence, the overbearing authority of her aunt, the persevering crazy suit of Manasseh, the indignation, only that morning, but such ages off in real time, at Faith's injustice. Oh, could such evil thoughts have had devilish power given to them by the father of evil, and, all unconsciously to herself, have gone forth as active curses into the world? And so on the ideas went careering wildly through the poor girl's brain, the girl thrown inward upon herself. At length the sting of her imagination forced her to start up impatiently. What was this? A weight of iron on her legs. A weight, stated afterwards by the jailer of Salem prison to have been not more than 8 pounds. It was well for Lois it was a tangible ill, bringing her back from the wild, illimitable desert in which her imagination was wandering. She took hold of the iron, and saw her torn stocking, her bruised ankle, and began to cry pitifully out of strange compassion with herself. They feared then that even in that cell she would find a way to escape. Why? The utter ridiculous impossibility of the thing convinced her of her own innocence and ignorance of all supernatural power, and the heavy iron brought her strangely round from the delusions that seemed to be gathering round her. No, she could never fly out of that deep dungeon. There was no escape, natural or supernatural, for her, unless by man's mercy. And what was man's mercy in such times of panic? Lois knew that it was nothing. Instinct more than reason taught her that panic educes cowardice, and cowardice cruelty. Yet she cried freely, and for the first time, when she found herself ironed and chained. It seemed so cruel, so much as if her fellow creatures had really learnt to hate and dread her who had had a few angry thoughts, which God forgive, but whose thoughts had never gone into words, far less into actions. Why, now she could love all the household at home if they would but let her. Yes, even yet, though she felt that it was the open accusation of Prudence and the withheld justifications of her aunt and Faith that had brought her to her present strait. Would they ever come and see her? Would kinder thoughts of her, she who had shared their daily bread for months and months, bring them to see her and ask her whether it were really she who had brought on the illness of Prudence, the derangement of Manasseh's mind? No one came. Bread and water were pushed in by someone, who hastily locked and unlocked the door, and cared not to see if he put them within his prisoner's reach, or perhaps thought that physical fact mattered little to a witch. It was long before Lois could reach them, and she had something of the natural hunger of youth left in her still, which prompted her, lying her length on the floor, to weary herself with efforts to obtain the bread. After she had eaten some of it, the day began to wane, and she thought she would lay her down and try to sleep. but before she did so, the jailer heard her singing the evening hymn, "Glory to thee, my God, this night, for all the blessings of the light." And a dull thought came into his dull mind, that she was thankful for few blessings if she could tune up her voice to sing praises after this day of what, if she was a witch, was a shameful detection in abominable practices, and if not, well, his mind stopped short at this point in his wondering contemplation. Lois knelt down and said the Lord's Prayer, pausing just a little before one clause, that she might be sure that in her hearts of hearts she did forgive. Then she looked at her ankle, and the tears came into her eyes once again, but not so much because she was hurt, as because men must have hated her so bitterly before they could have treated her so. Then she lay down and fell asleep. The next day she was led before Mr. Hathorne and Mr. Kerwin, Justices of Salem, to be accused legally and publicly of witchcraft. Others were there, accused like her, and when the prisoners were brought in, they were cried out at by the abhorrent crowd. The two Tappows, Prudence, and one or two other girls of the same age were there, in the character of victims of the spells of the accused. The prisoners were placed about 7 or 8 feet from the justices, and the accusers between the justices and them. The former were then ordered to stand right before the justices. All this Lois did at their bidding, with something of the wondering docility of a child, but not with any hope of softening the hard, stony look of detestation that was on all the countenances around her, save those that were distorted by more passionate anger. Then an officer was bidden to hold each of her hands, and Justice Hathorne bade her keep her eyes continually fixed on him, for this reason, which however was not told to her, lest, if she looked on Prudence, the girl would either fall into a fit or cry out that she was suddenly and violently hurt. If any heart could have been touched of that cruel multitude, they would have felt some compassion for the sweet young face of the English girl, trying so meekly to do all that she was bidden, her face quite white, yet so full of sad gentleness, her grey eyes, a little dilated by the very solemnity of her position, fixed with the intent look of innocent maidenhood on the stern face of Justice Hathorne, and thus they stood in silence one breathless minute. Then they were bidden to say the Lord's Prayer. Lois went through it as if alone in her cell, but as she had done alone in her cell the night before, she made a little pause before the prayer, to be forgiven as she forgave, and at this instant of hesitation, as if they had been on the watch for it, they all cried out upon her for a witch, and when the clamour ended, the justices bade Prudence Hickson come forwards. Then Lois turned a little to one side, wishing to see at least one familiar face, but when her eyes fell upon Prudence, the girl stood stock still and answered no questions, nor spoke a word, and the justices declared that she was struck dumb by witchcraft. Then some behind took Prudence under the arms, and would have forced her forwards to touch Lois, possibly esteeming that as a cure for her being bewitched. But Prudence had hardly been made to take 3 steps before she struggled out of their arms, and fell down writhing as in a fit, calling out with shrieks and entreating Lois to help her and save her from her torment. Then all the girls began to tumble down like swine, to use the words of an eyewitness, and to cry out upon Lois and her fellow prisoners. These last were now ordered to stand with their hands stretched out, it being imagined that if the bodies of the witches were arranged in the form of a cross, they would lose their evil power. By and by, Lois felt her strength going, from the unwonted fatigue of such a position, which she had borne patiently until the pain and weariness had forced both tears and sweat down her face, and she asked in a low plaintive voice if she might not rest her head for a few moments against the wooden partition. But Justice Hathorne told her that she had strength enough to torment others, and should have strength enough to stand. She sighed a little and bore on, the clamour against her and the other accused increasing every moment. The only way she could keep herself from utterly losing consciousness was by distracting herself from present pain and danger, and saying to herself verses of the Psalms as she could remember them, expressive of trust in God. At length she was ordered back to jail, and dimly understood that she and others were sentenced to be hanged for witchcraft. Many people now looked eagerly at Lois to see if she would weep at this doom. If she had had strength now to cry, she might. It was just possible that it might have been considered a plea in her favour, for witches could not shed tears. But she was too exhausted and dead. All she wanted was to lie down once more on her prison bed, out of the reach of men's cries of abhorrence, and out of shot of their cruel eyes. So they led her back to prison, speechless and tearless. But rest gave her back her power of thought and suffering. Was it indeed true that she was to die? She, Lois Berkeley, only 18, so well, so young, so full of love and hope as she had been till but these little days past. What would they think of it at home, real dear home at Barford in England? There they had loved her, there she had gone about, singing and rejoicing all the day long in the pleasant meadows by the Avon side. Oh, why did father and mother die, and leave her their bidding to come here to this cruel New England shore, where no one had wanted her, no one had cared for her, and where now they were going to put her to a shameful death as a witch? And there would be no one to send kindly messages by to those she should never see more, never more. Young Lucy was living and joyful, probably thinking of her, and of his declared intention of coming to fetch her home to be his wife this very spring. Possibly he had forgotten her, no one knew. A week before she would have been indignant at her own distrust in thinking for a minute that he could forget. Now she doubted all men's goodness for a time, for those around her were deadly and cruel and relentless. Then she turned round and beat herself with angry blows, to speak in images, for ever doubting her lover. Oh, if she were but with him! Oh, if she might but be with him! He would not let her die, but would hide her in his bosom from the wrath of this people, and carry her back to the old home at Barford. And he might even now be sailing on the wide blue sea, coming nearer, nearer every moment, and yet be too late after all. So the thoughts chased each other through her head all that feverish night, till she clung almost deliriously to life, and wildly prayed that she might not die, at least not just yet, and she so young. Pastor Tappow and certain elders roused her up from a heavy sleep late on the morning of the following day. All night long she had trembled and cried, till morning light had come peering in through the square grating up above. It soothed her, and she fell asleep, to be awakened, as I have said, by Pastor Tappow. "Arise," said he, scrupling to touch her from his superstitious idea of her evil powers. "It is noonday." "Where am I?" said she, bewildered at this unusual wakening, and the array of severe faces, all gazing upon her with reprobation. "You are in Salem jail, condemned for a witch." "Alas, I had forgotten for an instant," said she, dropping her head upon her breast. "She's been out on a devilish ride all night long, doubtless, and is weary and perplexed this morning," whispered one, in so low a voice that he did not think she could hear. But she lifted up her eyes and looked at him with mute reproach. "We are come," said Pastor Tappow, "to exhort you to confess your great and manifold sin." "My great and manifold sin," repeated Lois to herself, shaking her head. "Yea, your sin of witchcraft. If you will confess, there may yet be balm in Gilead." One of the elders, struck with pity at the young girl's wan, shrunken look, said that if she confessed and repented and did penance, that possibly her life might yet be spared. A sudden flash of light came into her sunk, dulled eye. Might she yet live? Was it yet in her power? Why, no one knew how soon Ralph Lucy might be here to take her away for ever into the peace of a new home. Life! Oh, then, all hope was not over. Perhaps she might yet live and not die. Yet the truth came once more out of her lips, almost without any exercise of her will. "I am not a witch," she said. Then Pastor Tapauer blindfolded her, all unresisting, but with languid wonder in her heart as to what was to come next. She heard people enter the dungeon softly, and heard whispering voices. Then her hands were lifted up and made to touch someone near, and in an instant she heard a noise of struggling, and the well-known voice of Prudence shrieking out in one of her hysterical fits, and screaming to be taken away and out of that place. It seemed to Lois as if some of her judges must have doubted of her guilt, and demanded yet another test. She sat down heavily on her bed, thinking she must be in a horrible dream, so compassed about with dangers and enemies did she seem. Those in the dungeon, and by the oppression of the air she perceived that they were many, kept on eager talking in low voices. She did not try to make out the sense of the fragments of sentences that reached her dulled brain, till all at once a word or two made her understand they were discussing the desirableness of applying the whip or the torture to make her confess, and reveal by what means the spell that she had cast upon those whom she had bewitched could be dissolved. A thrill of affright ran through her, and she cried out beseechingly, "I beg you, sirs, for God's mercy's sake, that you do not use such awful means. I may say anything, nay, I may accuse anyone if I am subjected to such torment as I have heard tell about. For I am but a young girl, and not very brave, or very good, as some are." It touched the hearts of one or two to see her standing there, the tears streaming down from below the coarse handkerchief, tightly bound over her eyes, the clanking chain fastening the heavy weight to the slight ankle, the two hands held together as if to keep down a convulsive motion. "Look," said one of these, "she is weeping. They say no witch can weep tears." But another scoffed at this test, and bade the first remember how those of her own family, the Hicksons even, bore witness against her. Once more she was bidden to confess. The charges, esteemed by all men, as they said, to have been proven against her, were read over to her, with all the testimony borne against her in proof thereof. They told her that, considering the godly family to which she belonged, it had been decided by the magistrates and ministers of Salem that she should have her life spared if she would own her guilt, make reparation, and submit to penance, but that if not, she and others convicted of witchcraft along with her were to be hung in Salem market-place on the next Thursday morning, Thursday being market day. And when they had thus spoken, they waited silently for her answer. It was a minute or two before she spoke. She had sat down again upon the bed meanwhile, for indeed she was very weak. She asked, "May I have this handkerchief unbound from my eyes? For indeed, sir, it hurts me." The occasion for which she was blindfolded being over, the bandage was taken off, and she was allowed to see. She looked pitifully at the stern faces around her, in grim suspense as to what her answer would be. Then she spoke. "Sir, I must choose death, with a quiet conscience, rather than life to be gained by a lie. I am not a witch. I know not hardly what you mean when you say I am. I have done many, many things very wrong in my life, but I think God will forgive me them for my Saviour's sake."
"Take not his name on your wicked lips," said Pastor Tapau,
enraged at her resolution of not confessing, and scarcely able to keep himself from striking her. She saw the desire he had, and shrank away in timid fear. Then Justice Hathorne solemnly read the legal condemnation of Lois Berkeley to death by hanging, as a convicted witch. She murmured something which nobody heard fully, but which sounded like a prayer for pity and compassion on her tender years and friendless estate. Then they left her to all the horrors of that solitary, loathsome dungeon, and the strange terror of approaching death. Outside the prison walls, the dread of the witches and the excitement against witchcraft grew with fearful rapidity. Numbers of women and men, too, were accused, no matter what their station of life and their former character had been. On the other side, it is alleged that upwards of 50 persons were grievously vexed by the devil and those to whom he had imparted of his power for vile and wicked considerations. How much of malice, distinct, unmistakable personal malice, was mixed up with these accusations, no one now can tell. The dire statistics of this time tell us that 55 escaped death by confessing themselves guilty. 150 were in prison, more than 200 accused, and upwards of 20 suffered death, among whom was the minister I have called Nolan, who was traditionally esteemed to have suffered through hatred of his co-pastor. One old man, scorning the accusation and refusing to plead at his trial, was, according to the law, pressed to death for his contumacy. Nay, even dogs were accused of witchcraft, suffered the penalties of the law, and are recorded among the subjects of capital punishment. One young man found means to effect his mother's escape from confinement, fled with her on horseback, and secreted her in the blueberry swamp, not far from Taplay's brook, in the great pasture. He concealed her here in a wigwam which he built for her shelter, provided her with food and clothing, and comforted and sustained her until after the delusion had passed away. The poor creature must, however, have suffered dreadfully, for one of her arms was fractured in the all but desperate effort of getting her out of prison. But there was no one to try and save Lois. Grace Hickson would fain have ignored her altogether. Such a taint did witchcraft bring upon a whole family that generations of blameless life was not at that day esteemed sufficient to wash it out. Besides, you must remember that Grace, along with most people of her time, believed most firmly in the reality of the crime of witchcraft. Poor forsaken Lois believed in it herself, and it added to her terror, for the jailer, in an unusually communicative mood, told her that nearly every cell was now full of witches, and it was possible he might have to put one, if more came, in with her. Lois knew that she was no witch herself, but not the less did she believe that the crime was abroad, and largely shared in by evil-minded persons who had chosen to give up their souls to Satan, and she shuddered with terror at what the jailer said, and would have asked him to spare her this companionship if it were possible. But somehow her senses were leaving her, and she could not remember the right words in which to form her request until he had left the place. The only person who yearned after Lois, who would have befriended her if he could, was Manasseh. Poor mad Manasseh! But he was so wild and outrageous in his talk that it was all his mother could do to keep his state concealed from public observation. She had for this purpose given him a sleeping potion, and while he lay heavy and inert under the influence of the poppy tea, his mother bound him with cords to the heavy antique bed in which he slept. She looked broken-hearted while she did this office, and thus acknowledged the degradation of her firstborn, him of whom she had ever been so proud. Late that evening, Grace Hickson stood in Lois's cell, hooded and cloaked up to her eyes. Lois was sitting quite still, playing idly with a bit of string one of the magistrates had dropped out of his pocket that morning. Her aunt was standing by her for an instant or two in silence before Lois seemed aware of her presence. Suddenly she looked up and uttered a little cry, shrinking away from the dark figure. Then, as if her cry had loosened Grace's tongue, she began, "Lois Berkeley, did I ever do you any harm?" Grace did not know how often her want of loving kindness had pierced the tender heart of the stranger under her roof. nor did Lois remember it against her now. Instead, Lois's memory was filled with grateful thoughts of how much that might have been left undone by a less conscientious person her aunt had done for her, and she half stretched out her arms as to a friend in that desolate place as she answered, "Oh, no, no, you were very good, very kind." But Grace stood immovable. "I did you no harm, although I never rightly knew why you came to us." "I was sent by my mother on her deathbed," moaned Lois, covering her face. It grew darker every instant. Her aunt stood still and silent. "Did any of mine ever wrong you?" she asked after a time. "No, no, never, till Prudence said— Oh, aunt, do you think I am a witch?" And now Lois was standing up, holding by Grace's cloak and trying to read her face. Grace drew herself ever so little away from the girl, whom she dreaded and yet sought to propitiate. "Wiser than I, godlier than I have said it. But oh, Lois, Lois, he was my firstborn. Loose him from the demon for the sake of him whose name I dare not name in this terrible building, filled with them who have renounced the hopes of their baptism. Loose Manasseh from his awful state, if ever I or mine did you a kindness." "You asked me for Christ's sake," said Lois. "I can name that holy name. For, oh, aunt, indeed and in holy truth, I am no witch, and yet I am to die, to be hanged. Aunt, do not let them kill me. I am so young, and I never did anyone any harm that I know of." "Hush, for very shame. This afternoon I have bound my firstborn with strong cords, to keep him from doing himself or us a mischief. He is so frenzied. Lois Barclay, look here." And Grace knelt down at her niece's feet and joined her hands as if in prayer. "I am a proud woman, God forgive me, and I never thought to kneel to any save to him, and now I kneel at your feet, to pray you to release my children, more especially my son Manasseh, from the spells you have put on them. Lois, hearken to me, and I will pray to the Almighty for you, if yet there may be mercy." "I cannot do it. I never did you or yours any wrong. How can I undo it? How can I?" And she wrung her hands in intensity of conviction of the inutility of aught she could do. Here Grace got up, slowly, stiffly, and sternly. She stood aloof from the chained girl in the remote corner of the prison cell near the door, ready to make her escape as soon as she had cursed the witch, who would not or could not undo the evil she had wrought. Grace lifted up her right hand and held it up on high, as she doomed Lois to be accursed for ever for her deadly sin and her want of mercy even at this final hour. And lastly, she summoned her to meet her at the judgment seat and answer for this deadly injury done to both souls and bodies of those who had taken her in and received her when she came to them an orphan and a stranger. Until this last summons, Lois had stood as one who hears her sentence and can say nothing against it, for she knows all would be in vain. But she lifted her head when she heard her aunt speak of the judgment seat, and at the end of Grace's speech she too lifted up her right hand, as if solemnly pledging herself by that action, and replied, "Aunt, I will meet you there, and there you will know my innocence of this deadly thing. God have mercy on you and yours." Her calm voice maddened Grace, and making a gesture as if she plucked up a handful of dust off the floor and threw it at Lois, she cried, "Witch! Witch! Ask mercy for thyself! I need not your prayers. Witches' prayers are read backwards. I spit at thee and defy thee." And so she went away. Lois sat moaning all that night through. "God comfort me, God strengthen me," was all she could remember to say. She just felt that want, nothing more. All other fears and wants seemed dead within her, and when the gaoler brought her breakfast the next morning, he reported her as gone silly, for indeed she did not seem to know him, but kept rocking herself to and fro, and whispering softly to herself, smiling a little from time to time. But God did comfort her, and strengthen her too. Late on that Wednesday afternoon they thrust another witch into her cell, bidding the two, with opprobrious words, keep company together. The newcomer fell prostrate with the push given her from without, and Lois, not recognizing anything but an old ragged woman, lying helpless on her face on the ground, lifted her up, and lo, it was Natty, dirty, filthy indeed, mud-pelted, stone-bruised, beaten and all astray in her wits with the treatment she had received from the mob outside. Lois held her in her arms and softly wiped the old brown wrinkled face with her apron, crying over it as she hardly yet cried over her own sorrows. For hours she tended the old Indian woman, tended her bodily woes, and as the poor scattered senses of the savage creature came slowly back, Lois gathered her infinite dread of the morrow, when she, too, as well as Lois, was to be led out to die, in face of all that infuriated crowd. Lois sought in her own mind for some source of comfort for the old woman, who shook like one in the shaking palsy at the dread of death, and such a death. When all was quiet through the prison in the deep dead midnight, the jailer outside the door heard Lois telling, as if to a young child, the marvellous and sorrowful story of one who died on the cross for us and for our sakes. As long as she spoke, the Indian woman's terror seemed lulled, but the instant she paused for weariness, Natty cried out afresh, as if some wild beast were following her close through the dense forests in which she had dwelt in her youth. And then Lois went on, saying all the blessed words she could remember, and comforting the helpless Indian woman with the sense of the presence of a heavenly friend. And in comforting her, Lois was comforted. In strengthening her, Lois was strengthened. The morning came, and the summons to come forth and die came. They who entered the cell found Lois asleep, her face resting on the slumbering old woman, whose head she still held in her lap. She did not seem clearly to know where she was when she awakened. The silly look had returned to her wan face. All she seemed to know was that somehow or another, through some peril or another, she had to protect the poor Indian woman. She smiled faintly when she saw the bright light of the April day, and put her arm round Natty, and tried to keep the Indian quiet with hushing, soothing words of broken meaning, and holy fragments of the Psalms. Natty tightened her hold upon Lois as they drew near the gallows, and the outrageous crowd below began to hoot and yell. Lois redoubled her efforts to calm and encourage Natty, seemingly unconscious that any of the opprobrium, the hootings, the stones, the mud, was directed towards her herself. But when they took Natty from her arms and led her out to suffer first, Lois seemed all at once to recover her sense of the present terror. She gazed wildly around, stretched out her arms as if to some person in the distance who was yet visible to her, and cried out once with a voice that thrilled through all that heard it, "Mother!" Directly afterwards, the body of Lois the Witch swung in the air, and everyone stood with hushed breath, with a sudden wonder, like a fear of deadly crime fallen upon them. The stillness and the silence were broken by one, crazed and mad, who came rushing up the steps of the ladder, and caught Lois's body in his arms, and kissed her lips with wild passion. And then, as if it were true, what the people believed, that he was possessed by a demon, he sprang down and rushed through the crowd, out of the bounds of the city, and into the dark, dense forest, and Manasseh Hickson was no more seen of Christian man. The people of Salem had awakened from their frightful delusion before the autumn, when Captain Holderness and Ralph Lucy came to find out Lois, and bring her home to peaceful Barford in the pleasant country of England. Instead, they led them to the grassy grave where she lay at rest, done to death by mistaken men. Ralph Lucy shook the dust off his feet in quitting Salem, with a heavy, heavy heart, and lived a bachelor all his life long for her sake. Long years afterwards, Captain Holderness sought him out to tell him some news that he thought might interest the grave miller of Avonside. Captain Holderness told him that in the previous year, it was then 1713, the sentence of excommunication against the witches of Salem was ordered in godly sacramental meeting of the church to be erased and blotted out, and that those who met together for this purpose humbly requested the merciful God would pardon whatsoever sin, error, or mistake was in the application of justice through our merciful High Priest, who knoweth how to have compassion on the ignorant and those that are out of the way. He also said that Prudence Hickson, now woman grown, had made a most touching and pungent declaration of sorrow and repentance before the whole church for the false and mistaken testimony she had given in several instances, among which she particularly mentioned that of her cousin Lois Barclay. To all which Ralph Lucy only answered, "No repentance of theirs can bring her back to life." Then Captain Holderness took out a paper and read the following humble and solemn declaration of regret on the part of those who signed it, among whom Grace Hickson was one. "We whose names are undersigned, being in the year 1692 called to serve as jurors in the court at Salem, on trial of many who were by some suspected guilty of doing acts of witchcraft upon the bodies of sundry persons, we confess that we ourselves were not capable to understand, nor able to withstand, the mysterious delusions of the powers of darkness and prince of the air, but were, for want of knowledge in ourselves and better information from others, prevailed with to take up with such evidence against the accused as, on further consideration and better information, we justly fear was insufficient for the touching of the lives of any. Deuteronomy 17:6, whereby we fear we have been instrumental with others, though ignorantly and unwittingly, to bring upon ourselves and this people of the Lord the guilt of innocent blood, which sin the Lord saith in Scripture he would not pardon. 2 Kings 24:4. That is, we suppose, in regard of his temporal judgments. We do therefore signify to all in general, and to the surviving sufferers in special, our deep sense of and sorrow for our errors in acting on such evidence to the condemning of any person, and do hereby declare that we justly fear that we were sadly deluded and mistaken, for which we are much disquieted and distressed in our minds, and do therefore humbly beg forgiveness, first of God for Christ's sake, for this our error, and pray that God would not impute the guilt of it to ourselves nor others, and we also pray that we may be considered candidly and aright by the living sufferers, as being then under the power of a strong and general delusion, utterly unacquainted with and not experienced in matters of that nature. We do heartily ask forgiveness of you all whom we have justly offended, and do declare, according to our present minds, we would none of us do such things again on such grounds for the whole world, praying you to accept of this in way of satisfaction for our offence, and that you would bless the inheritance of the Lord, that he may be entreated for the land. Foreman, Thomas Fiske, etc. To the reading of this paper, Ralph Lucy made no reply save this, even more gloomily than before: "All their repentance will avail nothing to my Lois, nor will it bring back her life." Then Captain Holderness spoke once more, and said that on the day of the general fast appointed to be held all through New England, when the meeting-houses were crowded, an old man with white hair had stood up in the place in which he was accustomed to worship, and had handed up into the pulpit a written confession which he had once or twice essayed to read for himself, acknowledging his great and grievous error in the matter of the witches of Salem, and praying for forgiveness of God and of his people, ending with an entreaty that all then present would join with him in prayer that his past conduct might not bring down the displeasure of the Most High upon his country, his family, or himself. That old man, who was no other than Justice Sewell, remained standing all the time that his confession was read, and at the end he said, "The good and gracious God be pleased to save New England and me and my family." And then it came out that for years past Judge Sewell had set apart a day for humiliation and prayer, to keep fresh in his mind a sense of repentance and sorrow for the part he had borne in these trials, and that this solemn anniversary he was pledged to keep as long as he lived, to show his feeling of deep humiliation. Ralph Lucy's voice trembled as he spoke. "All this will not bring my Lois to life again, or give me back the hope of my youth." But, as Captain Holderness shook his head, for what word could he say, or how dispute what was so evidently true, Ralph added, "What is the day, know you, that this justice has set apart?" "The 29th of April." "Then on that day will I, here at Barford in England, join my prayers as long as I live with the repentant judge, that his sin may be blotted out and no more had in remembrance. She would have willed it so."
End of part 2 of part the 3rd.
End of Lois the Witch by Elizabeth Gaskell.
Read by Phil Benson in Sydney, Australia. Part 1 of The Ghost in the Garden Room by Elizabeth Gaskell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Published as a chapter of The Haunted House in the extra Christmas number of All the Year Round, conducted by Charles Dickens. December the 13th, 1859. My friend and solicitor rubbed his bald forehead, which is quite Shakespearean, with his hand, after a manner he has when I consult him professionally, and took a very large pinch of snuff. "My bedroom," said he, "has been haunted by the ghost of a judge." "Of a judge?" said all the company. "Of a judge, in his wig and robes as he sits upon the bench at assize time. As I have lingered in the great white chair at the side of my fire, when we have all retired for the night to our respective rooms, I have seen and heard him. I shall never forget the description he gave me, and I never have forgotten it since I first heard it." "Then you have seen and heard him before, Mr. Undery?" said my sister. "Often." "Consequently, he is not peculiar to this house?" "By no means. He returns to me in many intervals of quiet leisure, and his story haunts me." We one and all called for the story, that it might haunt us likewise. "It fell within the range of his judicial experience," said my friend and solicitor, and this was the judge's manner of summing it up. Those words did not apply, of course, to the great pinch of snuff that followed them, but to the words that followed the great pinch of snuff. They were these: Not many years after the beginning of this century, a worthy couple of the name of Huntroyd occupied a small farm in the North Riding of Yorkshire. They had married late in life, although they were very young when they first began to keep company with each other. Nathan Huntroyd had been a farm servant to Hester Rose's father, and had made up to her at a time when her parents thought she might do better. And so, without much consultation of her feelings, they had dismissed Nathan in somewhat cavalier fashion. He had drifted far away from his former connections when an uncle of his died, leaving Nathan, by this time upwards of 40 years of age,
enough money to stock a small farm, and yet to have something over to put in the bank against bad times. One of the consequences of this bequest was that Nathan was looking out for a wife and housekeeper in a kind of discreet and leisurely way, when, one day, he heard that his old love, Hester, was not married and flourishing as he had always supposed her to be, but a poor maid-of-all-work in the town of Ripon, for her father had had a succession of misfortunes, which had brought him in his old age to the workhouse. Her mother was dead, her only brother struggling to bring up a large family, and Hester herself, a hard-working, homely-looking, at 37, servant. Nathan had a kind of growling satisfaction, which only lasted for a minute or two, however, in hearing of these turns of fortune's wheel. He did not make many intelligible remarks to his informant, and to no one else did he say a word, but, a few days afterwards, he presented himself, dressed in his Sunday best, at Mrs. Thompson's back door in Ripon. Hester stood there in answer to the good sound knock, his good sound oak stick made, she with the light full upon her, he in shadow. For a moment there was silence. He was scanning the face and figure of his old love for 20 years unseen. The comely beauty of youth had faded away entirely. She was, as I have said, homely-looking, plain-featured, but with a clean skin and pleasant, frank eyes. Her figure was no longer round, but tidily draped in a blue and white bedgown, tied round her waist by her white apron-strings, and her short red linsey petticoat showed her tidy feet and ankles. Her former lover fell into no ecstasies. He simply said to himself, "She'll do," and forthwith began upon his business. "Hester, thou dost not mind me. I am Nathan, as thy father turned off at a minute's notice, for thinking of thee for a wife 20 years come Michaelmas next. I have not thought much upon matrimony since, but Uncle Ben has died, leaving me a small matter in the bank, and I have taken Nab End Farm, put in a bit of stock, and shall want a missus to see after it. Wilt like to come? I'll not mislead thee. It's dairy, and it might have been arable, but arable takes more horses than it suited me to buy, and I'd the offer of a tidy lot of kine, that's all. If thou'lt have me, I'll come for thee as soon as the hay's gotten in." Hester only said, "Come in and sit thee down." He came in and sat down. For a time she took no more notice of him than of his stick, bustling about to get dinner ready for the family whom she served. He meanwhile watched her brisk, sharp movements, and repeated to himself, "She'll do." After about 20 minutes of silence thus employed, he got up, saying, "Well, Hester, I'm going. When shall I come back again?" "Please thyself, and thou'lt please me," said Hester, in a tone that she tried to make light and indifferent. But he saw that her colour came and went, and that she trembled while she moved about. In another moment Hester was soundly kissed, but when she looked round to scold the middle-aged farmer, he appeared so entirely composed that she hesitated. He said, "I have pleased myself, and thee too, I hope. Is it a month's wage and a month's warning? To-day is the 8th. July 8th is our wedding day. I have no time to spend a wooing before then, and wedding must take long. 2 days is enough to throw away at our time of life." It was like a dream, but Hester resolved not to think more about it till her work was done. And when all was cleaned up for the evening, she went and gave her mistress warning, telling her all the history of her life in a very few words. That day month she was married from Mrs. Thompson's house. The issue of the marriage was one boy, Benjamin. A few years after his birth, Hester's brother died at Leeds, leaving 10 or 12 children. Hester sorrowed bitterly over this loss, and Nathan showed her much quiet sympathy, although he could not but remember that Jack Rose had added insult to the bitterness of his youth. He helped his wife to make ready to go by the waggon to Leeds. He made light of the household difficulties which came thronging into her mind after all was fixed for her departure. He filled her purse that she might have wherewithal to alleviate the immediate wants of her brother's family, and as she was leaving, he ran after the waggon. "Stop, stop!" he cried. "Hetty, if thou wilt, if it wunnot be too much for thee, bring back one of Jack's wenches for company like. We've enough and to spare, and a lass will make the house winsome, as a man might say." The waggon moved on, while Hester had such a silent swelling of gratitude in her heart as was both thanks to her husband and thanksgiving to God. And that was the way that little Bessie Rose came to be an inmate of the Nab's End farm. Virtue met with its own reward in this instance, and in a clear and tangible shape too, which need not delude people in general into thinking that such is the usual nature of virtue's rewards. Bessie grew up a bright, affectionate, active girl, a daily comfort to her uncle and aunt. She was so much a darling in the household that they even thought her worthy of their only son Benjamin, who was perfection in their eyes. It is not often the case that two plain homely people have a child of uncommon beauty, but it is sometimes, and Benjamin Huntroyd was one of these exceptional cases. The hard-working, labour and care-marked farmer, and the mother, who could never have been more than tolerably comely in her best days, produced a son who might have been an earl's son for grace and beauty. Even the hunting squires of the neighbourhood reined up their horses to admire him as he opened the gates for them. He had no shyness. He was so accustomed to admiration from strangers and adoration from his parents from his earliest years. As for Bessie Rose, he ruled imperiously over her heart from the time she first set eyes on him, and as she grew older, she grew on in loving, persuading herself that what her uncle and aunts loved so dearly, it was her duty to love dearest of all. At every unconscious symptom of the young girl's love for her cousin, his parents smiled and winked. All was going on as they wished. No need to go far afield for Benjamin's wife. The household could go on as it was now, Nathan and Hester sinking into the rest of years, and relinquishing care and authority to those dear ones who in process of time might bring other dear ones to share their love. But Benjamin took it all very coolly. He had been sent to a day school in the neighbouring town, a grammar school, in the high state of neglect in which the majority of such schools were 30 years ago. Neither his father nor his mother knew much of learning. All that they knew, and that directed their choice of a school, was that they could not, by any possibility, part with their darling to a boarding school. That some schooling he must have, and that Squire Pollard's son went to Highminster Grammar School. Squire Pollard's son, and many another son destined to make his parents' hearts ache, went to this school. If it had not been so utterly bad a place of education, the simple farmer and his wife might have found it out sooner. But not only did the pupils there learn vice, they also learnt deceit. Benjamin was naturally too clever to remain a dunce, or else, if he had chosen so to be, there was nothing in Highminster Grammar School to hinder his being a dunce of the first water. But to all appearance, he grew clever and gentlemanlike. His father and mother were even proud of his airs and graces when he came home for the holidays, taking them for proofs of his refinement, although the practical effect of such refinement was to make him express his contempt for his parents' homely ways and simple ignorance. By the time he was 18, an articled clerk in an attorney's office at Highminster, for he had quite declined becoming a mere clodhopper, that is to say, a hard-working, honest farmer like his father, Bessie Rose was the only person who was dissatisfied with him. The little girl of 14 instinctively felt there was something wrong about him. Alas, 2 years more and the girl of 16 worshipped his very shadow, and would not see that aught could be wrong with one so soft-spoken, so handsome, so kind as cousin Benjamin. For Benjamin had found out that the way to cajole his parents out of money for every indulgence he fancied was to pretend to forward their innocent scheme and make love to his pretty cousin Bessie Rose. He cared just enough for her to make this work of necessity not disagreeable at the time he was performing it, but he found it tiresome to remember her little claims upon him when she was no longer present. The letters he had promised her during his weekly absences at Highminster, the trifling commissions she had asked him to do for her, were all considered in the light of troubles, and even when he was with her, he resented the inquiries she made as to his mode of passing his time, or what female acquaintances he had in Highminster. When his apprenticeship was ended, nothing would serve him but that he must go up to London for a year or two. Poor Farmer Huntroyd was beginning to repent of his ambition of making his son Benjamin a gentleman, but it was too late to repine now. Both father and mother felt this, and however sorrowful they might be, they were silent, neither demurring nor assenting to Benjamin's proposition when he first made it. But Bessie, through her tears, noticed that both her uncle and aunt seemed unusually tired that night, and sat hand in hand on the fireside settle, idly gazing into the bright flames, as if they saw in it pictures of what they had once hoped their lives would have been. Bessie rattled about among the supper things as she put them away after Benjamin's departure, making more noise than usual, as if noise and bustle was what she needed to keep her from bursting out crying. And having at one keen glance taken in the position and looks of Nathan and Hester, she avoided looking in that direction again, for fear the sight of their wistful faces should make her own tears overflow. "Sit thee down, lass, sit thee down. Bring the creepy stool to the fireside, and let's have a bit of talk over the lad's plans," said Nathan at last, rousing himself to speak. Bessie came and sat down in front of the fire, and threw her apron over her face as she rested her head on both hands. Nathan felt as if it was a chance which of the two women burst out crying first, so he thought he would speak, in hopes of keeping off the infection of tears. "Didst ever hear of this mad plan afore, Bessie?" "No, never." Her voice came muffled and changed from under her apron. Hester felt as if the tone, both of question and answer, implied blame, and this she could not bear. "We should have looked to it when we bound him, for of necessity it would have come to this. There's examines and catechises, and I dunno what all, for him to be put through in London. It's not his fault." "Which un has said it were?" asked Nathan, rather put out. "Though for that matter, a few weeks would carry him over the mire and make him as good a lawyer as any judge among 'em. Owd Lawson the attorney told me that, in a talk I had wi' him a bit sin. Nah, it's the lad's own hankering for London that makes him want to stay there for a year, let alone 2. Nathan shook his head. "And if it be his own hankering," said Bessie, putting down her apron, her face all aflame and her eyes swollen up, "I dunnot see harm in it. Lads aren't like lasses, to be tea'd to their own fireside like th' crook yonder. It's fitting for a young man to go abroad and see the world afore he settles down." Hester's hand sought Bessie's, and the two women sat in sympathetic defiance of any blame that should be thrown upon the beloved absent. Nathan only said, "Nay, wench, dunna wax up so. What un's done's done, and worse, it's my doing. I mun needs make me bairn a gentleman, and we mun pay for it." "Dear uncle, he wunna spend much, I'll answer for it, and I'll scrimp and save i'th house to make it good." "Wench," said Nathan solemnly, "it were not pain in cash I was speaking on. It were pain in heart's care and heaviness of soul. Lunnon is a place where th' devil keeps court, as well as King George,
and my poor chap has more nor once welly fallen into his clutches here. I don't know what he'll do when he gets close within sniff of him." "Don't let him go, father," said Hester, for the first time taking this view. Hitherto she had only thought of her own grief at parting with him. "Father, if you think so, keep him here, safe under our own eye." "Nay," said Nathan, "he's past time of life for that. Why, there's not one on us knows where he is at this present time, and he not gone out of our sight an hour. He's too big to be put back i' th' go-cart, mother, or kept within doors with the chair turned bottom upwards. I wish he were a wee bairn lying in my arms again. It were a sore day when I weaned him, and I think life's been getting sore and sorer at every turn he's ta'en towards manhood. Come, lass, that's noan the way to be talking. Be thankful to Marcy that thou'st getten a man for the son as stands 5'11" in stockings, and ne'er a sick piece about him. We wunnot grudge him his fling, will we, Bess, my wench? He'll be coming back in a year, and maybe a bit more, and be all for settling in a quiet town like, wi' a wife that's none so fur for me at this very minute. And we owd folk, as we get into years, must gie up farm, and tack a bit on a house near Lawyer Benjamin." And so the good Nathan, his own heart heavy enough, tried to soothe his womenkind. But of the three, his eyes were the longest in closing, his apprehensions the deepest founded. "I misdoubt me I hanna done well by th' lad. I misdoubt me so," was the thought that kept him awake till day began to dawn. "Summat's wrong about him. The folk wouldna look at me wi' such piteous like een when they speak on him. I can see th' meaning of it, though I'm too proud to let on. And Lawson too, he holds his tongue more nor he should do when I ax him how my lad's getting on, and whatten sort of a lawyer he'll mak. God be marciful to Hester and me, if th' lad's gone away. God be marciful. But maybe it's this lying, waking all the night through that maks me so fearful. Why, when I were his age, I do be bound I should have spent money fast enough ere I could have come by it. But I had to earn it. That makes a great differ. Well, it were hard to thwart th' child of our old age, and we waitin' so long for to have un." Next morning, Nathan rode Moggy the cart-horse into Highminster to see Mr. Lawson. Anybody who saw him ride out of his own yard would have been struck with the change in him when he returned, a change more than a day's unusual exercise should have made in a man of his years. He scarcely held the reins at all. One jerk of Moggy's head would have plucked them out of his hands. His head was bent forward, his eyes looking on some unseen thing, with long unwinking gaze. But as he drew near to home on his return, he made an effort to recover himself. "No need fretting them," he said. "Lads will be lads. But I didna think he had it in him to be so thoughtless, young as he is. Well, well, he'll maybe get more wisdom i' Lunnon. Anyways, it's best to cut him off fra such evil lads as Will Hawker and such like. It's they as have led my boy astray. He were a good chap till he knowed them, a good chap till he knowed them." But he put all his cares in the background when he came into the house-place, where both Bessie and his wife met him at the door, and both would fain lend a hand to take off his greatcoat. "There, wenches, there. Ye might let a man alone for to get out on's clothes. Why, I might have struck thee, lass." And he went on talking, trying to keep them off for a time from the subjects that all had at heart. But there was no putting them off for ever, and by dint of repeated questioning on his wife's part, more was got out than he had ever meant to tell, enough to grieve both his hearers sorely, and yet the brave old man still kept the worst in his own breast. The next day Benjamin came home for a week or two before making his great start to London. His father kept him at a distance, and was solemn and quiet in his manner to the young man.
Bessie, who had shown anger enough at first, and had uttered many a sharp speech, began to relent, and then to feel hurt and displeased that her uncle should persevere so long in his cold, reserved manner, and Benjamin just going to leave them. Her aunt went, tremblingly busy, about the clothes-presses and drawers, as if afraid of letting herself think either of the past or the future. Only once or twice, coming behind her son, she suddenly stooped over his sitting figure, and kissed his cheek and stroked his hair. Bessie remembered afterwards, long years afterwards, how he had tossed his head away with nervous irritability on one of those occasions, and had muttered, her aunt did not hear it, but Bessie did, "Can't you leave a man alone?" Towards Bessie herself, he was pretty gracious. No other words express his manner. It was not warm, nor tender, nor cousinly. But there was an assumption of underbred politeness towards her, as a young pretty woman, which politeness was neglected in his authoritative or grumbling manner towards his mother, or his sullen silence before his father. He once or twice ventured on a compliment to Bessie on her personal appearance. She stood still and looked at him with astonishment. "How's my eyes changed since last thou saw'st them?" she asked, "that thou must be telling me about 'em in that fashion? I'd rayther by a deal see thee helping the mother when she's dropped her knitting needle and canna see i'th dusk for to pick it up." But Bessie thought of his pretty speech about her eyes long after he had forgotten making it, and would have been puzzled to tell the colour of them. Many a day after he was gone did she look earnestly in the little oblong looking-glass which hung up against the wall of her little sleeping-chamber, but which she used to take down in order to examine the eyes he had praised, murmuring to herself, "Pretty soft grey eyes, pretty soft grey eyes," until she would hang up the glass again with a sudden laugh and a rosy blush. In the days when he had gone away to the vague distance and vaguer place, the city called London, Bessie tried to forget all that had gone against her feeling of the affection and duty that a son owed to his parents. And she had many things to forget of this kind that would keep surging up into her mind. For instance, she wished that he had not objected to the homespun, home-made shirts which his mother and she had such pleasure in getting ready for him. He might not know, it was true, and so her love urged, how carefully and evenly the thread had been spun, how, not content with bleaching the yarn in the sunniest meadow, the linen, on its return from the weavers, had been spread out afresh on the sweet summer grass, and watered carefully night after night, when there was no dew to perform the kindly office. He did not know, for no one but Bessie herself did, how many false or large stitches, made large and false by her aunt's failing eyes, who yet liked to do the choicest part of the stitching all by herself, Bessie had unpicked at night in her own room, and with dainty fingers had restitched, sewing eagerly in the dead of night. All this he did not know, or he could never have complained of the coarse texture, the old-fashioned make of these shirts, and urged on his mother to give him part of her little store of egg and butter money in order to buy newer-fashioned linen in Highminster. When once that little precious store of his mother's was discovered, it was well for Bessie's peace of mind that she did not know how loosely her aunt counted up the coins, mistaking guineas for shillings, or just the other way, so that the amount was seldom the same in the old black spoutless teapot. Yet this son, this hope, this love, had yet a strange power of fascination over the household. The evening before he left, he sat between his parents, a hand in theirs on either side, and Bessie on the old creepy stool, her head lying on her aunt's knee, and looking up at him from time to time, as if to learn his face off by heart, till his glances, meeting hers, made her drop her eyes and only sigh. He stopped up late that night with his father, long after the women had gone to bed, but not to sleep, for I will answer for it, the grey-haired mother never slept a wink till the late dawn of the autumn day, and Bessie heard her uncle come upstairs with heavy, deliberate footsteps, and go to the old stocking which served him for bank, and count out golden guineas. Once he stopped, but again he went on afresh, as if resolved to crown his gift with liberality. Another long pause, in which she could but indistinctly hear continued words. It might have been advice, it might have been a prayer, for it was in her uncle's voice. And then father and son came up to bed. Bessie's room was but parted from her cousin's by a thin wooden partition, and the last sound she distinctly heard before her eyes, tired out with crying, closed themselves in sleep, was the guineas clinking down upon each other at regular intervals, as if Benjamin were playing at pitch and toss with his father's present. After he was gone, Bessie wished he had asked her to walk part of the way with him into Highminster. She was all ready, her things laid out on the bed, but she could not accompany him without invitation. The little household tried to close over the gap as best they might. They seemed to set themselves to their daily work with unusual vigour, but somehow, when evening came, there had been little done. Heavy hearts never make light work, and there was no telling how much care and anxiety each had had to bear in secret in the field, at the wheel, or in the dairy. Formerly he was looked for every Saturday, looked for though he might not come, or, if he came, there were things to be spoken about that made his visit anything but a pleasure. Still, he might come, and all things might go right, and then what sunshine, what gladness to those humble people. But now he was away, and dreary winter was come on. Old folks' sight fails, and the evenings were long and sad, in spite of all Bessie could do or say, and he did not write so often as he might. So everyone thought, though everyone would have been ready to defend him from either of the others who had expressed such a thought aloud. "Surely," said Bessie to herself, when the first primroses peeped out in a sheltered and sunny hedge-bank, and she gathered them as she passed home from afternoon church, "surely there will never be such a dreary, miserable winter again as this has been." There had been a great change in Nathan and Bessie Huntroyd during this last year. The spring before, when Benjamin was yet the subject of more hopes than fears, his father and mother looked what I may call an elderly middle-aged couple, people who had a good deal of hearty work in them yet. Now, it was not his absence alone that caused the change. They looked frail and old, as if each day's natural trouble was a burden more than they could bear. For Nathan had heard sad reports about his only child, and had told them solemnly to his wife, as things too bad to be believed. And yet, God help us, if indeed he is such a lad as this. Their eyes were become too dry and hollow for many tears. They sat together, hand in hand, and shivered and sighed, and did not speak many words, or dare to look at each other. And then Hester had said, "We maunna tell th' lass. Young folks' hearts break wi' a little, and she'd be apt to fancy it were true." Here the old woman's voice broke into a kind of piping cry, but she struggled, and her next words were all right. "We maunna tell her. He's bound to be fond on her, and mebbe, if she thinks well on him and loves him, it will bring him straight." "God grant it," said Nathan. "God shall grant it," said Hester, passionately moaning out her words, and then repeating them, alas, with a vain repetition. "It's a bad place for lying, is Highminster," said she at length, as if impatient of the silence. "I never knowed such a place for getting up stories, but Bessie knows naught on, and nother you nor me believes 'em. That's one blessing." But if they did not in their hearts believe them, how came they to look so sad and worn, beyond what mere age could do? Then came round another year, another winter, yet more miserable than the last. This year, with the primroses, came Benjamin, a bad, hard, flippant young man, with yet enough of specious manners and handsome countenance to make his appearance striking at first to those to whom the aspect of a London fast young man of the lowest order is strange and new. Just at first, as he sauntered in with a swagger and an air of indifference, which was partly assumed, partly real, his old parents felt a simple kind of awe of him, as if he were not their son, but a real gentleman. But they had too much fine instinct in their homely natures not to know, after a very few minutes had passed, that this was not a true prince. "Whatever does he mean?" said Hester to her niece, as soon as they were alone. "By all their macks and warlocks, and he minces his words, as if his tongue were clipped short or split like a magpie's. London is as bad as a hot day in August for spoiling good flesh. For he were a good-looking lad when he went up, and now look at him, with his skin gone into lines and flourishes, just like first page on a copy-book. I think he looks a deal better, aunt, for them new-fashioned whiskers," said Bessie, blushing still at the remembrance of the kiss he had given her on first seeing her. A pledge, she thought, poor girl, that in spite of his long silence in letter-writing, he still looked upon her as his troth-plight wife. There were things about him which none of them liked, although they never spoke about them. Yet there was also something to gratify them all, in the way in which he remained quiet at Nab End, instead of seeking variety, as he had formerly done, by constantly stealing off to the neighbouring town. His father had paid all the debts that he knew of, soon after Benjamin had gone up to London, so there were no duns that his parents knew of to alarm him and keep him at home, and he went out in the morning with the old man, his father, and lounged by his side as Nathan went round his fields with busy yet infirm gait, having heart, as he would have expressed it, in all that was going on, because at length his son seemed to take an interest in all the farming affairs, and stood patiently by his side while he compared his own small Galloways with the great shorthorns looming over his neighbour's hedge. "It's a slovenly way, thou seest, that of selling th' milk. Folk don't care whether it's good or not, so that they get their pint measure full of stuff that's watered afore it leaves th' beast, instead of honest cheating by the help of the pump. But look at Bessie's butter, what skill it shows, part her own manner of making, and part good choice of cattle. It's a pleasure to see a basket all packed ready for to go to market, and it's none o' a pleasure for to see the buckets fu' o' the blue starch water as yon beasts give. I'm thinking they crossed th' breed wi' a pump not long sin'. But our Bessie's a clever canny wench. I sometimes think thou'lt be for gi'ing up the law and taking to th' old trade when thou wedst wi' her." This was intended to be a skilful way of ascertaining whether there was any ground for the old farmer's wish and prayer that Benjamin might give up the law and return to the primitive occupation of his father. Nathan dared to hope it now, since his son had never made much by his profession, owing, as he had said, to his want of a connection. And the farm and the stock and the clean wife, too, were ready to his hand, and Nathan could safely rely on himself, never in his most unguarded moments, to reproach his son with the hardly earned hundreds that had been spent on his education. So the old man listened with painful interest to the answer which his son was evidently struggling to make, coughing a little and blowing his nose before he spoke. "Well, you see, father, law is a precarious livelihood. A man, as I may express myself, has no chance in the profession unless he is known to the judges and tip-top barristers and that sort of thing. Now, you see, my mother and you have no acquaintance that you may call exactly in that line, but luckily I have met with a man, a friend, as I may say, who is really a first-rate fellow, knowing everybody from the Lord Chancellor downwards, and he has offered me a share in his business, a partnership, in short." He hesitated a little. "I'm sure that's uncommon kind of the gentleman," said Nathan. "I should like for to thank him mysen, for it's not many as would pick up a young chap out of th' dirt, as it were, and say, 'Here's half my good fortune for you, sir, and your very good health.'
Most on 'em, when they get in a bit of luck, run off wi' it, to keep it all to themselves, and gobble it down in a corner. What may be his name? For I should like for to know it." "You don't quite apprehend me, father. A great deal of what you have said is true to the letter. People don't like to share their good luck, as you say." "The more credit to them as does," broke in Nathan. "Aye, but you see, even such a fine fellow as my friend Cavendish does not like to give away half his good practice for nothing. He expects an equivalent." "An equivalent?" said Nathan. His voice had dropped down an octave. "And what may that be? There's always some meaning in grand words. I take it, though, I'm not book-learned enough to find it out."
"Why, in this case, the equivalent he demands for taking me into partnership and afterwards relinquishing the whole business to me is £300 down." Benjamin looked sideways from under his eyes to see how his father took the proposition. His father struck his stick deep down in the ground, and leaning one hand upon it, faced round at him. "Then thy fine friend may go and be hanged. £300! I'll be darned and danged too, if I know where to get 'em, even if I be making a fool of thee in me send too." He was out of breath by this time. His son took his father's first words in dogged silence. It was but the burst of surprise he had led himself to expect, and did not daunt him for long. "I should think, sir." "Sir? What and for dost thou sir me? Is them's your manners? I'm plain Nathan Huntroyd, who never took on to be a gentleman, but I have paid my way up to this time, which I shall not do much longer if I'm to have a son coming and asking me for £300, just as if I were a cow, but I'd nothing to do but let down my milk to the first person as strokes me." "Well, father," said Benjamin, with an affectation of frankness, "then there's nothing for me but to do as I have often planned before, go and emigrate."
"And what?"
said his father, looking sharply and steadily at him. "Emigrate. Go to America or India, or some colony where there would be an opening for a young man of spirit." Benjamin had reserved this proposition for his trump card, expecting by means of it to carry all before him. But, to his surprise, his father plucked his stick out of the hole he had made when he so vehemently thrust it into the ground, and walked on 4 or 5 steps in advance. There he stood still again, and there was a dead silence for a few minutes.
"It 'ud maybe be th' best thing thou couldst do," the father began.
Benjamin set his teeth hard to keep in curses. It was well for poor Nathan he did not look round then and see the look his son gave him.
"But it would come hard upon us, upon Hester and me, for whether thou art a good un or not, thou art our flesh and blood, our only bairn. And if thou'rt not all as a man could wish, it's maybe been the fault on our pride i' thee. It 'ud kill the missus if he went off to America, and Bess too, the lass as thinks so much on him." The speech, originally addressed to his son, had wandered off into a monologue, as keenly listened to by Benjamin, however, as if it had all been spoken to him. After a pause of consideration, his father turned round. "Yon man, I wunnot call him a friend o' yourn to think of asking you for such a mint o' money. He's not the only one, I'll be bound, as could give you a start i' th' law. Other folks 'ud, maybe, do it for less." "Not one of them, to give me equal advantages," said Benjamin, thinking he perceived signs of relenting. "Well then, thou mayst tell him that it's neither he nor thee as'll see th' sight o' £300 o' my money. I'll not deny as I've a bit laid up agen a rainy day. It's not so much as that'n though, and a part on it is for Bessie, as has been like a daughter to us." "But Bessie is to be your real daughter some day, when I've a home to take her to," said Benjamin. For he played very fast and loose, even in his own mind, with his engagement with Bessie. Present with her, when she was looking her brightest and best, he behaved to her as if they were engaged lovers. Absent from her,
He looked upon her rather as a good wedge, to be driven into his parents' favour on his behalf. Now, however, he was not exactly untrue in speaking as if he meant to make her his wife, for the thought was in his mind, though he made use of it to work upon his father. "It will be a dree day for us then," said the old man. "But God'll have us in his keeping, and 'll maybe be taking more care on us in heaven by that time than Bess, good lass as she is, has had on us at Nab End. Her heart is set on thee too, but lad, I hanna gotten the 300. I keeps me cash i'th stocking, thou knowst, till it reaches £50, and then I takes it to Ripon Bank. Now, the last scratch they're gi'en me made it just 200, and I hanna but on £15 yet i' the stocking, and I meant 100 and the red cow's calf to be for Bess. She's ta'en such pleasure like i' rearing it." Benjamin gave a sharp glance at his father to see if he was telling the truth, and that a suspicion of the old man, his father, had entered into the son's head, tells enough of his own character. "I canna do it for sure, although I should like to think as I had helped on the wedding. There's the black heifer to be sold yet, and she'll fetch a matter of £10, but a deal on't will be needed for seed corn, for the arable did but bad last year, and I thought I would try. I'll tell thee what, lad, I'll make it as though Bess lent thee her 100, only thou must give her a writ of hand for it, and thou shalt have all the money i' Ripon Bank, and see if the lawyer wunnot let thee have a share of what he offered thee for 300 for 2. I dunnot mean for to wrong him, but thou must get a fair share for the money. At times I think thou'rt done by folk. Now, I wouldna have you cheat a bairn of a brass farthing. Same time, I wouldna have thee so soft as to be cheated." To explain this, it should be told that some of the bills which Benjamin had received money from his father to pay had been altered so as to include other and less creditable expenses which the young man had incurred, and the simple old farmer, who had still much faith left in him for his boy, was acute enough to perceive that he had paid above the usual price for the articles he had purchased. After some hesitation, Benjamin agreed to receive this 200, and promised to employ it to the best advantage in setting himself up in business. He had, nevertheless, a strange hankering after the additional £15 that was left to accumulate in the stocking. It was his, he thought, as heir to his father, and he soon lost some of his usual complaisance for Bessie that evening, as he dwelt on the idea that there was money being laid by for her, and grudged it to her even in imagination. He thought more of this £15 that he was not to have than of all the hardly earned and humbly saved 200 that he was to come into possession of. Meanwhile, Nathan was in unusual spirits that evening. He was so generous and affectionate at heart that he had an unconscious satisfaction in having helped 2 people on the road to happiness by the sacrifice of the greater part of his property. The very fact of having trusted his son so largely seemed to make Benjamin more worthy of trust in his father's estimation. The sole idea he tried to banish was that, if all came to pass as he hoped, both Benjamin and Bessie would be settled far away from Nab End. But then he had a childlike reliance that God would take care of him and his missus somehow or another. It were of no use looking too far ahead. Bessie had to hear many unintelligible jokes from her uncle that night, for he made no doubt that Benjamin had told her all that had passed, whereas the truth was, his son had said never a word to his cousin on the subject. When the old couple were in bed, Nathan told his wife of the promise he had made to his son, and the plan in life which the advance of the 200 was to promote. Poor Hester was a little startled at the sudden change in the destination of the sum, which she had long thought of with secret pride as money i'th bank. But she was willing enough to part with it, if necessary, for Benjamin. Only, how such a sum could be necessary was the puzzle. But even this perplexity was jostled out of her mind by the overwhelming idea, not only of our Ben settling in London, but of Bessie going there too as his wife. This great trouble swallowed up all care about money, and Hester shivered and sighed all the night through with distress. In the morning, as Bessie was kneading the bread, her aunt, who had been sitting by the fire in an unusual manner for one of her active habits, said, "I reckon we mun go to th' shop for our bread, and that's a thing I never thought to come to so long as I lived." Bessie looked up from her kneading, surprised. "I'm sure I'm noan going to eat their nasty stuff. What for do you want to get baker's bread, aunt? This dough will rise as high as a kite in a south wind. I'm not up to kneading as I could do once. It welly breaks me back. When thou'rt off in London, I reckon we mun buy our bread, first time in my life." "I'm not a-going to London," said Bessie, kneading away with fresh resolution, and growing very red, either with the idea or the exertion. "But our Ben is going partner wi' a great London lawyer, and thou knowst he'll not tarry long but what he'll fetch thee." "Now, aunt," said Bessie, stripping her arms of the dough, but still not looking up, "if that's all, don't fret yourself. Ben will have 20 minds in his head afore he settles either in business or in wedlock. I sometimes wonder," she said, with increasing vehemence, "why I go on thinking on him, for I dunnot think he thinks on me when I'm out of sight. I've a month's mind to try and forget him this time when he leaves us, that I have. For shame, wench, and he to be planning and purposing all for thy sake. It were only yesterday as he were talking to thy uncle and mapping it out so clever. Only thou seest, wench, it'll be dree work for us when both thee and him is gone." The old woman began to cry the kind of tearless cry of the aged. Bessie hastened to comfort her, and the two talked and grieved and hoped and planned for the days that now were to be, till they ended, the one in being consoled, the other in being secretly happy. Nathan and his son came back from Highminster that evening, with their business transacted in the roundabout way which was most satisfactory to the old man. If he had thought it necessary to take half as much pains in ascertaining the truth of the plausible details by which his son bore out the story of the offered partnership, as he did in trying to get his money conveyed to London in the most secure manner, it would have been well for him. But he knew nothing of all this, and acted in the way which satisfied his anxiety best. He came home tired, but content, not in such high spirits as on the night before, but as easy in his mind as he could be on the eve of his son's departure. Bessie, pleasantly agitated by her aunt's tale of the morning of her cousin's true love for her, what ardently we wish, we long believe, and the plan which was to end in their marriage, end to her, the woman at least. Bessie looked almost pretty in her bright, blushing comeliness, and more than once, as she moved about from kitchen to dairy, Benjamin pulled her towards him and gave her a kiss. To all such proceedings the old couple were wilfully blind, and, as night drew on, everyone became sadder and quieter, thinking of the parting that was to be on the morrow. As the hours drew on, Bessie too became subdued, and by her simple cunning was exerted to get Benjamin to sit down next his mother, whose very heart was yearning after him, as Bessie saw. When once her child was placed by her side, and she had got possession of his hand, the old woman kept stroking it, and murmuring long unused words of endearment, such as she had spoken to him when he was yet a little child. But all this was wearisome to him. As long as he might play with, and plague, and caress Bessie, he had not been sleepy, but now he yawned loudly. Bessie could have boxed his ears for not curbing this gaping. At any rate, he needed not to have done it so openly, so almost ostentatiously. His mother was more pitiful. "Thou'rt tired, my lad," said she, putting her hand fondly on his shoulder. But it fell off, as he stood up suddenly and said, "Yes, deuced tired, I'm off to bed," and with a rough, careless kiss all round, even to Bessie, as if he was deuced tired of playing the lover. He was gone, leaving the three to gather up their thoughts slowly and follow him upstairs. He seemed almost impatient at them for rising betimes to see him off the next morning, and made no more of a good-bye than some such speech as this. "Well, good folk, when next I see you, I hope you'll have merrier faces than you have to-day. Why, you might be going to a funeral. It's enough to scare a man from the place. You look quite ugly to what you did last night, Bess." He was gone, and they turned into the house and settled to the long day's work, without many words about their loss. They had no time for unnecessary talking. Indeed, for much had been left undone during his short visit that ought to have been done, and they had now to work double tides. Hard work was their comfort for many a long day. For some time, Benjamin's letters, if not frequent, were full of exultant accounts of his well-doing. It is true that the details of his prosperity were somewhat vague, but the fact was broadly and unmistakably stated. Then came longer pauses, shorter letters, altered in tone. About a year after he had left them, Nathan received a letter which bewildered and irritated him exceedingly. Something had gone wrong. What, Benjamin did not say. But the letter ended with a request that was almost a demand for the remainder of his father's savings, whether in the stocking or the bank. Now the year had not been prosperous with Nathan. There had been an epidemic among cattle, and he had suffered along with his neighbours. And, moreover, the price of cows, when he had bought some to repair his wasted stock, was higher than he had ever remembered it before. The £15 in the stocking which Benjamin left had diminished to little more than 3, and to have that required of him in so peremptory a manner. Before Nathan imparted the contents of this letter to anyone, Bessie and her aunt had gone to market on a neighbour's cart that day. He got pen and ink and paper, and wrote back an ill-spelt, but very implicit and stern negative. Benjamin had had his portion, and if he could not make it do, so much the worse for him. His father had no more to give him. That was the substance of the letter. The letter was written, directed, and sealed, and given to the country postman, returning to Highminster after his day's distribution and collection of letters, before Hester and Bessie returned from market. It had been a pleasant day of neighbourly meeting and sociable gossip. Prices had been high, and they were in good spirits, only agreeably tired and full of small pieces of news. It was some time before they found out how flatly all their talk fell on the ears of the stay-at-home listener. But when they saw that his depression was caused by something beyond their powers of accounting for, by any little everyday cause, they urged him to tell them what was the matter. His anger had not gone off. It had rather increased by dwelling upon it, and he spoke it out in good resolute terms. And long ere he had ended, the two women were as sad, if not as angry, as himself. Indeed, it was many days before either feeling wore away in the minds of those who entertained them. Bessie was the soonest comforted, because she found a vent for her sorrow in action, an action that was half as a kind of compensation for many a sharp word that she had spoken when her cousin had done anything to displease her on his last visit, and half because she believed that he never could have written such a letter to his father unless his want of money had been very pressing and real, though how he could ever have wanted money so soon after such a heap of it had been given to him was more than she could justly say. Bessie got out all her savings of little presents of sixpences and shillings, ever since she had been a child, of all the money she had gained for the eggs of 2 hens called her own. She put all together, and it was above £2, £2 5 and 7pence to speak accurately, and leaving out the penny as a nest egg for her future savings, she put up the rest in a little parcel and sent it with a note to Benjamin's address in London. From a well-wisher. Dear Benjamin, Uncle has lost 2 cows and a vast of money. He is a good deal angered, but more troubled, so no more at present. Hoping this will finding you well, as it leaves us, though lost to sight, to memory dear. Repayment not needed. Your affectionate cousin, Elizabeth Rose. When this packet was once fairly sent off, Bessie began to sing again over her work. She never expected the mere form of acknowledgment. Indeed, she had such faith in the carrier, who took parcels to York, whence they were forwarded to London by coach, that she felt sure that he would go on purpose to London to deliver anything entrusted to him, if he had not full confidence in the persons, coach, and horses to whom he committed it. Therefore she was not anxious that she did not hear of its arrival. Giving a thing to a man as one knows, said she to herself, is a vast different to poking a thing through a hole into a box, the inside of which one has never clapped eyes on, and yet letters get safe some ways or another. This belief in the infallibility of the post was destined to shock before long. But she had a secret yearning for Benjamin's thanks, and some of the old words of love that she had been without so long. Nay, she even thought, when, day after day, week after week, passed by without a line, that he might be winding up his affairs in that weary, wasteful London, and coming back to Nab End to thank her in person. One day her aunt was upstairs inspecting the summer's make of cheeses, her uncle out in the fields. The postman brought a letter into the kitchen to Bessie. A country postman, even now, is not much pressed for time, and in those days there were but few letters to distribute, and they were only sent out from Highminster once a week into the district in which Nab End was situated, and on those occasions the letter-carrier usually paid morning calls on the various people for whom he had letters. So, half standing by the dresser, half sitting on it, he began to rummage out his bag. "It's a queer-like thing I've got for Nathan this time. I'm afraid it will bear ill news in it, for there's Dead Letter Office stamped on the top of it." "Lord save us," said Bessie, and sat down on the nearest chair, as white as a sheet. In an instant, however, she was up, and snatching the ominous letter out of the man's hands, she pushed him before her out of the house, and said, "Be off with it, afore Aunt comes down," and ran past him as hard as she could till she reached the field where she expected to find her uncle. "Uncle," she said, breathless, "what is it? Oh, uncle, speak! Is he dead?" Nathan's hands trembled and his eyes dazzled. "Take it," he said, "and tell me what it is." "It's a letter. It's from you to Benjamin, it is. And there's words printed with it. Not known at the address given. So they've sent it back to the writer. That's you, uncle. Oh, it gave me such a start, with them nasty words printed outside." Nathan had taken the letter back into his own hands, and was turning it over, while he strove to understand what the quick-witted Bessie had picked up at a glance, but he arrived at a different conclusion. "He's dead," said he. "The lad is dead, and he never knowed how as I was sorry I wrote to un so sharp. Me lad, me lad." Nathan sat down on the ground where he stood, and covered his face with his old withered hands. The letter returned to him was one which he had written with infinite pains, and at various times, to tell his child, in kinder words and at greater length than he had done before, the reasons why he could not send him the money demanded. And now Benjamin was dead. Nay, the old man immediately jumped to the conclusion that his child had been starved to death without money, in a wild, wide, strange place. All he could say at first was, "Me heart, Bess, me heart is broken," and he put his hand to his side, still keeping his shut eyes covered with the other, as though he never wished to see the light of day again. Bessie was down by his side in an instant, holding him in her arms. chafing and kissing him. "It's none so bad, uncle. He's not dead. The letter does not say that. Dunnot think it. He's flitted from that lodging, and the lazy tyke dunna know where to find him. And so they just send you back the letter, instead of trying for a house to house as Mark Benson would. I've always heard tell on South Country folk for laziness. He's none dead, uncle. He's just flitted, and he'll let us know afore long where he's getting to. Maybe it's a cheaper place, for that lawyer has cheated him, ye recklet, and he'll be trying to live for as little as he can. That's all, uncle. Dunnot take on so, for it doesna say he's dead." By this time Bessie was crying with agitation, although she firmly believed in her own view of the case, and had felt the opening of the ill-favoured letter as a great relief. Presently she began to urge both with word and action upon her uncle that he should sit no longer on the damp grass. She pulled him up, for he was very stiff, and, as he said, all shaken to dithers. She made him walk about, repeating over and over again her solution of the case, always in the same words, beginning again and again. "He's noan dead, it's just been a flitting," and so on. Nathan shook his head and tried to be convinced, but it was a steady belief in his own heart for all that. He looked so deathly ill on his return home with Bessie, for she would not let him go on with his day's work, that his wife made sure he had taken cold, and he, weary and indifferent to life, was glad to subside into bed, and the rest from exertion which his real bodily illness gave him. Neither Bessie nor he spoke of the letter again, even to each other, for many days, and Bessie found means to stop Mark Benson's tongue, and satisfy his kindly curiosity by giving him the rosy side of her own view of the case. End of Part 1. Part 2 of The Ghost in the Garden Room by Elizabeth Gaskell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Nathan got up again, an older man in looks and constitution by 10 years, for that week in bed. His wife gave him many a scolding on his imprudence for sitting down in the wet field, if ever so tired. But now she too was beginning to be uneasy at Benjamin's long-continued silence. She could not write herself, but she urged her husband many a time to send a letter to ask for news of her lad. He said nothing in reply for some time. At length he told her that he would write next Sunday afternoon. Sunday was his general time for writing, and this Sunday he meant to go to church for the first time since his illness. On Saturday he was very persistent against his wife's wishes, backed by Bessie as hard as she could, in resolving to go into Highminster to market. The change would do him good, he said, but he came home tired and a little mysterious in his ways. When he went to the shippen the last thing at night, he asked Bessie to go with him and hold the lantern, while he looked at an ailing cow, and while they were fairly out of the earshot of the house, he pulled out a little chop parcel, and said to her, "Thou'lt put that on my Sunday hat, wilta lass? It'll be a bit on a comfort to me, for I know me lad's dead and gone, though I dunna speak of it, for fear of grieving th' old woman and ye." "I'll put it on, uncle, but he's none dead." Bessie was sobbing. I know, lass. I dunnot wish other folk to hold my opinion, but I'd like to wear a bit of crape out of respect to me boy. It'd have done me good for to have ordered a black coat, but she'd see if I hadna on me wedding coat, Sundays, for all she's losing her eyesight, poor old wench. But she'll ne'er take notice of a bit of crape. Thou'lt put it on all canny and tidy." So Nathan went to church with a strip of crape as narrow as Bessie durst venture to make it round his hat. Such is the contradictoriness of human nature that, though he was most anxious his wife should not hear of his conviction that their son was dead, he was half hurt that none of the neighbours noticed his sign of mourning, so far as to ask him for whom he wore it. But after a while when they never heard a word from or about Benjamin, the household wonder as to what had become of him grew so painful and strong that Nathan no longer kept his idea to himself. Poor Hester, however, rejected it with her whole will, heart, and soul. She could not and would not believe. Nothing should make her believe that her only child Benjamin had died without some sign of love or farewell to her. No arguments could shake her in this. She believed that if all natural means of communication between her and him had been cut off at the last supreme moment, if death had come upon him in an instant, sudden and unexpected, her intense love would, she believed, have been supernaturally made conscious of the blank. Nathan at times tried to feel glad that she could still hope to see the lad again, but at other moments he wanted her sympathy in his grief, his self-reproach, his weary wonder as to how and what they had done wrong in the treatment of their son, that he had been such a care and sorrow to his parents. Bessie was convinced, first by her aunt and then by her uncle, honestly convinced, on both sides of the argument, and so, for the time, able to sympathise with each. But she lost her youth in a very few months. She looked set and middle-aged long before she ought to have done, and rarely smiled, and never sang again. All sorts of new arrangements were required by the blow which told so miserably upon the energies of all the household at Nab End. Nathan could no longer go about and direct his 2 men, taking a good turn of work himself at busy times. Hester lost her interest in her dairy, for which, indeed, her increasing loss of sight unfitted her. Bessie would either do field work, or attend to the cows, the shippen, or the churn, or make cheese. She did all well, no longer merrily, but with something of stern cleverness. But she was not sorry when her uncle one evening told her aunt and her that a neighbouring farmer, Job Kirby, had made him an offer to take so much of his land off his hands as would leave him only pasture enough for 2 cows and no arable to attend to, while Farmer Kirby did not wish to interfere with anything in the house, only would be glad to use some of the outbuildings for his fattening cattle. "We can do wi' Hawkie and Daisy. It'll leave us 8 or 10 pound of butter to take to market i' summer time, and keep us fra thinking too much, which is what I'm dreading on as I get into years." "Ay," said his wife, "thou'll not have to go so far afield, if it's only the aster toft as is on thy hands. And Bess will have to gie up her pride i' cheese, and tak to making cream butter. I'd allus a fancy for trying at cream butter, but th' whey had to be used, else, where I come fra, they'd never ha' looked near whey butter." When Hester was left alone with Bessie, she said, in allusion to this change of plan, "I'm thankful to the Lord, as it is, for I were always feared Nathan would have to gie up the house and farm altogether, and then the lad wouldna know where to find us when he came back from Merrikay. He's gone there to make his fortune, I'll be bound. Keep up thy heart, lass, he'll be home some day, and have sown his wild oats. Eh, but that'n's a pretty story i'th Gospels about the prodigal, who to eat the pig's victual at one time, but ended i' clover in his father's house. And I'm sure our Nathan'll be ready to forgive him, and love him, and make much of him, maybe a deal more nor me, who never gave in to his death. It'll be like unto a resurrection to our Nathan." Farmer Kirby then took by far the greater part of the land belonging to Nab End Farm, and the work about the rest, and about the 2 remaining cows, was easily done by 3 pairs of willing hands, with a little occasional assistance. The Kirby family were pleasant enough to have to deal with. There was a son, a stiff, grave bachelor, who was very particular and methodical about his work, and rarely spoke to anyone. But Nathan took it into his head that John Kirby was looking after Bessie, and was a good deal troubled in his mind in consequence, for it was the first time he had to face the effects of his belief in his son's death, and he discovered to his own surprise that he had not that implicit faith which would make it easy for him to look upon Bessie as the wife of another man than the one to whom she had been betrothed in her youth. As, however, John Kirby seemed in no hurry to make his intentions, if indeed he had any, clear to Bessie, it was only at times that this jealousy on behalf of his lost son seized upon Nathan. But people, old and in deep hopeless sorrow, grow irritable at times, however they may repent and struggle against their irritability. There were days when Bessie had to bear a good deal from her uncle, but she loved him so dearly and respected him so much that, high as her temper was to all other people, she never returned him a rough or impatient word, and she had a reward in the conviction of his deep, true affection for her, and in her aunt's entire and most sweet dependence upon her. One day, however, it was near the end of November, Bessie had a good deal to bear that seemed more than usually unreasonable on behalf of her uncle. The truth was that one of Kirby's cows was ill, and John Kirby was a good deal about in the farmyard. Bessie was interested about the animal, and had helped in preparing a mash over their own fire that had to be given warm to the sick creature. If John had been out of the way, there would have been no one more anxious about the affair than Nathan, both because he was naturally kind-hearted and neighbourly, and also because he was rather proud of his reputation for knowledge in the diseases of cattle. But because John was about, and Bessie helping a little in what had to be done, Nathan would do nothing, and chose to assume that "nothing to think on ail th' beast, but lads and lasses were all as fain to be feared on something." Now John was upwards of 40, and Bessie nearly 28, so the terms lads and lasses did not exactly apply to their case. When Bessie brought the milk in from their own cows towards 5:30 o'clock, Nathan bade her make the doors, and not be running about i'th dark and cold about other folk's business. And though Bessie was a little surprised and a good deal annoyed at his tone, she sat down to her supper without making a remonstrance. It had long been Nathan's custom to look out the last thing at night, to see what mak' o' weather it were, and when, towards 8:30, he got his stick and went out, 2 or 3 steps from the door which opened into the house-place where they were sitting, Hester put her hand on her niece's shoulder and said, "He's gotten a touch of rheumatics as twinges him, and makes him speak so sharp. I didna like to ask thee afore him, but how's yon poor beast?" "Very ailing, belike. John Kirby were off for the cow doctor when I cam in. I reckon they'll have to stop up wi't all night." Since their sorrows, her uncle had taken to reading a chapter in the Bible aloud, the last thing at night. He could not read fluently, and often hesitated long over a word, which he miscalled at length, but the very fact of opening the book seemed to soothe those old bereaved parents, for it made them feel quiet and safe in the presence of God, and took them out of the cares and troubles of this world into that futurity which, however dim and vague, was to their faithful hearts as a sure and certain rest. This little quiet time, Nathan sitting with his horn spectacles on, the tallow candle between him and his Bible, and throwing a strong light on his reverent earnest face, Hester sitting on the other side of the fire, her head bowed in attentive listening, now and then shaking it, and moaning a little, but when a promise came, or any good tidings of great joy, saying "Amen" with fervour. Bessie by her aunt, perhaps her mind a little wandering to some household cares, or it might be on thoughts of those who were absent. This little quiet pause, I say, was grateful and soothing to this household, as a lullaby to a tired child. But this night Bessie, sitting opposite to the long low window, only shaded by a few geraniums that grew in the sill and the door alongside that window, through which her uncle had passed not a quarter of an hour before, saw the wooden latch of the door gently and almost noiselessly lifted up, as if someone were trying it from the outside. She was startled, and watched again intently, but it was perfectly still now, She thought it must have been that it had not fallen into its proper place when her uncle had come in and locked the door. It was just enough to make her uncomfortable, no more, and she almost persuaded herself that it must have been fancy. Before she went upstairs, however, she went to the window to look out into the darkness, but all was still. Nothing to be seen, nothing to be heard. So the three went quietly upstairs to bed. The house was little better than a cottage. The front door opened on a house-place, over which was the old couple's bedroom. To the left as you entered this pleasant house-place, and at close right angles with the entrance, was a door that led into the small parlour, which was Hester and Bessie's pride, although not half as comfortable as the house-place, and never on any occasion used as a sitting-room. There were shells and bunches of honesty in the fireplace, the best chest of drawers, and a company set of gaudy-coloured china, and a bright common carpet on the floor, but all failed to give it the aspect of the homely comfort and delicate cleanliness of the house-place. Over this parlour was the bedroom, which Benjamin had slept in when a boy, when at home. It was kept still in a kind of readiness for him. The bed was still there, in which none had slept since he, 8 or 9 years ago, and every now and then the warming-pan was taken quietly and silently up by his old mother, and the bed thoroughly aired. But this she did, in her husband's absence, and without saying a word to anyone. Nor did Bessie offer to help her, though her eyes often filled with tears as she saw her aunt still going through the hopeless service. But the room had become a receptacle for all unused things, and there was always a corner of it appropriated to the winter's store of apples. To the left of the house-place as you stood facing the fire, on the side opposite to the window and outer door, were 2 other doors. The one on the right opened into a kind of back kitchen, and had a lean-to roof and a door opening onto the farmyard and back premises. The left-hand door gave onto the stairs, underneath which was a closet, in which various household treasures were kept, and beyond that the dairy over which Bessie slept, her little chamber window opening just above the sloping roof of the back kitchen. There were neither blinds nor shutters to any of the windows, either upstairs or down. The house was built of stone, and there was heavy framework of the same material round the little casement windows, and the long low window of the house-place was divided by what, in grander dwellings, would be called mullions. By 9 o'clock this night of which I am speaking, all had gone upstairs to bed. It was even later than usual, for the burning of candles was regarded so much in the light of extravagance that the household kept to early hours even for country folk. But somehow this evening Bessie could not sleep, although in general she was in deep slumber 5 minutes after her head touched the pillow. Her thoughts ran on the chances for John Kirby's cow, and a little fear lest the disorder might be epidemic, and spread to their own cattle. Across all these homely cares came a vivid, uncomfortable recollection of the way in which the door-latch went up and down, without any sufficient agency to account for it. She felt more sure now than she had done downstairs that it was a real movement, and no effect of her imagination. She wished that it had not happened just when her uncle was reading, that she might at once have gone quick to the door and convinced herself of the cause. As it was, her thoughts ran uneasily on the supernatural, and thence to Benjamin, her dear cousin and playfellow, her early lover. She had long given him up as lost for ever to her, if not actually dead, but this very giving him up for ever involved a free, full forgiveness of all his wrongs to her. She thought tenderly of him, as of one who might have been led astray in his later years, but who existed rather in her recollection as the innocent child, the spirited lad, the handsome, dashing young man. If John Kirby's quiet attentions had ever betrayed his wishes to Bessie, if indeed he ever had any wishes on the subject, her first feeling would have been to compare his weather-beaten, middle-aged face and figure, with the face and figure she remembered well, but never more expected to see in this life. So thinking, she became very restless and weary of bed, and after long tossing and turning, ending in a belief that she should never get to sleep all that night, she went off soundly and suddenly. As suddenly was she wide awake, sitting up in bed, listening to some noise that must have awakened her, but which was not repeated for some time. Surely it was in her uncle's room. Her uncle was up. But for a minute or two there was no further sound. Then she heard him open his door and go downstairs with hurried, stumbling steps. She now thought that her aunt must be ill, and hastily sprang out of bed, and was putting on her petticoat with hurried, trembling hands, and had just opened her chamber door, when she heard the front door undone, and a scuffle, as of the feet of several people, and many rude, passionate words, spoken hoarsely below the breath. Quick as thought, she understood it all. The house was lonely. Her uncle had the reputation of being well-to-do. They had pretended to be belated, and had asked their way or something. What a blessing that John Kirby's cow was sick, for there were several men watching with him. She went back, opened her window, squeezed herself out, slid down the lean-to roof, and ran barefoot and breathless to the shippen. "John, John, for the love of God, come quick! There's robbers in the house, and uncle and aunt'll be murdered," she whispered, in terrified accents, through the closed and barred shippen door. In a moment it was undone, and John and the cow doctor stood there, ready to act, if they but understood her rightly. Again she repeated her words, with broken, half-unintelligible explanations of what she as yet did not rightly understand. "Front door is open, say'st thou?" said John, arming himself with a pitchfork, while the cow doctor took some other implement. "Then I reckon we'd best make for that way of getting into th' house, and catch 'em all in a trap." "Run, run!" was all Bessie could say, taking hold of John Kirby's arms, and pulling him along with her. Swiftly did the three run to the house, round the corner and in at the open front door. The men carried the horn lantern they had been using in the shippen, and by the sudden oblong light that it threw upon objects, Bessie saw the principal one of her anxiety, her uncle, lying stunned and helpless on the kitchen floor. Her first thought was for him, for she had no idea that her aunt was in any immediate danger, although she heard the noise of feet and fierce subdued voices upstairs. "Make the door behind us, lass. We'll not let them escape," said brave John Kirby, dauntless in a good cause, though he knew not how many there might be above. The cow doctor fastened and locked the door, saying, "There," in a defiant tone as he put the key in his pocket. It was to be a struggle for life or for death, or at any rate for effectual capture or desperate escape. Bessie kneeled down by her uncle, who did not speak, nor give any sign of consciousness. Bessie raised his head by drawing a pillow off the settle and putting it under him. She longed to go for water into the back kitchen, but the sound of a violent struggle, and of heavy blows, and of low, hard curses, spoken through closed teeth and muttered passion, as though breath were too much needed for action to be wasted in speech, kept her still and quiet by her uncle's side in the kitchen, where the darkness might almost be felt, so thick and deep was it. Once, in a pause of her own heart's beating, a sudden terror came over her. She perceived, in that strange way in which the presence of a living creature forces itself on our consciousness in the darkest room, that someone was near her, keeping as still as she. It was not the poor old man's breathing that she heard, nor the radiation of his presence that she felt. Someone else was in the kitchen. Another robber, perhaps, left to guard the old man with murderous intent if his consciousness returned. Now, Bessie was fully aware that self-preservation would keep her terrible companion quiet, as there was no motive for his betraying himself stronger than the desire of escape. Any effort for which he, the unseen witness, must know would be rendered abortive by the fact of the door being locked. Yet the knowledge that he was there, close to her still, silent as the grave, with fearful, it might be deadly, unspoken thoughts in his heart, possibly even with keener and stronger sight than hers, as longer accustomed to the darkness, able to discern her figure and posture, and glaring at her like some wild beast, Bessie could not fail to shrink from the vision that her fancy presented. And still the struggle went on upstairs, feet slipping, blows sounding, and the wrench of intentioned aims, the strong gasps for breath, as the wrestlers paused for an instant. In one of these pauses, Bessie felt conscious of a creeping movement close to her, which ceased when the noise of the strife above died away, and was resumed when it again began. She was aware of it by some subtle vibration of the air, rather than by touch or sound. She was sure that he who had been close to her 1 minute as she knelt, was, the next, passing stealthily towards the inner door which led to the staircase. She thought he was going to join and strengthen his accomplices, and with a great cry she sprang after him. But, just as she came to the doorway through which some dim portion of light from the upper chambers came, she saw one man thrown downstairs with such violence that he fell almost at her very feet, while the dark, creeping figure glided suddenly away to the left, and as suddenly entered the closet beneath the stairs. Bessie had no time to wonder as to his purpose in so doing, whether he had at first designed to aid his accomplices in their desperate fight. He was an enemy, a robber, that was all she knew, and she sprang to the door of the closet, and in a trice had locked it on the outside. And then she stood frightened, panting in that dark corner, sick with terror, lest the man who lay before her was either John Kirby or the cow doctor. If it were either of those friendly to, what would become of the other, of her uncle, her aunt, herself? But in a very few minutes this wonder was ended. Her two defenders came slowly and heavily down the stairs, dragging with them a man, fierce, sullen, despairing, disabled with terrible blows which had made his face one bloody swollen mass. As for that, neither John nor the cow doctor were much more presentable. One of them bore the lantern in his teeth, for all their strength was taken up by the weight of the fellow they were bearing. "Take care," said Bessie from her corner. "There's a chap just beneath your feet. I don't know if he's dead or alive, and Uncle lies on the floor just beyond." They stood still on the stairs for a moment. Just then the robber they had thrown downstairs stirred and moaned. "Bessie," said John, "run off to th' stable, and fetch ropes and gearing for to bind 'em, and we'll rid the house on 'em, and thou canst go and see after th' old folks who need it sadly." Bessie was back in a very few minutes. When she came in, there was more light in the house-place, for someone had stirred up the raked fire. "That felly makes as though his leg were broken," said John, nodding towards the man still lying on the ground. Bessie felt almost sorry for him as they handled him, not over gently, and bound him, only half conscious, as hardly and tightly as they had done his fierce and surly companion. She even felt so sorry for his evident agony, as they turned him over and over, that she ran to get him a cup of water to moisten his lips. "I'm loath to leave you with him alone," said John, "though I'm thinking his leg is broken for sartain, and he can't stir, even if he comes to hisself, to do you any harm. But we'll just take off this chap and make sure of him, and then one of us'll come back to you, and we can, maybe, find a gate or so for you to get shut on him out of th' house. This felly's made safe enough, I'll be bound," said he, looking at the burglar, who stood, bloody and black, with fell hatred on his sullen face. His eye caught Bessie's as hers fell on him, with dread so evident that it made him smile, and the look and smile prevented the words from being spoken which were on Bessie's lips. She dared not tell before him that an able-bodied accomplice still remained in the house, lest, somehow, the door which kept him a prisoner should be broken open and the fight renewed. So she only said to John as he was leaving the house, "Thou'lt not be long away, for I'm afeard of being left with this man." "He'll noan do thee harm," said John. "No, but I'm feared lest he should die, and there's uncle and aunt. Come back soon, John." "Aye, aye," said he, half pleased. "I'll be back. Never fear me." So Bessie shut the door after them, but did not lock it for fear of mischances in the house, and went once more to her uncle, whose breathing by this time was easier than when she had first returned to the house-place with John and the doctor. By the light of the fire, too, she could now see that he had received a blow on the head, which was probably the occasion of his stupor. Round this wound, which was now bleeding pretty freely, Bessie put cloths dipped in cold water, and then, leaving him for a time, she lighted a candle, and was about to go upstairs to her aunt, when, just as she was passing the bound and disabled robber, she heard her name softly, urgently called. "Bessie! Bessie!" At first the voice sounded so close that she thought it must be the unconscious wretch at her feet. But once again that voice thrilled through her. "Bessie! Bessie! For God's sake, let me out!" She went to the stair-closet door, and tried to speak, but could not. Her heart beat so terribly. Again, close to her ear, "Bessie! Bessie! They'll be back directly. Let me out, I say! For God's sake, let me out!" And he began to kick violently against the panels. "Hush! Hush!" she said, sick with a terrible dread, yet with a will strongly resisting her conviction. "Who are you?" But she knew quite well. "Benjamin!" An oath. "Let me out, I say, and I'll be off and out of England by tomorrow night, never to come back, and you'll have all my father's money." "Do you think I care for that?" said Bessie vehemently, feeling with trembling hands for the lock. "I wish there was none such a thing as money i' the world, afore you'd come to this. There, you're free, and I charge you never to let me see your face again. I'd ne'er let you loose, but for fear of breaking their hearts if you hadna killed them already." But before she had ended her speech he was gone, off into the black darkness, leaving the door open wide. With a new terror in her mind, Bessie shut it afresh, shut it and bolted it this time. Then she sat down on the first chair, and relieved her soul by giving a great and exceeding bitter cry. But she knew it was no time for giving way, and lifting herself up with as much effort as if each of her limbs was a heavy weight, she went into the back kitchen, and took a drink of cold water. To her surprise she heard her uncle's voice saying feebly, "Carry me up, and lay me by her." But Bessie could not carry him. She could only help his faint exertions to walk upstairs, and by the time he was there, sitting panting on the first chair she could find, John Kirby and Atkinson returned. John came up now to her aid. Her aunt laid across the bed in a fainting fit, and her uncle sat in so utterly broken down a state that Bessie feared immediate death for both. But John cheered her up, and lifted the old man into his bed again, and while Bessie tried to compose poor Hester's limbs into a position of rest, John went down to hunt about for the little store of gin, which was always kept in a corner cupboard, against emergencies. "They've had a sore fright," said he, shaking his head as he poured a little gin and hot water into their mouths with a teaspoon, while Bessie chafed their cold feet. "And it and the cold have been welly too much for 'em, poor old folk." He looked tenderly at them, and Bessie blessed him in her heart. blessed him unaware for that look. "I mun be off. I sent Atkinson up to th' farm for to bring down Bob, and Jack came down wi' him back to th' shippen for to look after t'other man. He began blackguarding all round, so Bob and Jack were gagging him wi' bridles when I left." "Ne'er give heed to what he says," cried poor Bessie, a new panic besetting her. "Folks here's sorter all is for dragging other folks into their mischief. I'm right glad he were well gagged." "Well, but what I was saying were this. Atkinson and me will take t'other chap, who seems quiet enough, to th' shippen, and it'll be one piece of work for to mind them and the cow, and I'll saddle old bay mare and ride for constables and doctor for Highminster. I'll bring Dr. Preston up to see Nathan and Hester first, and then I reckon th' broken-legged chap down below must have his turn, for all as he's met wi' his misfortunes in a wrong line o' life." "Ay," said Bessie, "we mun ha' the doctor sure enough, for to look at them how they lie, like two stone statues on a church monument, so sad and solemn." "There's a look o' sense come back into their faces, though, sin they supped that gin and water. I'd keep on a bathing his head and giving them a sup on't fra time to time, if I was you, Bessie." Bessie followed him downstairs, and lighted the men out of the house. She dared not light them carrying their burden, even until they passed round the corner of the house, so strong was her fearful conviction that Benjamin was lurking near, seeking again to enter. She rushed back into the kitchen, bolted and barred the door, pushed the end of the dresser against it, shutting her eyes as she passed the uncurtained window, for fear of catching a glimpse of a white face pressed against the glass and gazing at her. The poor old couple lay quiet and speechless, although Hester's position had slightly altered. She had turned a little on her side towards her husband, and had laid one shrivelled arm around his neck, but he was just as Bessie had left him, with the wet clothes around his head, his eyes not wanting in a certain intelligence, but solemn and unconscious to all that was passing around as the eyes of death. His wife spoke a little from time to time, said a word of thanks perhaps, or so, but he never. All the rest of that terrible night, Bessie tended the poor old couple with constant care, her own heart so stunned and bruised in its feelings that she went about her pious duties almost like one in a dream. The November morning was long in coming, nor did she perceive any change either for the worse or the better before the doctor came about 8 o'clock. John Kirby brought him, and was full of the capture of the 2 burglars. As far as Bessie could make out, the participation of that unnatural third was unknown. It was a relief, almost sickening in the revulsion it gave her from her terrible fear, which now she felt had haunted and held possession of her all night long, and had in fact paralysed her from thinking. Now she felt and thought with acute and feverish vividness, owing no doubt in part to the sleepless night she had passed. She felt almost sure that her uncle, possibly her aunt too, had recognised Benjamin, but there was a faint chance that they had not done so, and wild horses should never tear the secret from her, nor should any inadvertent word betray the fact that there had been a third person concerned. As to Nathan, he had never uttered a word. It was her aunt's silence that made Bessie fear, lest Hester knew, somehow, that her son was concerned. The doctor examined them both closely, looked hard at the wound on Nathan's head, asked questions which Hester answered shortly and unwillingly, and Nathan not at all, shutting his eyes as if even the sight of a stranger was pain to him. Bessie replied in their stead to all that she could answer respecting their state, and followed the doctor downstairs with a beating heart. When they came into the house-place, they found John had opened the outer door to let in some fresh air, had brushed the hearth and made up the fire, and put the chairs and table in their right places. He reddened a little as Bessie's eye fell upon his swollen and battered face, but tried to smile it off in a dry kind of way. "You see," I'm an old bachelor, and I just thought as I'd read up things a bit. How done you find 'em, Doctor?" "Well, the poor old couple have had a terrible shock. I shall send them some soothing medicine to bring down the pulse, and a lotion for the old man's head. It is very well it bled so much. There might have been a good deal of inflammation." And so he went on, giving directions to Bessie for keeping them quietly in bed through the day. From these directions she gathered that they were not, as she had feared all night long, near to death. The doctor expected them to recover, though they would require care. She almost wished it had been otherwise, and that they, and she too, might have just laid down to their rest in the churchyard, so cruel did life seem to her, so dreadful the recollection of that subdued voice of the hidden robber, smiting her with recognition. All this time John was getting things ready for breakfast, with something of the handiness of a woman. Bessie half resented his officiousness in pressing Dr. Preston to have a cup of tea. She did so want him to be gone and leave her alone with her thoughts. She did not know that all was done for love of her, that the hard-featured, short-spoken John was thinking all the time how ill and miserable she looked, and trying with tender artifices to make it incumbent upon her sense of hospitality to share Dr. Preston's meal. "I've seen as the cows is milked," said he, "yourn and all, and Atkinson's brought ours round fine. What an a marcy it were as she was sick just very night. Yon two chaps had a made short work on't if you hadna fetched us in, and as it were we had a sore tussle. One of 'em'll bear the marks on't to his dying day, wunna he, Doctor? He'll barely have his leg well enough to stand his trial at York Assizes. They're coming off in a fortnight from now. Aye, and that reminds me, Bessie, you'll have to go a witness before Justice Royd's. Constable's bade me tell you, and gie you this summons. Dunnot be feared, it will not be a long job, though I'm not saying as it'll be a pleasant one. You'll have to answer questions as to how and all about it. And Jane, his sister, will come and stop with old folks, and I'll drive you in th' shandry." No one knew why Bessie's colour blenched, and her eye clouded. No one knew how she apprehended lest she should have to say that Benjamin had been of the gang, if indeed in some way the law had not followed on his heels quick enough to catch him. But that trial was spared her. She was warned by John to answer questions, and say no more than was necessary, for fear of making her story less clear, and as she was known by character at least to Justice Royds and his clerk, they made the examination as little formidable as possible. When all was over, and John was driving her back again, he expressed his rejoicing that there would be evidence enough to convict the men without summoning Nathan and Hester to identify them. Bessie was so tired that she hardly understood what an escape it was, how far greater than even her companion understood. Jane Kirby stayed with her for a week or more, and was an unspeakable comfort. Otherwise, she sometimes thought she should have gone mad, with the face of her uncle always reminding her in its stony expression of agony of that fearful night. Her aunt was softer in her sorrow, as became one of her faithful and pious nature, but it was easy to see how her heart bled inwardly. She recovered her strength sooner than her husband, but as she recovered, the doctor perceived the rapid approach of total blindness. Every day, nay, every hour of the day that Bessie dared, without fear of exciting their suspicions of her knowledge, she told them, as she had anxiously told them at first, that only 2 men, and those perfect strangers, had been discovered as being concerned in the burglary. Her uncle would never have asked a question about it, even if she had withheld all information about the affair. But she noticed the quick, watching, waiting glance of his eye whenever she returned from any person or place where she might have been supposed to gain intelligence if Benjamin were suspected or caught, and she hastened to relieve the old man's anxiety by always telling all that she had heard, thankful that as the days passed on, the danger she sickened to think of grew less and less. Day by day, Bessie had ground for thinking that her aunt knew more than she had apprehended at first. There was something so very humble and touching in Hester's blind way of feeling about for her husband, stern, woe-begone Nathan, and mutely striving to console him in the deep agony of which Bessie learnt from this loving, piteous manner that her aunt was conscious. Her aunt's face looked blankly up into his, tears slowly running down from her sightless eyes, while from time to time, when she thought herself unheard by any save him, she would repeat such texts as she had heard at church in happier days, and which she thought in her true simple piety might tend to console him. Yet day by day her aunt grew more and more sad. 3 or 4 days before assize time, 2 summonses to attend the trial at York were sent to the old people. Neither Bessie, nor John, nor Jane could understand this, for their own notices had come long before, and they had been told that their evidence would be enough to convict. But alas, the fact was that the lawyer employed to defend the prisoners had heard from them that there was a third person engaged, and had heard who that third person was, and it was this advocate's business to diminish, if possible, the guilt of his clients by proving that they were but tools in the hands of one who had, from his superior knowledge of the premises and the daily customs of the inhabitants, been the originator and planner of the whole affair. To do this, it was necessary to have the evidence of the parents, who, as the prisoners had said, must have recognised the voice of the young man, their son, for no one knew that Bessie too could have borne witness to his having been present, and, as it was supposed that Benjamin had escaped out of England, there was no exact betrayal of him on the part of his accomplices. Wondering, bewildered and weary, the old couple reached York in company with John and Bessie, on the eve of the day of trial. Nathan was still so self-contained that Bessie could never guess what had been passing in his mind. He was almost passive under his old wife's trembling caresses. He seemed hardly conscious of them, so rigid was his demeanour. She, Bessie feared at times, was becoming childish, for she had evidently so great and anxious a love for her husband that her memory seemed going in her endeavours to melt the stoniness of his aspect and manners. She appeared occasionally to have forgotten why he was so changed in her piteous little attempts to bring him back to his former self. "They'll for sure never torture them when they see what old folks they are," cried Bessie the morning of the trial, a dim fear looming over her mind. "They'll never be so cruel, for sure." But, for sure, it was so. The barrister looked up at the judge almost apologetically as he saw how hoary-headed and woeful an old man was put into the witness box when the defence came on, and Nathan Huntroyd was called on for his evidence. "It is necessary on behalf of my clients, my lord, that I should pursue a course which, for all other reasons, I deplore." "Go on," said the judge. "What is right and legal must be done." But an old man himself, he covered his quivering mouth with his hand, as Nathan, with grey unmoved face and solemn hollow eyes, placing his 2 hands on each side of the witness box, prepared to give his answers to questions, the nature of which he was beginning to foresee, but would not shirk from replying to truthfully. "The very stones," he said to himself with a kind of dulled sense of the eternal justice, "rise up against such a sinner. Your name is Nathan Huntroyd, I believe?" "It is." "You live at Nabend Farm?" "I do." "Do you remember the night of November the 12th?" "Yes." "You were awakened that night by some noise, I believe. What was it?" The old man's eyes fixed themselves upon his questioner with the look of a creature brought to bay. That look the barrister never forgets. It will haunt him till his dying day.
It was a throwing up of stones against our window." "Did you hear it at first?" "No." "What awakened you then?" "She did." "And then you both heard the stones. Did you hear nothing else?" A long pause. Then a low, clear "Yes." "What?" "Our Benjamin. Asking for us to let him in. She said as it were him, leastways." "And you thought it was him, did you not?" "I told her," this time in a louder voice, "for to get to sleep, and not to be thinking that every drunken chap as passed by were our Benjamin, for that he were dead and gone." "And she?" "She said as though she'd heerd our Benjamin afore she were welly awake, axing for to be let in, but I bade her ne'er heed her dreams, but turn on her other side, and get to sleep again." "And did she?" A long pause. Judge, jury, bar, audience, all held their breath. At length Nathan said, "No." "What did you do then?" "My lord, I am compelled to ask these painful questions." "I saw she wadna be quiet. She had allus thought he would come back to us, like the prodigal i'th Gospels." His voice choked a little, but he tried to make it steady, succeeded, and went on. "She said if I wadna get up she would, and just then I heerd a voice. I'm not quite mysel, gentlemen. I've been ill and i' bed, and it makes me trembling like. Someone said, 'Father, mother, I'm here, starving i'th cold. Wunnot ye get up and let me in?' And that voice was... It were like our Benjamin's. I see whatten you're driving at, sir, and I'll tell you truth, though it kills me to speak it. I dunnot say it were our Benjamin as spoke, mind you. I only say it were like." "That's all I want, my good fellow. And on the strength of that entreaty, spoken in your son's voice, you went down and opened the door to these two prisoners at the bar, and to a third man?" Nathan nodded assent, and even that counsel was too merciful to force him to put more into words. "Call Hester Huntroyd." An old woman with a face of which the eyes were evidently blind, with a sweet, gentle, careworn face, came into the witness box, and meekly courtesied to the presence of those whom she had been taught to respect, a presence she could not see. There was something in her humble, blind aspect, as she stood waiting to have something done to her, what, her poor troubled mind hardly knew, that touched all who saw her inexpressibly. Again the counsel apologised, but the judge could not reply in words. His face was quivering all over, and the jury looked uneasily at the prisoner's counsel. That gentleman saw that he might go too far, and send their sympathies off on the other side, but one or two questions he must ask. So, hastily recapitulating much that he had learned from Nathan, he said, "You believed it was your son's voice asking to be let in?" "Aye. Our Benjamin came home, I'm sure. Choose where he is gone." She turned her head about, as if listening for the voice of her child, in the hushed silence of the court. "Yes, he came home that night, and your husband went down to let him in?" "Well, I believe he did. There was a great noise of folk downstairs." "And you heard your son Benjamin's voice among the others?" "Is it to do him harm, sir?" asked she, her face growing more intelligent and intent on the business in hand. "That is not my object in questioning you. I believe he has left England, so nothing you can say will do him any harm. You heard your son's voice, I say?" "Yes, sir, for sure I did." "And some men came upstairs into your room. What did they say?" "They asked where Nathan kept his stocking." "And you? Did you tell them?" "No, sir, for I knew Nathan would not like me to." "What did you do then?" A shade of reluctance came over her face, as if she began to perceive causes and consequences. "I just screamed on Bessie.
That's my niece, sir." "And you heard someone shout out from the bottom of the stairs?" She looked piteously at him, but did not answer. "Gentlemen of the jury, I wish to call your particular attention to this fact. She acknowledges she heard someone shout. Some third person, you observe. Shout out to the two above. What did he say? That is the last question I shall trouble you with. What did the third person left behind downstairs say?" Her face worked, her mouth opened, 2 or 3 times as if to speak. She stretched out her arms imploringly, but no word came, and she fell back into the arms of those nearest to her. Nathan forced himself forward into the witness box. "My Lord Judge, a woman bore ye, as I reckon. It's a cruel shame to serve a mother so. It were my son, my only child, as called out for us to open door, and who shouted out for to hold th' owd woman's throat if she didna stop her noise when hoo'd fain ha' cried for her niece to help. And now you've truth, an oath truth, and I'll leave you to th' judgment o' God for th' way you've gotten at it." Before night, the mother was stricken with paralysis, and lay on her deathbed. But the broken-hearted go home to be comforted of God. End of The Ghost in the Garden Room by Elizabeth Gaskell. Read by Phil Benson in Sydney, Australia. Portion the First of The Grey Woman by Elizabeth Gaskell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From All the Year Round, a weekly journal, conducted by Charles Dickens, with which is incorporated Household Words. Number 89. Saturday, January the 5th, 1861. The Grey Woman, in 3 portions. Portion the First. There is a mill by the Neckar side, to which many people resort for coffee, according to the fashion which is almost national in Germany. There is nothing particularly attractive in the situation of this mill. It is on the Mannheim, the flat and unromantic side of Heidelberg. The river turns the mill wheel with a plenteous gushing sound. The outbuildings and the dwelling house of the miller form a well-kept, dusty quadrangle. Again, further from the river, there is a garden full of willows and arbours, and flower-beds not well kept, but very profuse in flowers and luxuriant creepers, knotting and looping the arbours together. In each of these arbours is a stationary table of white painted wood, and light movable chairs of the same colour and material. I went to drink coffee there with some friends in 1840. The stately old miller came out to greet us, as some of the party were known to him of old. He was of a grand build of a man, and his loud musical voice, with its tone friendly and familiar, his rolling laugh of welcome, went well with the keen bright eye, the fine cloth of his coat, and the general look of substance about the place. Poultry of all kinds abounded in the mill yard, where there were ample means of livelihood for them strewed on the ground. But not content with this, the miller took out handfuls of corn from the sacks, and threw liberally to the cocks and hens that ran almost under his feet in their eagerness. And all the time he was doing this, as it were habitually, he was talking to us, and ever and anon calling to his daughter and the serving-maids to bid them hasten the coffee we had ordered. He followed us to an arbour, and saw us served to his satisfaction with the best of everything we could ask for, and then left us to go round to the different arbours, and see that each party was properly attended to. And as he went, this great, prosperous, happy-looking man whistled softly one of the most plaintive airs I ever heard. His family have held this mill ever since the old Palatinate days, or rather, I should say, have possessed the ground ever since then, for 2 successive mills of theirs have been burnt down by the French, If you want to see Scherer in a passion, just talk to him of the possibility of a French invasion." But at this moment, still whistling that mournful air, we saw the miller going down the steps that led from the somewhat raised garden into the mill yard, and so I seemed to have lost my chance of putting him in a passion. We had nearly finished our coffee and our kuchen and our cinnamon cake when heavy splashes fell on our thick leafy covering. Quicker and quicker they came, coming through the tender leaves as if they were tearing them asunder. All the people in the garden were hurrying under shelter or seeking for their carriages standing outside. Up the steps the miller came hastening with a crimson umbrella fit to cover everyone left in the garden, and followed by his daughter and 1 or 2 maidens, each bearing an umbrella. "Come into the house, come in, I say. It is a summer storm, and will flood the place for an hour or 2, till the river carries it away. Here, here." And we followed him back into his own house. We went into the kitchen first. Such an array of bright copper and tin vessels I never saw, and all the wooden things were as thoroughly scoured. The red tile floor was spotless when we went in, but in 2 minutes it was all over slop and dirt with the tread of many feet, for the kitchen was filled, and still the worthy miller kept bringing in more people under his great crimson umbrella. He even called the dogs in, and made them lie down under the tables. His daughter said something to him in German, and he shook his head merrily at her. Everybody laughed. "What did she say?" I asked. "She told him to bring the ducks in next, but indeed, if more people come, we shall be suffocated. What with the thundery weather and the stove, and all these steaming clothes, I really think we must ask leave to pass on. Perhaps we might go in and see Frau Scherer." My friend asked the daughter of the house for permission to go into an inner chamber and see her mother. It was granted, and we went into a sort of salon overlooking the Neckar, very small, very bright, and very close. The floor was slippery with polish. Long narrow pieces of looking-glass against the walls reflected the perpetual motion of the river opposite. A white porcelain stove with some old-fashioned ornaments of brass about it, a sofa covered with Utrecht velvet, a table before it, and a piece of worsted-work carpet under it, a vase of artificial flowers, and lastly an alcove with a bed in it, on which lay the paralysed wife of the good miller, knitting busily, formed the furniture. I spoke as if this was all that was to be seen in the room, but sitting quietly while my friend kept up a brisk conversation in a language which I but half understood, my eye was caught by a picture in a dark corner of the room, and I got up to examine it more nearly. It was that of a young girl of extreme beauty, evidently of middle rank. There was a sensitive refinement in her face, as if she almost shrank from the gaze which, of necessity, the painter must have fixed upon her. It was not over well painted, but I felt that it must have been a good likeness, from this strong impress of peculiar character which I have tried to describe. From the dress, I should guess it to have been painted in the latter half of the last century, and I afterwards heard that I was right. There was a little pause in the conversation. "Will you ask Frau Scherer who this is?" My friend repeated my question, and received a long reply in German. Then she turned round and translated it to me. "It is the likeness of a great aunt of her husband's." My friend was standing by me and looking at the picture with sympathetic curiosity. "See, here is the name on the open page of this Bible. Anna Scherer, 1778. Frau Scherer says there is a tradition in the family that this pretty girl, with her complexion of lilies and roses, lost her colour so entirely through fright that she was known by the name of the Grey Woman. She speaks as if this Anna Scherer lived in some state of lifelong terror, but she does not know details, refers me to her husband for them. She thinks he has some papers which were written by the original of that picture for her daughter, who died in this very house not long after our friend there was married. We can ask Herr Scherer for the whole story if you like." "Oh yes, pray do," said I, and as our host came in at this moment to ask how we were faring, and to tell us that he had sent to Heidelberg for carriages to convey us home, seeing no chance of the heavy rain abating, my friend, after thanking him, passed on to my request. "Ah," said he, his face changing, "the Aunt Anna had a sad history. It was all owing to one of those hellish Frenchmen, and her daughter suffered for it, the cousin Ursula, as we all called her when I was a child. To be sure, the good cousin Ursula was his child as well. The sins of the fathers are visited on the children. The lady would like to know all about it, would she? Well, there are papers. A kind of apology the Aunt Anna wrote for putting an end to her daughter's engagement, or rather facts which she revealed that prevented cousin Ursula from marrying the man she loved, and so she would never have any other good fellow, else I have heard say my father would have been thankful to have made her his wife." All this time he was rummaging in the drawer of an old-fashioned bureau, and now he turned around with a bundle of yellow manuscripts in his hand, which he gave to my friend, saying, take it home, and if you care to make out our crabbed German writing, you may keep it as long as you like, and read it at your leisure. Only I must have it back again when you have done with it. That's all." And so we became possessed of the manuscript of the following letter, which it was our employment during many a long evening that ensuing winter to translate, and in some parts to abbreviate. The letter began with some reference to the pain which she had already inflicted upon her daughter by some unexplained opposition to a project of marriage, but I doubt if, without the clue with which the good miller had furnished us, we could have made out even this much from the passionate broken sentences that made us fancy that some scene between the mother and daughter, and possibly a third person, had occurred just before the mother had begun to write. "Thou dost not love thy child, mother. Thou dost not care if her heart is broken. Ah, God! And these words of my heart's beloved Ursula ring in my ears as if the sound of them would fill them when I lie a-dying, and her poor tear-stained face comes between me and everything else. Child, hearts do not break. Life is very tough as well as very terrible, but I will not decide for thee. I will tell thee all, and thou shalt bear the burden of choice. I may be wrong. I have little wit left and never had much, I think, but an instinct serves me in place of judgment, and that instinct tells me that thou and thy Henri must never be married. Yet I may be in error. I would fain make my child happy. Lay this paper before the good priest Schriesheim, if, after reading it, thou hast doubts which make thee uncertain. Only I will tell thee all now, on condition that no spoken word ever passes between us on the subject. It would kill me to be questioned. I should have to see all present again. My father held, as thou knowest, the mill on the Neckar, where thy new-found uncle, Scherer, now lives. Thou rememberest the surprise with which we were received there last vintage 12-month. How thy uncle disbelieved me when I said that I was his sister Anna, whom he had long believed to be dead, and how I had to lead thee underneath the picture painted of me long ago, and point out, feature by feature, the likeness between it and thee, and how, as I spoke, I recalled first to my own mind, and then by speech to his, the details of the time when it was painted. The merry words that passed between us then, a happy boy and girl, the position of the articles of furniture in the room, our father's habits, the cherry tree, now cut down, that shaded the window of my bedroom, through which my brother was wont to squeeze himself, in order to spring on to the topmost bough that would bear his weight, and thence would pass me back his cap laden with fruit to where I sat on the window-sill, too sick with fright for him to care much for eating the cherries. And at length Fritz gave way, and believed me to be his sister Anna, even as though I were risen from the dead, and thou rememberest how he fetched his wife, and told her that I was not dead, but was come back to the old home once more, changed as I was, and she would scarce believe him, and scanned me with a cold, distrustful eye, till at length, for I knew her of old as Babette Muller, I said that I was well to do, and needed not to seek out friends for what they had to give. And then she asked, not me but her husband, why I had kept silent so long, leading all, father, brother, everyone that loved me in my own dear home, to esteem me dead. And then thine uncle, thou rememberest, said he cared not to know more than I cared to tell, that I was his Anna, found again, to be a blessing to him in his old age, as I had been in his boyhood. I thanked him in my heart for his trust, for were the need for telling all less than it seems to me now, I could not speak of my past life. But she, who was my sister-in-law still, held back her welcome, and for want of that I did not go to live in Heidelberg as I had planned beforehand, in order to be near my brother Fritz, but contented myself with his promise to be a father to my Ursula when I should die and leave this weary world. That Babette Muller was, as I may say, the cause of all my life's suffering. She was a baker's daughter in Heidelberg, a great beauty as people said, and indeed, as I could see for myself. I too, thou sawest my picture, was reckoned a beauty, and I believe I was so. Babette Muller looked upon me as a rival. She liked to be admired, and had no one much to love her. I had several people to love me, thy grandfather Fritz, the old servant Ketchen, Karl, the head apprentice at the mill, and I feared admiration and notice, and the being stared at as the schöne Müllerin whenever I went to make my purchases in Heidelberg. Those were happy, peaceful days. I had Ketchen to help me in the housework, and whatever we did pleased my brave old father, who was always gentle and indulgent towards us women, though he was stern enough with the apprentices in the mill. Karl, the oldest of these, was his favourite, and I can see now that my father wished him to marry me, and that Karl himself was desirous to do so. But Karl was rough-spoken and passionate, not with me, but with the others, and I shrank from him in a way which, I fear, gave him pain. And then came thy uncle Fritz's marriage, and Babette was brought to the mill to be its mistress. Not that I cared much for giving up my post, for in spite of my father's great kindness, I always feared that I did not manage well for so large a family. With the men and a girl under Ketchen, we sat down 11 each night to supper. But when Babette began to find fault with Ketchen, I was unhappy at the blame that fell on faithful servants, and by and by I began to see that Babette was egging on Karl to make more open love to me, and, as she once said, to get done with it and take me off to a home of my own. My father was growing old and did not perceive all my daily discomfort. The more Karl advanced, the more I disliked him. He was good in the main, but I had no notion of being married, and could not bear anyone who talked to me about it. Things were in this way when I had an invitation to go to Karlsruhe to visit a schoolfellow of whom I had been very fond. Babette was all for my going. I don't think I wanted to leave home, and yet I had been very fond of Sophie Ruprecht, but I was always shy among strangers. Somehow the affair was settled for me, but not until both Fritz and my father had made inquiries as to the character and position of the Ruprechts. They learned that the father had held some kind of inferior position about the Grand Duke's court and was now dead, leaving a widow, a noble lady, and 2 daughters, the elder of whom was Sophie, my friend. Madame Ruprecht was not rich, but more than respectable, genteel. When this was ascertained, my father made no opposition to my going. Babette forwarded it by all the means in her power, and even my dear Fritz had his word to say in its favour. Only Ketchen was against it, Ketchen and Karl. The opposition of Karl did more to send me to Karlsruhe than anything, for I could have objected to go. But when he took upon himself to ask what was the good of going a gadding, visiting strangers of whom no one knew anything. I yielded to circumstances, to the pulling of Sophie and the pushing of Babette. I was silently vexed, I remember, at Babette's inspection of my clothes, at the way in which she settled that this gown was too old-fashioned or that too common to go with me on my first visit to a noble lady, and at the way in which she took upon herself to spend the money my father had given me to buy what was requisite for the occasion. And yet I blamed myself, for everyone else thought her so kind for doing all this, and she herself meant kindly too. At last I quitted the mill by the Neckar side. It was a long day's journey, and Fritz went with me to Karlsruhe. The Ruprechts lived on the third floor of a house, a little behind one of the principal streets, in a cramped-up court, to which we gained admittance through a doorway in the street. I remember how pinched their rooms looked after the large space we had at the mill, and yet they had an air of grandeur about them, which was new to me, and which gave me pleasure, faded as some of it was. Madame Ruprecht was too formal a lady for me. I was never at my ease with her, but Sophie was all that I had recollected her at school, kind, affectionate, and only rather too ready with her expressions of admiration and regard. The little sister kept out of our way, and that was all we needed in the first enthusiastic renewal of our early friendship. The one great object of Madame Ruprecht's life was to retain her position in society, and as her means were much diminished since her husband's death, there was not much comfort, though there was a great deal of show in their way of living, just the opposite of what it was at my father's house. I believe that my coming was not too much desired by Madame Ruprecht, as I brought with me another mouth to be fed, but Sophie had spent a year or more in entreating for permission to invite me, and her mother, having once consented, was too well bred not to give me a stately welcome. The life in Karlsruhe was very different from what it was at home. The hours were later, the coffee was weaker in the morning, the pottage was weaker, the boiled beef less relieved by other diet, the dresses finer, the evening engagements constant. I did not find these visits pleasant. We might not knit, which would have relieved the tedium a little, but we sat in a circle, talking together, only interrupted occasionally by a gentleman who, breaking out of the knot of men who stood near the door, talking eagerly together, stole across the room on tiptoe, his hat under his arm, and bringing his feet together in the position we called the first at the dancing school, made a low bow to the lady he was going to address. The first time I saw these manners I could not help smiling, but Madame Ruprecht saw me and spoke to me next morning rather severely, telling me that, of course, in my country breeding I could have seen nothing of court manners or French fashions. That was no reason for my laughing at them. Of course I tried never to smile again in company. This visit to Karlsruhe took place in '89, just when everyone was full of the events taking place at Paris, and yet at Karlsruhe French fashions were more talked of than French politics. Madame Ruprecht, especially, thought a great deal of all French people, and this again was quite different to us at home. Fritz could hardly bear the name of a Frenchman, and it had nearly been an obstacle to my visit to Sophie that her mother preferred being called Madame to her proper title of Frau. One night I was sitting next to Sophie, and longing for the time when we might have supper and go home, so as to be able to speak together, a thing forbidden by Madame Ruprecht's rules of etiquette, which strictly prohibited any but the most necessary conversation passing between members of the same family when in society. I was sitting, I say, scarcely keeping back my inclination to yawn, when two gentlemen came in, one of whom was evidently a stranger to the whole party, from the formal manner in which the host led him up and presented him to the hostess. I thought I had never seen anyone so handsome or so elegant. His hair was powdered, of course, but one could see from his complexion that it was fair in its natural state. His features were as delicate as a girl's, and set off by two little mouches, as we called patches in those days, one at the left corner of his mouth, the other prolonging, as it were, the right eye. His dress was blue and silver. I was so lost in admiration of this beautiful young man that I was as much surprised as if the angel Gabriel had spoken to me, when the lady of the house brought him forward to present him to me. She called him Monsieur de la Tourelle, and he began to speak to me in French. But though I understood him perfectly, I dared not trust myself to reply to him in that language. Then he tried German, speaking it with a kind of soft lisp that I thought charming, but before the end of the evening I became a little tired of the affected softness and effeminacy of his manners, and the exaggerated compliments he paid me, which had the effect of making all the company turn round and look at me. Madame Ruprecht was, however, pleased with the precise thing that displeased me. She liked either Sophie or me to create a sensation. Of course, she would have preferred that it should have been her daughter, but her daughter's friend was next best. As we went away, I heard Madame Ruprecht and Monsieur de la Tourelle reciprocating civil speeches with might and main, from which I found out that the French gentleman was coming to call on us the next day. I do not know whether I was more glad or frightened, for I had been kept upon stilts of good manners all the evening. But still I was flattered when Madame Ruprecht spoke as if she had invited him because he had shown pleasure in my society, and even more gratified by Sophie's ungrudging delight at the evident interest I had excited in so fine and agreeable a gentleman. Yet, with all this, they had hard work to keep me from running out of the salon the next day, when we heard his voice inquiring at the gate on the stairs for Madame Ruprecht. They had made me put on my Sunday gown, and they themselves were dressed as for a reception. When he was gone away, Madame Ruprecht congratulated me on the conquest I had made, for indeed he had scarcely spoken to anyone else, beyond what mere civility required, and had almost invited himself to come in the evening to bring some new song, which was all the fashion in Paris, he said. Madame Ruprecht had been out all morning, as she told me, to glean information about Monsieur de la Tourelle. He was a propriétaire, had a small chateau on the Vosges mountains. He owned land there, but had a large income from some sources quite independent of this property. Altogether he was a good match, as she emphatically observed. She never seemed to think that I could refuse him after this account of his wealth, nor do I believe she would have allowed Sophie a choice, even had he been as old and ugly as he was young and handsome. I do not quite know. So many events have come to pass since then, and blurred the clearness of my recollections, if I loved him or not. He was very much devoted to me. He almost frightened me by the excess of his demonstrations of love. And he was very charming to everybody around me, who all spoke of him as the most fascinating of men, and of me as the most fortunate of girls. And yet I never felt quite at my ease with him. I was always relieved when his visits were over, although I missed his presence when he did not come. He prolonged his visit to the friend with whom he was staying at Karlsruhe on purpose to woo me. He loaded me with presents which I was unwilling to take, only Madame Ruprecht seemed to consider me an affected prude if I refused them. Many of these presents consisted of articles of valuable old jewellery, evidently belonging to his family. By accepting these I doubled the ties which were formed around me by circumstances even more than by my own consent. In those days we did not write letters to absent friends as frequently as is done now, and I had been unwilling to name him in the few letters that I wrote home. At length, however, I learned from Madame Ruprecht that she had written to my father to announce the splendid conquest I had made, and to request his presence at my betrothal. I started with astonishment. I had not realized that affairs had gone so far as this, but when she asked me in a stern, offended manner what I had meant by my conduct if I did not intend to marry Monsieur de la Tourelle, I had received his visits his presence, all his various advances without showing any unwillingness or repugnance. And it was all true. I had shown no repugnance, though I did not wish to be married to him, at least not so soon. What could I do but hang my head and silently consent to the rapid enunciation of the only course which now remained for me if I would not be esteemed a heartless coquette all the rest of my days? There was some difficulty, which I afterwards learnt that my sister-in-law had obviated, about my betrothal taking place from home. My father, and Fritz especially, were for having me return to the mill, and there be betrothed, and from thence be married, but the Ruprechts and Monsieur de la Tourelle were equally urgent on the other side, and Babette was unwilling to have the trouble of the commotion at the mill, and also, I think, a little disliked the idea of the contrast of my grander marriage with her own. So my father and Fritz came over to the betrothal. They were to stay at an inn in Karlsruhe for a fortnight, at the end of which time the marriage was to take place. Monsieur de la Tourelle told me he had business at home, which would oblige him to be absent during the interval between the two events, and I was very glad of it, for I did not think that he valued my father and my brother as I could have wished him to do. He was very polite to them, put on all the soft grand manner which he had rather dropped with me, and complimented us all round, beginning with my father and Madame Ruprecht, and ending with little Alvina. But he a little scoffed at the old-fashioned church ceremonies which my father insisted on, and I fancy Fritz must have taken some of his compliments as satire, for I saw certain signs of manner by which I knew that my future husband, for all his civil words, had irritated and annoyed my brother. But all the money arrangements were liberal in the extreme, and more than satisfied, almost surprised my father. Even Fritz lifted up his eyebrows and whistled. I alone did not care about anything. I was bewitched, in a dream, a kind of despair. I had got into a net through my own timidity and weakness, and I did not see how to get out of it. I clung to my own home people that fortnight as I had never done before. Their voices, their ways were all so pleasant and familiar to me, after the constraint in which I had been living. I might speak and do as I liked without being corrected by Madame Ruprecht, or reproved in a delicate, complimentary way by Monsieur de la Tourelle. One day I said to my father that I did not want to be married, that I would rather go back to the dear old mill. But he seemed to feel this speech of mine as a dereliction of duty, as great as if I had committed perjury, as if, after the ceremony of betrothal, no one had any right over me but my future husband. And yet he asked me some solemn questions, but my answers were not such as to do me any good. "Dost thou know any fault or crime in this man that should prevent God's blessing from resting on thy marriage with him? Dost thou feel aversion or repugnance to him in any way?" And to all this what could I say? I could only stammer out that I did not think I loved him enough, and my poor old father saw in this reluctance only the fancy of a silly girl who did not know her own mind, but who had now gone too far to recede. So we were married in the court chapel, a privilege which Madame Ruprecht had used no end of efforts to obtain for us, and which she must have thought was to secure us all possible happiness, both at the time and in recollection afterwards. We were married, and after 2 days spent in festivity at Karlsruhe, among all our new fashionable friends there, I bade good-bye for ever to my dear old father. I had begged my husband to take me by way of Heidelberg to his old castle in the Vosges, but I found an amount of determination under that effeminate appearance and manner for which I was not prepared, and he refused my first request so decidedly that I dared not urge it. "Henceforth, Anna," said he, "you will move in a different sphere of life, and though it is possible that you may have the power of showing favour to your relations from time to time, yet much or familiar intercourse will be undesirable, and is what I cannot allow." I felt almost afraid, after this formal speech, of asking my father and Fritz to come and see me. But when the agony of bidding them farewell overcame all my prudence, I did beg them to pay me a visit ere long. But they shook their heads and spoke of business at home, of different kinds of life, of my being a Frenchwoman now. Only my father broke out at last with a blessing and said, "If my child is unhappy, which God forbid, let her remember that her father's house is ever open to her." I was on the point of crying out, "Oh, take me back then now, my father! Oh, my father!" when I felt, rather than saw, my husband present near me. He looked on with a slightly contemptuous air, and taking my hand in his, he led me weeping away, saying that short farewells were always the best when they were inevitable. It took us 2 days to reach his chateau in the Vosges, for the roads were bad and the way difficult to ascertain. Nothing could be more devoted than he was all the time of the journey. It seemed as if he were trying in every way to make up for the separation which every hour made me feel the more complete between my present and my former life. I seemed as if I were only now wakening up to a full sense of what marriage was, and I dare say I was not a cheerful companion on the tedious journey. At length, jealousy of my regret for my father and brother got the better of Monsieur de la Tourelle, and he became so much displeased with me that I thought my heart would break with the sense of desolation. So it was in no cheerful frame of mind that we approached Les Rochers, and I thought that perhaps it was because I was so unhappy that the place looked so dreary. On one side the chateau looked like a raw new building, hastily run up for some immediate purpose, without any growth of trees or underwood near it, only the remains of the stone used for building, not yet cleared away from the immediate neighbourhood, although weeds and lichens had been suffered to grow near and over the heaps of rubbish. On the other were the great rocks from which the place took its name, and rising close against them, as if almost a natural formation, was the old castle, whose building dated many centuries back. It was not large nor grand, but it was strong and picturesque, and I used to wish that we lived in it rather than in the smart half-furnished apartment in the new edifice, which had been hastily got ready for my reception. Incongruous as the two parts were, they were joined into a whole by means of intricate passages and unexpected doors, the exact positions of which I never fully understood. Monsieur de la Tourelle led me to a suite of rooms set apart for me, and formally installed me in them, as in a domain of which I was sovereign. He apologised for the hasty preparation which was all he had been able to make for me, but promised before I asked, or even thought of complaining, that they should be made as luxurious as heart could wish before many weeks had elapsed. But when, in the gloom of an autumnal evening, I caught my own face and figure reflected in all the mirrors which showed only a mysterious background in the dim light of the many candles which failed to illuminate the great proportions of the half-furnished salon, I clung to Monsieur de la Tourelle and begged to be taken to the rooms he had occupied before his marriage. He seemed angry with me, although he affected to laugh, and so decidedly put aside the notion of my having any other rooms but these, that I trembled in silence at the fantastic figures and shapes which my imagination called up as peopling the background of those gloomy mirrors. There was my boudoir, a little less dreary, my bedroom with its grand and tarnished furniture, which I commonly made into my sitting-room, locking up the various doors which led into the boudoir, the salon, the passage, all but one, through which Monsieur de la Tourelle always entered from his own apartments in the older part of the castle. But this preference of mine for occupying my bedroom annoyed Monsieur de la Tourelle, I am sure, though he did not care to express his displeasure. He would always allure me back into the salon, which I disliked more and more, from its complete separation from the rest of the building by the long passage into which all the doors of my apartment opened. This passage was closed by heavy doors and portières, through which I could not hear a sound from the other parts of the house, and of course the servants could not hear any movement or cry of mine unless expressly summoned. To a girl brought up as I had been in a household where every individual lived all day in the sight of every other member of the family, never wanted either cheerful words or the sense of silent companionship, this grand isolation of mine was very formidable, and the more so because Monsieur de la Tourelle, as landed proprietor, sportsman, and what not, was generally out of doors the greater part of every day, and sometimes for 2 or 3 days at a time. I had no pride to keep me from associating with the domestics. It would have been natural to me in many ways to have sought them out for a word of sympathy in those dreary days when I was left so entirely to myself, had they been like our kindly German servants. But I disliked them one and all. I could not tell why. Some were civil, but there was a familiarity in their civility which repelled me. Others were rude, and treated me more as if I were an intruder than their master's chosen wife. And yet, of the 2 sets, I liked these last the best. The principal male servant belonged to this latter class. I was very much afraid of him, but he had such an air of suspicious surliness about him in all he did for me, and yet Monsieur de la Tourelle spoke of him as most valuable and faithful. Indeed, it sometimes struck me that Lefebvre ruled his master in some things, and this I could not make out, for, while Monsieur de la Tourelle behaved towards me as if I were some precious toy or idol, to be cherished and fostered and petted and indulged, I soon found out how little I, or apparently anyone else, could bend the terrible will of the man who had on first acquaintance appeared to me too effeminate and languid to exert his will in the slightest particular. I had learnt to know his face better now, and to see that some vehement depth of feeling, the cause of which I could not fathom, made his grey eye glitter with pale light, and his lips contract, and his delicate cheek whiten on certain occasions. But all had been so open and above board at home that I had no experience to help me to unravel any mysteries among those who lived under the same roof. I understood that I had made what Madame Ruprecht and her set would have called a great marriage, because I lived in a chateau with many servants, bound ostensibly to obey me as a mistress. I understood that Monsieur de la Tourelle was fond enough of me in his way, proud of my beauty, I dare say, for he often enough spoke about it to me. But he was also jealous and suspicious, and uninfluenced by my wishes, unless they tallied with his own. I felt at this time as if I could have been fond of him too, if he would have let me. But I was timid from my childhood, and before long my dread of his displeasure, coming down like thunder in the midst of his love for such slight causes as a hesitation in reply, a wrong word, or a sigh for my father, conquered my humorous inclination to love one who was so handsome, so accomplished, so indulgent and devoted. But if I could not please him when indeed I loved him, you may imagine how often I did wrong when I was so much afraid of him as to quietly avoid his company for fear of his outbursts of passion. One thing I remember noticing, that the more Monsieur de la Tourelle was displeased with me, the more Lefebvre seemed to chuckle. And when I was restored to favour, sometimes, on as sudden an impulse as that which occasioned my disgrace, Lefebvre would look askance at me with his cold, malicious eyes, and once or twice at such times he spoke most disrespectfully to Madame de la Tourelle. I have almost forgotten to say that in the early days of my life at Les Rochers, Monsieur de la Tourelle, in contemptuous indulgent pity at my weakness in disliking the dreary grandeur of the salon, wrote up to the milliner in Paris, from whom my corbeille de mariage had come, to desire her to look out for me a maid of middle age, experienced in the toilette, and with so much refinement that she might on occasion serve as companion to me. End of portion the first. Portion the second of The Grey Woman by Elizabeth Gaskell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From All the Year Round, number 90, Saturday, January the 12th, 1861. A Norman woman, Amante by name, was sent to Les Rochers by the Paris milliner to become my maid. She was tall and handsome, though upwards of 40 and somewhat gaunt. But on first seeing her, I liked her. She was neither rude nor familiar in her manners, and had a pleasant look of straightforwardness about her that I had missed in all the inhabitants of the chateau, and had foolishly set down in my own mind as a national want. Amante was directed by Monsieur de la Tourelle to sit in my boudoir, and to be always within call. He also gave her many instructions as to her duties in matters which, perhaps, strictly belonged to my department of management. But I was young and inexperienced, and thankful to be spared any responsibility. I dare say it was true what Monsieur de la Tourelle said, before many weeks had elapsed, that for a great lady, a lady of a castle, I became sadly too familiar with my Norman waiting-maid. But you know that by birth we were not very far apart in rank. Amante was the daughter of a Norman farmer, I of a German miller, and besides that my life was so lonely, it almost seemed as if I could not please my husband. He had written for someone capable of being my companion at times, and now he was jealous of my free regard for her, angry because I could sometimes laugh at her original tunes and amusing proverbs, while when with him I was too much frightened to smile. From time to time families from a distance of some leagues drove through the bad roads in their heavy carriages to pay us a visit, and there was an occasional talk of our going to Paris, when public affairs should be a little more settled. These little events and plans were the only variations in my life for the first 12 months, if I except the alternations in Monsieur de la Tourelle's temper, his unreasonable anger, and his passionate fondness. Perhaps one of the reasons that made me take pleasure and comfort in Amante's society was, that whereas I was afraid of everybody, I do not think I was half as much afraid of things as of persons. Amante feared no one. She would quietly beard Lefebvre, and he respected her all the more for it. She had a knack of putting questions to Monsieur de la Tourelle, which respectfully informed him that she had detected the weak point, but forbore to press him too closely upon it out of deference to his position as her master. And with all her shrewdness to others, she had quite tender ways with me, all the more so at this time because she knew what I had not yet ventured to tell Monsieur de la Tourelle, that by and by I might become a mother, that wonderful object of mysterious interest to single women, who no longer hope to enjoy such blessedness themselves. It was once more autumn, late in October, but I was reconciled to my habitation. The walls of the new part of the building no longer looked bare and desolate. The debris had been so far cleared away by Monsieur de la Tourelle's desire as to make me a little flower garden in which I tried to cultivate those plants that I remembered as growing at home. Amante and I had moved the furniture in the rooms and adjusted it to our liking. My husband had ordered many an article from time to time that he thought would give me pleasure, and I was becoming tame to my apparent imprisonment in a certain part of the great building, the whole of which I had never yet explored. It was October, as I say, once more. The days were lovely, though short in duration, and Monsieur de la Tourelle had occasion, so he said, to go to that distant estate, the superintendence of which so frequently took him away from home. He took Lefebvre with him, and possibly some more of the lackeys. He often did, and my spirits rose a little at the thought of his absence, and then the new sensation that he was the father of my unborn babe came over me, and I tried to invest him with this fresh character. I tried to believe that it was his passionate love for me that made him so jealous and tyrannical, imposing, as he did, restrictions on my very intercourse with my dear father, from whom I was so entirely separated as far as personal intercourse was concerned. I had, it is true, let myself go into a sorrowful review of all the troubles which lay hidden beneath the seeming luxury of my life. I knew that no one cared for me except my husband and Amante, for it was clear enough to see that I, as his wife, and also as a parvenu, was not popular among the few neighbours who surrounded us. And as for the servants, the women were all hard and impudent looking, treating me with a semblance of respect that had more of mockery than reality in it, while the men had a lurking kind of fierceness about them, sometimes displayed even to Monsieur de la Tourelle, who on his part, it must be confessed, was often severe even to cruelty in his management of them. My husband loved me, I said to myself, but I said it almost in the form of a question. His love was shown fitfully, and more in ways calculated to please himself than to please me. I felt that for no wish of mine would he deviate one tittle from any predetermined course of action. I had learnt the inflexibility of those thin, delicate lips. I knew how anger would turn his fair complexion to deadly white, and bring the cruel light into his pale blue eyes. The love I bore to anyone seemed to be a reason for his hating them, and so I went on pitying myself one long dreary afternoon during that absence of his of which I have spoken, only sometimes remembering to check myself in my murmurings by thinking of the new unseen link between us, and then crying afresh to think how wicked I was. Oh, how well I remember that long October evening! Amante came in from time to time, talking away to cheer me, talking about dress and Paris, and I hardly know what, but from time to time looking at me keenly with her friendly dark eyes, and with serious interest too, though all her words were about frivolity. At length she heaped the fire with wood, drew the heavy silken curtains close, for I had been anxious hitherto to keep them open, so that I might see the pale moon mounting the skies, as I used to see her, the same moon, rise from behind the Kaiserstuhl at Heidelberg. But the sight made me cry, so Amante shut it out. She dictated to me, as a nurse does to a child. "Now, Madame must have the little kitten to keep her company," she said, "while I go and ask Marthon for a cup of coffee." I remember that speech and the way it roused me, for I did not like Amante to think I wanted amusing by a kitten. It might be my petulance, but this speech, such as she might have made to a child, annoyed me, and I said that I had reason for my lowness of spirits, meaning that they were not of so imaginary a nature that I could be diverted from them by the gambols of a kitten. So, though I did not choose to tell her all, I told her a part. And as I spoke, I began to suspect that the good creature knew much of what I withheld, and that the little speech about the kitten was more thoughtfully kind than it had seemed at first. I said that it was so long since I had heard from my father, that he was an old man, and so many things might happen, I might never see him again, and I so seldom heard from him or my brother. It was a more complete and total separation than I had ever anticipated when I married. And something of my home and my life previous to my marriage I told the good Amante, for I had not been brought up as a great lady, and the sympathy of any human being was precious to me. Amante listened with interest, and in return told me some of the events and sorrows of her own life. Then, remembering her purpose, she set out in search of the coffee, which ought to have been brought to me an hour before, but in my husband's absence my wishes were but seldom attended to, and I never dared to give orders. Presently she returned, bringing the coffee and a great large cake. "See," said she, setting it down. "Look at my plunder. Madame must eat. Those who eat always laugh. And besides, I have a little news that will please Madame." Then she told me that lying on a table in the great kitchen was a bundle of letters come by the courier from Strasbourg that very afternoon. Then, fresh from her conversation with me, she had hastily untied the string that bound them, but had only just traced out one that she thought was from Germany, when a servant's man came in, and with the start he gave her she dropped the letters, which he picked up, swearing at her for having untied and disarranged them. She told him that she believed there was a letter there for her mistress, but he only swore the more, saying that if there was it was no business of hers, or of his either, for that he had the strictest orders always to take all letters that arrived during his master's absence into the private sitting-room of the latter, a room into which I had never entered, although it opened out of my husband's dressing-room. I asked Amante if she had not conquered and brought me this letter. No, indeed, she replied. It was almost as much as her life was worth to live among such a set of servants. It was only a month ago that Jacques had stabbed Valentin for some jesting talk. Had I never missed Valentin, that handsome young lad who carried up the wood into my salon? Poor fellow, he lies dead and cold now, and they said in the village he had put an end to himself. But those of the household knew better. Oh, I need not be afraid. Jacques was gone. No one knew where, but with such people it was not safe to upbraid or insist. Monsieur would be at home the next day, and it would not be long to wait. But I felt as if I could not exist till the next day without the letter. It might be to say that my father was ill, dying. He might cry for his daughter from his deathbed. In short, there was no end to the thoughts and fancies that haunted me. It was of no use for Amante to say that after all she might be mistaken, that she did not read writing well, that she had but a glimpse of the address. I let my coffee cool, my food all became distasteful, and I wrung my hands with impatience to get at the letter, and have some news of my dear ones at home. All the time Amante kept her imperturbable good temper, first reasoning, then scolding. At last she said, as if wearied out, that if I would consent to make a good supper, she would see what could be done as to our going to Monsieur's room in search of the letter after the servants were all gone to bed. We agreed to go together when all was still and look over the letters. There could be no harm in that, and yet, somehow, we were such cowards, we dared not do it openly and in the face of the household. Presently my supper came up, partridges, bread, fruits, and cream. How well I remember that supper! We put the untouched cake away in a sort of buffet, and poured the cold coffee out of the window, in order that the servants might not take offence at the apparent fancifulness of sending down for food I could not eat. I was so anxious for all to be in bed that I told the footman who served that he need not wait to take away the plates and dishes, but might go to bed. Long after, I thought the house was quiet. Amante, in her caution, made me wait. It was past 11 before we set out, with cat-like steps and veiled light, along the passages to go to my husband's room and steal my own letter, if it was indeed there, a fact about which Amante had become very uncertain in the progress of our discussion. To make you understand my story, I must now try to explain to you the plan of the chateau. It had been at one time a fortified place of some strength, perched on the summit of a rock, which projected from the side of the mountain. But additions had been made to the old building, which must have borne a strong resemblance to the castles overhanging the Rhine. And these new buildings were placed so as to command a magnificent view, being on the steepest side of the rock, from which the mountain fell away, as it were, leaving the great plain of France in full survey. The ground plan was something of the shape of 3 sides of an oblong. My apartments in the modern edifice occupied the narrow end, and had this grand prospect. The front of the castle was old, and ran parallel to the road far below. In this were contained the offices and public rooms of various descriptions, into which I never penetrated. The back wing, considering the new building in which my apartments were as the centre, consisted of many rooms, of a dark and gloomy character, as the mountainside shut out much of the sun, and heavy pine woods came down within a few yards of the windows. Yet on this side, on a projecting plateau of the rock, my husband had formed the flower garden of which I have spoken, for he was a great cultivator of flowers in his leisure moments. Now my bedroom was the corner room of the new buildings on the part next to the mountain. Hence, I could have let myself down into the flower garden by my hands on the window sill on one side, without danger of hurting myself, while the windows at right angles with these looked sheer down a descent of 100 feet at least. Going still farther along this wing, you came to the old building. In fact, these 2 fragments of the ancient castle had formerly been attached by some such connecting apartments as my husband had rebuilt. These rooms belonged to Monsieur de la Tourelle. His bedroom opened into mine, his dressing room lay beyond, and that was pretty nearly all I knew, for the servants, as well as himself, had a knack of turning me back under some pretence if ever they found me walking about alone, as I was inclined to do when I first came, from a sort of curiosity to see the whole of the place of which I found myself mistress. Monsieur de la Tourelle never encouraged me to go out alone, either in a carriage or for a walk, saying always that the roads were unsafe in those disturbed times. Indeed, I have sometimes fancied since that the flower garden, to which the only access from the castle was through his rooms, was designed in order to give me exercise and employment under his own eye. But to return to that night. I knew, as I have said, that Monsieur de la Tourelle's private room opened out of his dressing room, and this out of his bedroom, which again opened into mine, the corner room. But there were other doors into all these rooms, and these doors led into a long gallery, lighted by windows looking into the inner court. I do not remember our consulting much about it. We went through my room into my husband's apartment, through the dressing room, but the door of communication into his study was locked, so that there was nothing for it but to turn back and go by the gallery to the other door. I recollect noticing 1 or 2 things in these rooms, then seen by me for the first time. I remember the sweet perfume that hung in the air, the scent bottles of silver that decked his toilet table, and the whole apparatus for bathing and dressing, more luxurious even than those which he had provided for me. But the room itself was less splendid in its proportions than mine. In truth, the new buildings ended at the entrance to my husband's dressing room. There were deep window recesses in the walls, 8 or 9 feet thick, and even the partitions between the chambers were 3 feet deep. But over all these doors or windows there fell thick, heavy draperies, so that I should think no one could have heard in one room what passed in another. We went back into my room and out into the gallery. We had to shade our candle from a fear that possessed us. I don't know why, lest some of the servants in the opposite wing might trace our progress towards the part of the castle unused by anyone except my husband. Somehow, I had always the feeling that all the domestics, except Amante, were spies upon me, and that I was trammelled in a web of observation and unspoken limitation, extending over all my actions. There was a light in the upper room. We paused, and Amante would have again retreated, but I was chafing under the delays. What was the harm of seeking my father's unopened letter to me in my husband's study? I, generally the coward, now blamed Amante for her unusual timidity. But the truth was, she had far more reason for suspicion as to the proceedings of that terrible household than I had ever known of. I urged her on. I pressed on myself. We came to the door, locked, but with the key in it. We turned it. We entered. The letters lay on the table, their white oblongs catching the light in an instant, and revealing themselves to my eager eyes, hungering after the words of love from my peaceful, distant home. But just as I pressed forward to examine the letters, the candle which Amante held, caught in some draught, went out, and we were in darkness. Amante proposed that we should carry the letters back to my salon, collecting them as well as we could in the dark, and returning all but the expected one for me. But I begged her to return to my room, where I kept tinder and flint, and to strike a fresh light. And so she went, and I remained alone in the room, of which I could only just distinguish the size and the principal articles of furniture. A large table with a deep overhanging cloth in the middle, escritoire and other heavy articles against the walls. All this I could see as I stood there, my hand on the table close by the letters, my face towards the window, which, both from the darkness of the wood growing high up the mountainside and the faint light of the declining moon, seemed only like an oblong of paler purpler black than the shadowy room. How much I remembered from my one instantaneous glance before the candle went out, how much I saw as my eyes became accustomed to the darkness, I do not know. But even now, in my dreams, comes up that room of horror, distinct in its profound shadow. Amante could scarcely have been gone a minute before I felt an additional gloom before the window and heard soft movements outside, soft but resolute, and continued until the end was accomplished and the window raised. Immortal terror of people forcing an entrance at such an hour, and in such a manner as to leave no doubt of their purpose. I would have turned to fly when first I heard the noise, only that I feared by any quick motion to catch their attention, as I also ran the danger of doing by opening the door, which was all but closed, and to whose handlings I was unaccustomed. Again, as quick as lightning, I bethought me of the hiding place between the locked door to my husband's dressing room and the portiere which covered it. But I gave that up. I felt as if I could not reach it without screaming or fainting. So I sank down softly and crept under the table, hidden, as I hoped, by the great deep table cover with its heavy fringe. I had not recovered my swooning senses fully, and was trying to reassure myself as to my being in a place of comparative safety, for, above all things, I dreaded the betrayal of fainting, and struggled hard for such courage as I might attain by deadening myself to the danger I was in, by inflicting intense pain on myself. You have often asked me the reason of that mark on my hand. It was where, in my agony, I bit out a piece of flesh with my relentless teeth, thankful for the pain which helped to numb my terror. I say I was but just concealed when I heard the window lifted, and one after another stepped over the sill, and stood by me so close that I could have touched their feet. Then they laughed and whispered. My brain swam so that I could not tell the meaning of their words, but I heard my husband's laughter among the rest, low, hissing and scornful, as he kicked something heavy that they had dragged in over the floor, and which lay near me, so near that my husband's kick, in touching it, touched me too. I don't know why, I can't tell how, but some feeling, and not curiosity, prompted me to put out my hand, ever so softly, ever so little, and feel in the darkness for what lay spurned beside me. I stole my groping palm upon the clenched and chilly hand of a corpse. Strange to say, this roused me to instant vividness of thought. Till this moment I had almost forgotten Amante. Now I planned with feverish rapidity how I could give her a warning not to return. Or rather, I should say, I tried to plan, for all my projects were utterly futile, as I might have seen from the first. I could only hope she would hear the voices of those who were now busy in trying to kindle a light, swearing awful oaths at the mislaid articles which would have enabled them to strike fire. I heard her step outside, coming nearer and nearer. I saw from my hiding place the line of light beneath the door more and more distinctly. Close to it her footstep paused. The men inside, at the time I thought they had been only 2, but I found out afterwards there were 3, paused in their endeavours and were quite still, as breathless as myself, I suppose. Then she slowly pushed the door open with gentle motion to save her flickering candle from being again extinguished. For a moment all was still. Then I heard my husband say, as he advanced towards her — he wore riding boots, the shape of which I knew well, as I could see them in the light —' Amante, may I ask what brings you here into my private room ?' He stood between her and the dead body of a man, from which ghastly heap I shrank away, as it almost touched me, so close were we all together. I could not tell whether she saw it or not. I could give her no warning, nor make any dumb utterance of signs to bid her what to say, if, indeed, I knew myself what would be best for her to say. Her voice was quite changed when she spoke, quite hoarse and very low. Yet it was steady enough as she said what was the truth, that she had come to look for a letter which she believed had arrived for me from Germany. Good, brave Amante! Not a word about me. Monsieur de la Tourelle answered with a grim blasphemy and a fearful threat. He would have no one prying into his premises. Madame should have her letters, if there were any, when he chose to give them to her, if, indeed, he thought it well to give them to her at all. As for Amante, this was her first warning, but it was also her last. And taking the candle out of her hand, he turned her out of the room, his companions discreetly making a screen so as to throw the corpse into deep shadow. I heard the key turn in the door after her. If I had ever had any thought of escape, it was gone now. I only hoped that whatever was to befall me might soon be over, for the tension of nerve was growing more than I could bear. The instant she could be supposed to be out of hearing, 2 voices began speaking in the most angry terms to my husband, upbraiding him for not having detained her, gagged her. Nay, one was for killing her, saying he had seen her eye fall on the face of the dead man whom he now kicked in his passion. Though the form of their speech was as if they were speaking to equals, yet in their tone there was something of fear. I am sure my husband was their superior or captain or somewhat. He replied to them almost as if he were scoffing at them, saying it was such an expenditure of labour having to do with fools, that, 10 to 1, the woman was only telling the simple truth, and that she was frightened enough by discovering her master in his room to be thankful to escape and return to her mistress, to whom he could easily explain on the morrow how he happened to return in the dead of night. But his companions fell to cursing me, and saying that since Monsieur de la Tourelle had been married, he was fit for nothing but to dress himself fine and scent himself with perfume. That, as for me, they could have got him 20 girls prettier and with far more spirit in them. He quietly answered that I suited him, and that was enough. All this time they were doing something, I could see not what, to the corpse. Sometimes they were too busy rifling the dead body, I believed, to talk. Again they let it fall with a heavy, resistless thud, and took to quarrelling. They taunted my husband with angry vehemence, enraged at his scoffing and scornful replies, his mocking laughter. Yes, holding up his poor dead victim, the better to strip him of whatever he wore that was valuable. I heard my husband laugh, just as he had done when exchanging repartees in the little salon of the Ruprechts at Karlsruhe. I hated and dreaded him from that moment. At length, as if to make an end of the subject, he said, with cool determination in his voice, "Now, my good friends, what is the use of all this talking, when you know in your hearts that if I suspected my wife of knowing more than I chose of my affairs, she would not outlive the day? Remember Victorine. Because she merely joked about my affairs in an imprudent manner, and rejected my advice to keep a prudent tongue, to see what she liked, but ask nothing and say nothing, she has gone a long journey, longer than to Paris. But this one is different to her. We knew all that Madame Victorine knew. She was such a chatterbox. But this one may find out a vast deal, and never breathe a word about it, she is so sly. Some fine day we may have the country raised, and the gendarmes down upon us from Strasbourg, and all owing to your pretty doll, with her cunning ways of coming over you." I think this roused Monsieur de la Tourelle a little from his contemptuous indifference, for he ground an oath through his teeth, and said, "Feel, this dagger is sharp, Henri. If my wife breathes a word, and I am such a fool as not to have stopped her mouth effectually before she can bring down gendarmes upon us, just let that good steel find its way to my heart. Let her guess but one tittle, let her have but one slight suspicion that I am not a grand propriétaire, much less imagine that I am a chief of chauffeurs, and she follows Victorine on the long journey beyond Paris that very day. She'll outwit you yet, or I never judged women well, those still silent ones as a devil. She'll be off during some of your absences, having picked out some secrets that will break us all on the wheel." "Bah!" said his voice. And then in a minute he added, "Let her go if she will, but where she goes I will follow, so don't cry before you are hurt." By this time they had nearly stripped the body, and the conversation turned on what they should do with it. I learnt that the dead man was the Sieur de Poissy, a neighbouring gentleman whom I had often heard of as hunting with my husband. I had never seen him, but they spoke as if he had come upon them while they were robbing some Cologne merchant, torturing him after the cruel practice of the chauffeurs, by roasting the feet of their victims, in order to compel them to reveal any hidden circumstances connected with their wealth, of which the chauffeurs afterwards made use. And this Sieur de Poissy, coming down upon them and recognizing Monsieur de la Tourelle, they had killed him and brought him hither after nightfall. I heard him, whom I called my husband, laugh his little light laugh as he spoke of the way in which the dead body had been strapped before one of the riders, in such a way that it appeared to any passer-by as if, in truth, the murderer were tenderly supporting some sick person. He repeated some mocking reply of double meaning, which he himself had given someone who made inquiry. He enjoyed the play upon words, softly applauding his own wit, and all the time the poor helpless outstretched arms of the dead lay close to his dainty boot. Then another stooped. My heart stopped beating, and picked up a letter lying on the ground, a letter that had dropped out of Monsieur de Poissy's pocket, a letter from his wife, full of tender words of endearment and pretty babblings of love. This was read aloud with coarse ribald comments on every sentence, each trying to outdo the previous speaker. When they came to some pretty words about a sweet Maurice, their little child away with its mother on some visit, they laughed at Monsieur de la Tourelle, and told him that he would be hearing such woman's drivelling some day. Up to that moment, I think, I had only feared him, but his unnatural, half-ferocious reply made me hate even more than I dreaded him. But now they grew weary of their savage merriment. The jewels and watch had been apprised, the money and papers examined, and apparently there was some necessity for the body being interred quietly and before daybreak. They had not dared to leave him where he was slain, for fear lest people should come and recognise him and raise the hue and cry upon them, for they all along spoke as if it was their constant endeavour to keep the immediate neighbourhood of Les Rochers in the most orderly and tranquil condition, so as never to give cause for visits from the gendarmes. They disputed a little as to whether they should make their way into the castle larder through the gallery, and satisfy their hunger before the hasty interment or afterwards. I listened with eager, feverish interest as soon as this meaning of their speeches reached my hot and troubled brain, for at the time the words they uttered seemed only to stamp themselves with terrible force on my memory, so that I could hardly keep from repeating them aloud, like a dull, miserable, unconscious echo. But my brain was numb to the sense of what they said, unless I myself were named, and then, I suppose, some instinct of self-preservation stirred within me and quickened my sense. And how I strained my ears and nerved my hands and limbs, beginning to twitch with convulsive movements which I feared might betray me. I gathered every word they spoke, not knowing which proposal to wish for, but feeling that whatever was finally decided upon, my only chance of escape was drawing near. I once feared lest my husband should go to his bedroom before I had had that one chance, in which case he would most likely have perceived my absence. He said that his hands were soiled. I shuddered, for it might be with life-blood, and he would go and cleanse them. But some bitter jest turned his purpose, and he left the room with the other two, left it by the gallery door, left me alone in the dark with the stiffening corpse. Now was my time, if ever, and yet I could not move. This was not my cramped and stiffened joints that crippled me. It was the sensation of that dead man's close presence. I almost fancy still, I heard the arm nearest to me move, lift itself up as if once more imploring, and fall in dead despair. At that fancy, if fancy it were, I screamed aloud in mad terror, and the sound of my own strange voice broke the spell. I drew myself to the side of the table farthest from the corpse, with as much slow caution as if I really could have feared the clutch of that poor dead arm, powerless for evermore. I softly raised myself up and stood sick and trembling, holding by the table, too dizzy to know what to do next. I nearly fainted when a low voice spoke, when Amante, from the outside of the door, whispered, "Madame." The faithful creature had been on the watch, had heard my scream, and having seen the three ruffians troop along the gallery down the stairs and across the court to the offices in the other wing of the castle, she had stolen to the door of the room in which I was. The sound of her voice gave me strength. I walked straight towards it, as one benighted on a dreary moor, suddenly perceiving the small steady light which tells of human dwellings, takes heart and steers straight onward. Where I was, where that voice was, I knew not, but go to it I must, or die. The door once opened, I know not by which of us, I fell upon her neck, grasping her tight till my hands ached with the tension of their hold. Yet she never uttered a word, only she took me up in her vigorous arms and bore me to my room and laid me on my bed. I do not know more. As soon as I was placed there, I lost sense. I came to myself with a horrible dread lest my husband was by me, with a belief that he was in the room, in hiding, waiting to hear my first words, watching for the least sign of the terrible knowledge I possessed to murder me. I dared not breathe quicker. I measured and timed each heavy inspiration. I did not speak nor move, nor even open my eyes, for long after I was in my full, my miserable senses. I heard someone treading softly about the room as if with a purpose, not as if for curiosity or merely to beguile the time. Someone passed in and out of the salon, and I still lay quiet, feeling as if death were inevitable, but wishing again that the agony of death were past. Again faintness stole over me, but just as I was sinking into the horrible feeling of nothingness, I heard Amante's voice close to me, saying, "Drink this, madame, and let us be gone. All is ready." I let her put her arm under my head and raise me, and pour something down my throat. All the time she kept talking in a quiet, measured voice, unlike her own, so dry and authoritative. She told me that a suit of her clothes lay ready for me, that she herself was as much disguised as the circumstances permitted her to be, that what provisions I had left from my supper were stowed away in her pockets, and so she went on, dwelling on little details of the most commonplace description, but never alluding for an instant to the fearful cause why flight was necessary. I made no inquiry as to how she knew or what she knew. I never asked her either then or afterwards. I could not bear it. We kept our dreadful secret close, but I suppose she must have been in the dressing-room adjoining and heard all. In fact, I dared not speak even to her, as if there were anything beyond the most common event in life in our preparing thus to leave the house of blood by stealth in the dead of night. She gave me directions, short, condensed directions without reasons, just as you do to a child, and like a child I obeyed her. She went often to the door and listened, and often, too, she went to the window and looked anxiously out. For me, I saw nothing but her, and I dared not let my eyes wander from her for a minute. And I heard nothing in the deep midnight silence but her soft movements and the heavy beating of my own heart. At last she took my hand and led me into the dark, through the salon, once more into the terrible gallery, where across the black darkness the windows admitted pale-sheeted ghosts of light upon the floor. Clinging to her I went, unquestioning, for she was human sympathy to me after the isolation of my unspeakable terror. On we went, turning to the left instead of to the right, past my suite of sitting-rooms, where the gilding was red with blood, into that unknown wing of the castle that fronted the main road, lying parallel far below. She guided me along the basement passages to which we had now descended, until we came to a little open door, through which the air blew chill and cold, bringing for the first time a sensation of life to me. The door led into a kind of cellar, through which we groped our way to an opening like a window, but which, instead of being glazed, was only fenced with iron bars, 2 of which were loose, as Amante evidently knew, for she took them out with the ease of one who had performed the action often before, and then helped me to follow her out into the free open air. We stole round the end of the building, and on turning the corner, she first, I felt her hold of me tighten for an instant, and the next step I too heard distant voices, and the blows of a spade upon the heavy soil, for the night was very warm and still. We had not spoken a word. We did not speak now. Touch was safer and as expressive. She turned down towards the high road. I followed. I did not know the path. We stumbled again and again, and I was much bruised. So doubtless was she, but bodily pain did me good. At last we were on the plainer path of the high road. I had such faith in her that I did not venture to speak, even when she paused, as wondering to which hand she should turn. But now for the first time she spoke. "Which way did you come when he brought you here first?" I pointed. I could not speak. We turned in the opposite direction, still going along the high road. In about an hour we struck up to the mountain side, scrambling far up before we even dared to rest, far up and away again before day had fully dawned. Then we looked about for some place of rest and concealment, and now we dared to speak in whispers. Amant told me that she had locked the door of communication between his bedroom and mine, and, as in a dream, I was aware that she had also locked and brought away the key of the door between the latter and the salon. "He will have been too busy this night to think much about you. He will suppose you are asleep. I shall be the first to be missed, but they will only just now be discovering our loss." I remember those last words of hers made me pray to go on. I felt as if we were losing precious time in thinking either of rest or concealment. But she hardly replied to me, so busy was she in seeking out some hiding place. At length, giving it up in despair, we proceeded onwards a little way. The mountain side sloped downwards rapidly, and in the full morning light we saw ourselves in a narrow valley made by a stream which forced its way along it. About a mile lower down there rose the pale blue smoke of a village. A mill wheel was lashing up the water close at hand, though out of sight. Keeping under the cover of every sheltering tree or bush, we worked our way down past the mill, down to a one-arched bridge which doubtless formed part of the road between the village and the mill. "This will do," said she, and we crept under the space, and climbing a little way up the rough stonework, we seated ourselves on a projecting ledge and crouched in the deep damp shadow. Amant sat a little above me and made me lay my head on her lap. Then she fed me and took some food herself, and opening out her great dark cloak, she covered up every light-coloured speck about us, and thus we sat, shivering and shuddering, yet feeling a kind of rest through it all, simply from the fact that motion was no longer imperative, and that during the daylight our only chance of safety was to be still. But the damp shadow in which we were sitting was blighting from the circumstance of the sunlight never penetrating there, and I dreaded lest, before night and the time for exertion again came on, I should feel illness creeping all over me. To add to our discomfort, it had rained the whole day long, and the stream, fed by 1,000 little mountain brooklets, began to swell into a torrent, rushing over the stones with a perpetual and dizzying noise. Every now and then I was wakened from the painful doze in which I continually fell by a sound of horses' feet over our head, sometimes lumbering heavily as if dragging a burden, sometimes rattling and galloping, and with the sharper cry of men's voices coming cutting through the roar of the waters. At length day fell. We had to drop in the stream, which came above our knees as we waded to the bank. There we stood, stiff and shivering. Even Amant's courage seemed to fail. "We must pass this night in shelter somehow," said she, for indeed the rain was coming down pitilessly. I said nothing. I thought that surely the end must be death in some shape, and I only hoped that to death might not be added the terror of the cruelty of men. In a minute or so she had resolved on her course of action. We went up the stream to the mill. The familiar sounds, the scent of the wheat, the flour whitening the walls, all reminded me of home, and it seemed to me as if I must struggle out of this nightmare and waken and find myself once more a happy girl by the Neckar side. They were long in unbarring the door at which Amant had knocked. At length an old feeble voice inquired who was there and what was sought. Amant answered shelter from the storm for 2 women. but the old woman replied with suspicious hesitation that she was sure it was a man who was asking for shelter, and that she could not let us in. But at length she satisfied herself and unbarred the heavy door and admitted us. She was not an unkindly woman, but her thoughts all travelled in one circle, and that was, that her master, the miller, had told her on no account to let any man into the place during his absence, and that she did not know if he would not think 2 women as bad. And yet, as we were not men, no one could say she had disobeyed him, for it was a shame to let a dog be out such a night as this. Amante, with ready wit, told her to let no one know that we had taken shelter there that night, and that her master could not blame her. And, while she was thus enjoining secrecy as the wisest course, with a view to far other people than the miller, she was hastily helping me to take off my wet clothes, and spreading them as well as the brown mantle that had covered us both before the great stove which warmed the room with effectual heat that the old woman's failing vitality required. All this time the poor creature was discussing with herself as to whether she had disobeyed orders, in a kind of garrulous way that made me fear much for her capability of retaining anything secret if she was questioned. By and by she wandered away to an unnecessary revelation of her master's whereabouts. Gone to help in the search for his landlord, the Sieur de Poissy, who lived at the chateau just above, and who had not returned from his chase the day before. So the intendant imagined he might have met with some accident, and had summoned the neighbours to beat the forest and the hillside. She told us much besides, giving us to understand that she would fain meet with a place as housekeeper, where there were more servants and less to do, as her life here was very lonely and dull, especially since her master's son had gone to the wars. She then took her supper, which was evidently apportioned out to her with a sparing hand, as, even if the idea had come onto her head, she had not enough to offer us any. Fortunately, warmth was all that we required, and that, thanks to Amante's cares, was returning to our chilled bodies. After supper, the old woman grew drowsy, but she seemed uncomfortable at the idea of going to sleep and leaving us still in the house. Indeed, she gave us pretty broad hints as to the propriety of our going once more out into the bleak and stormy night. But we begged to be allowed to stay under shelter of some kind, and at last a bright idea came over her, and she bade us mount by a ladder to a kind of loft which went half over the lofty mill kitchen on which we were sitting. We obeyed her, what else could we do, and found ourselves in a spacious floor without any safeguard or wall, boarding or railing to keep us from falling over into the kitchen in case we went too near the edge. It was in fact the storeroom or garret for the household. There was bedding piled up, boxes and chests, mill sacks, the winter store of apples and nuts, bundles of old clothes, broken furniture, and many other things. No sooner were we up there than the old woman dragged the ladder by which we had ascended away with a chuckle, as if she was now secure that we could do no mischief, and sat herself down again once more to doze and await her master's return. We pulled out some bedding and gladly laid ourselves down in our dried clothes and in some warmth, hoping to have the sleep we so much needed to refresh us and prepare us for the next day. But I could not sleep, and I was aware from her breathing that Amante was equally wakeful. We could both see through the crevices between the boards that formed the flooring into the kitchen below, very partially lighted by the common lamp that hung against the wall near the stove on the opposite side to that on which we were. End of portion the second.